Welcome to Breakfast at Champions Golf Club in Houston, Texas, where it is a frigid start to the resumption of play in this final round of the 75th U.S. Women's Open. Because of the rain that moved through the area yesterday, it is a Monday major finish for the most prestigious championship in women's golf. Golf Channel and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship with uninterrupted coverage presented by Rolex. It is the first ever December major in women's golf, and it feels like it. 42 degrees, and with the winds, it feels like it's 36. It's not expected to get higher than 52 degrees today in Houston, Texas. And the ladies are bundled up, getting ready to go as we are awaiting the final three times that did not tee off yesterday after the rains came. So yeah, it's one of those days to get yourself layered up. And Hinako Shibuno has the 54-hole lead and has been sitting on it for quite a long time. Did not tee off yesterday, again, a part of those final three groups that did not go. Amy Olsen in her 147th start on the LPGA Tour, looking for her first win. She's in that final group with Moriya Jutanugarn. Ji Young Kim, too, could author one of the great comebacks in U.S. Women's Open history. We will see only 4 players under par through 54 holes. And you see Christy Kerr there, who has had a grueling week, but a successful week. She's got the earmuffs on there as she plays her second at the second. Dan Hicks with Paige McKenzie and our Golf Channel and NBC crew here assembled for this Monday finish.
Yeah, and the players will be challenged. That looked so good, but in spite of the fact that we received a lot of rain over the last couple of days, still firm enough greens.
And we'll keep it right here for Moriya Jutanugarn, Moriya's younger sister, who started yesterday, just got one hole in and birdied the first hole, so she quickly got within 4 of Shibuno's lead. Takes her hand off that club a lot.
Yeah,
never quite know.
I had to wait to figure out if that was going to be a disappointing shot, and she's not going to be happy with that. Again, these players that are trying to make up ground, going to try to take advantage of those opportunities where they have good shots from the middle of the fairway like that.
Hey, Ren, you over at the first for birdie. Is somebody going to make a move here out of the pack? Again, the largest final round comeback is 5 shots in the U.S. Women's Open. It's been done a number of times, and you just get that feeling that there's going to be someone from out of those under par numbers that's going to make some noise. As we take a look at that final group, our marquee grouping presented by Rolex. And there is Hinako Shibuno trying to win her second major after breaking through in the AIG Women's Open last year in England in her very first LPGA event. Amy Olsen has been out here for a while, knocking on the door, has had some close calls. Again, 147th start trying to break through. Moriya Jutanugarn has won once, but is trying to match her sister's USGA championship with a win in the U.S. Women's Open, the same event that Aria won 2 years ago. And there is Hinako Shibuno, already a huge star in Japan. Can't imagine how her star would rise if she was to win this championship. A little more than 20 minutes away from that final group. Ailin Kim over at the first, this for birdie. She begins the day at +1. So a tap in for her. It is tough enough to win this championship and perhaps make it your first win, which Amy Olsen is trying to do, much less with the personal tragedy that she has been dealing with. And for more on that, we send you down to Cara Banks.
Dan, thank you. Yeah, we have a heartbreaking story to tell you. Unfortunately, the Olsen family suffered this loss over the weekend. Amy, when she left the golf course on Saturday evening after her third round, discovered that her father-in-law, Lee Olsen, had died suddenly and unexpectedly on Saturday night. Now, the family is obviously in shock. Amy's husband had actually travelled here to Champions Golf Club over the weekend as Amy moved into contention, but he since left. He went home yesterday evening to be with his mum and brother. So no doubt she will be playing with a heavy heart today as she tries to win for the first time here at the US Women's Open.
And Paige, I know you know Amy well. She has a lot of faith. She's got a lot of belief in herself to overcome on this day, but you just never know how she'll react.
No, an impossible tragedy to comprehend, to then go out and compete. But I know Amy and Grant have a very strong Christian faith, and I know they've been leaning on that during this time.
All right, so Amy Olsen in that final group in just a little bit. Christy Kerr working over at the second. This is her third, just short of the green, just popping it up the slope, and she didn't strike that as well as she could have. Kerr opened up with a bogey yesterday, so trying to prevent back-to-back bogeys to start. As Ariya Jutanugarn will be next to play. So much talent, so much power, Paige. It would not be surprising if Ariya was one of those to come back and make a run today.
No, she has the firepower to do it. The golf course, the tees have been shortened up. USGA moved several of the tees forward because of the weather that they were expecting yesterday and the softness of the golf course, but it will still play very long, especially with the north wind today.
Well, the more decorated player among the sisters, 10 wins and a couple of majors for Ariya Jutanugarn. But the one that she won 2 years ago in the 2018 U.S. Women's Open was a wild ride to the finish, as she had a 7-shot lead with 9 holes left, ended up in a playoff, but she eventually pulled it out to win. And that's an example of how the balls can still run out here, even though we had a lot of rain the last couple of days. This is always a tough championship to put away, Paige. On a day like today with a cold weather and a muddy kind of golf course, this is going to be a real test.
Yeah, and we knew this championship was going to be different. Being played in December, there was a chance that it was going to be played in these cold temperatures. 2 golf courses, but when you consider the length of this week now, moving into a Monday finish, the conditions the players are going to be playing in today, it's going to be a real grind for the players to the top. Pars are always important in a U.S. Open, but today in particular, those scores, getting 1 hole at a time notched off with a par is going to be a good score. It'll be interesting to see how the leaders hold up, because I don't see a lot of chasers being able to make a lot of red numbers out there today.
Well, normally in May, when this championship was scheduled in Houston, it's like 91 degrees for the average temperature. Not expected to get past 52 today. Normally it's a lot warmer than that this time of year, well into the 60s, but not the case for the final round. Tom Abbott handling the holes for us, Kay Cockrell and Jim Bones Mackay in the final 2 groupings. Catherine Belanger, our rules expert from the USGA, with us as well, and you just heard from Cara Banks, who will be handling the interviews. Out to the par 4-6, Stacy Lewis, one of those many Texans in the field who had high hopes, but she has birdied 3 and now 5 today to kind of make it a little more interesting to get to +3.
You know, a lot of it is just going to be about hanging it around too. If you could put a little bit of pressure, not very much separating the top of the leaderboard. Over
at the par 3 4th, it's 176 yards. Bronte Law on the tee.
The first part of the day for these players, it's going to be about making the adjustments, about understanding how far the ball is flying, getting used to the new calculations of what your swing and golf ball are able to produce in these cold temperatures. We've seen a little bit of everything so far this week, so another day of just making adjustments to this golf course.
Back at the second, Jianun Lee 6, the defending champion. trying to get back in the mix somehow. Winner at Charleston last year. Starting the final round at +2. In full earmuff mode as well. Tell you, you're reaching for every available piece of layering clothing to keep yourself warm. That's a good look. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Back out to the first. Top-ranked player in the world, Jin Young Ko, with her second. And this is a beast of a hole to start, especially with the balls not rolling out.
No, and this north wind affects the first 2 holes, make them that much longer. Just enough to hang on. This is a player every player has to keep an eye on. Just being the #1 player in the world, still getting her feet wet on the United States after spending a lot of the COVID breakout in South Korea.
Back after the second, Christy Kerr trying to avoid 2 bogeys in a row to start her final round. Had the one yesterday and another one today.
It's a tough bogey. She did not seem like a bad approach shot into this green. In fact, it looked really good for a long time. But there are a lot of runoffs on the backs and sides of these greens, and have to know where to place it within the green.
Back up to the 6. See if Stacy Lewis can pour in another early morning cold birdie here. Taking the drive about 45 minutes from where she lives. Grew up in the Woodlands, Texas. She and her husband making their home now here again in the area. And now coming back for par after that birdie attempt ran out for Ariya Jutanugarn at the first.
It's a big putt early in the round. Don't want to make mistakes early. Don't want to feel like you're backpedaling. A lot of confidence can be made if you can close it out and clean it up.
Yeah, that's a good start. Nice par save there. Had the birdie start at the first, and so Jutanugarn stays within 4 as we get closer to the final tee time coming in a little less than 15 minutes from now. Again, an 8:25 local tee time for that final grouping. And now Jin Lee 6 with a little left here.
Yeah, a lot of these players did come prepared with their winter gear. The event last week in Dallas was also extraordinarily frigid, in the 30s as well. So players packed and were prepared.
Yeah, even colder than this, although it's hard to believe. But it was frigid up north, about a 4-hour drive from here. Lee 6 taking her time and able to get it down for par, so she remains at +2, 6 back, and she'll put that parka on and head over to the third. And we'll go back to the first, third to last group, and we've got the lone amateur remaining in the championship hunt. 24 started the week, 6 made the cut, and Caitlin Papp, right from the University of Texas here, with her caddy Kate Golden, who's an assistant on that Longhorns team, on the bag.
She's had a busy week, not just playing in this championship, but finishing up a test and final paper. Graduated in her undergrad last week and just was accepted into graduate school. So feeling a little bit like college golf for Caitlin Papp this week.
Yeah.
Biggest stage.
Getting the accelerated degree in 3.5 years from Texas. Smart girl and a very promising young golfer with a very good short game here. And that's going to enable Caitlin Papp to save par as we send you back to the first tee.
This is the 8:14 tee time. From Concord, California, Yulimi No.
No, at just 19 years old, you can see she's already got a USGA title, 2018 Girls Junior Champ, trying to become the youngest U.S. Women's Open champion in history, just being a little younger than Inbee Park was when Inbee won the 2008 U.S. Women's Open. Kay Cockrell with his second to last group.
She struck that one pretty solidly down the left side. Yeah, catches the trees.
From New Zealand, Lydia Ko.
What an unbelievable start to the career of Lydia Ko. It's been well documented. A record-setting start at a young age, winning her first LPGA Tour event as an amateur at the age of 15. But the wins not coming nearly as frequently as they used to. 15 wins total, but just one in the last 4 years, although she has played the best, really, complete game in the majors of anybody. She's got a fantastic record, just trying to break through again in one.
On this going well out to the right towards the bunker.
From Republic of Korea,
That could leave a
Ji
very
Young
awkward
Kim
line.
2.
And here is a developing story. Ji Young Kim 2, who made the cut on the number with 3 consecutive birdies at the Jackrabbit course on Friday, continued to play well yesterday. And on Saturday, 7 under in her last 21 holes to become one of those 4 players under par through 3 rounds. It's just been an amazing comeback after barely making the cut.
And that's a good-looking drive right down the middle, the best of the 3.
In fact, she was tied for 94th before she made those 3 consecutive birdies to make the cut. And up near the green, Ji Young Ko for birdie. World number 1 trying to make some noise today. Pretty good roll. So just one more group to tee off before the last. And it's time now for this special message from the United States Golf Association.
Hello everyone, I'm Mike Davis. On behalf of all of us at the USGA, we hope you're enjoying the 75th playing of the Women's US Open at Champions Golf Club. The Women's US Open may look a little different this year, but we are proud and we're humbled to conduct this championship and to celebrate its diamond anniversary. This year's champion will receive the newly dedicated Mickey Wright Medal and add her name to the US Open trophy along with Babe Saharias, Annika Sorenstam, and so many of the game's greats. We made a commitment to promote the growth of women's sports and empower female athletes by telling their inspirational stories. As a nonprofit, we're working to make the game more enjoyable, affordable, and accessible to golfers throughout the world. Thank you for your support of the US Open, and thanks to our good partner Rolex, we are bringing you this entire championship with uninterrupted coverage.
And congrats to all the folks with the United States Golf Association who are still able to conduct 4 of their championships this year. This one, the last major of the year, the second major championship of any kind to be held in the month of December. The 1929 PGA Championship won by Leo Deagle concluded on December 7th, but I get the feeling it wasn't near as cold for Leo as it is for these women. This is Bronte Law over at the 4th. Three straight pars so far to begin her final round. A good solid putt. And back over at the first, we have seen a number of beautiful saves by this amateur, Paige.
It's been impressive. The times that she's put herself out of position, she's been very disciplined in getting herself back in play.
Again, 6 amateurs making the cut here at this 75th edition of the U.S. Women's Open. 24 started the week. We had a couple play in the final group in the third round on Saturday. Lynn Grant was with Caitlin Papp, just had a disastrous hole at the 10th of quadruple, so kind of fell off the pace, but still has done very well. This is Ariya Jutanugarn over at the third par 4, and she's got some more scrambling to do there.
It's one of the shorter holes on the card, so a lot of players looking to kind of put themselves in better position off the tee to have a short iron into her hand.
Okay, back at the first, there's that hole location on the left side. And Lydia Ko ended up right in the middle of the sand there on the grass, though. Okay.
If this is
Yeah, I think so. You're going to get kind of like that punchy.
not the type of shot you want to face for your first fairway or non-tee shot in Major Monday. She's almost kind of laughing, I think, at the absurdity of this situation. But that said, she has 190 yards to the hole. If she could get this sort of in the middle front or just short of the green, it'd be great. Caught that cleanly, trying to draw it a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty
That's
good
really
break
good.
to me.
It's really good. You can see where that penalty area in the water sneaks in on the front left, but smart to play it out to the right. Good control.
Okay, Kim 2 is next, and we've talked about this incredible ascent up the leaderboard for her. First round, she was tied for 89th. Second round, tied for 47th. Making those incredible birdie run to get into the third round. Into a tie for third. It's just been an unbelievable stretch. We'll see if she can continue it again. 7 under in the last 21 holes.
And that was a 4-iron. Very aggressive line.
I would say so. Going right over on that left side of the green.
And actually not a lot of 4-irons in play this week in particular. A lot of players put hybrids in, if they didn't already have hybrids in, just to try to get a little more height. That was tremendous.
Yulimi No is next, who looks like she's ready for a day on the slopes.
Well, and she's getting comfortable with the trees right off the bat. Grew up on tree-lined golf courses in Northern California. She also carries a 4-iron, and that's what she's using here. Paige, keep this low, has to be cognizant of that penalty area that's short left of the green and make sure she errs to the right side and doesn't overdraw.
That came out of there pretty nicely. Little right to left hook on
Really
it.
nice.
Safely over to the right. Doesn't flirt with the penalty area, so good recoveries there for Lydia Ko and Yulimi No. Well, there is the leader, Hanako Shibuno, who is trying to close out another one. Was able to do it at the AIG Women's Open, where she led by 2 through 3 rounds. Ended up winning by 1 over in England. Again, it was her very first LPGA Tour start. So we'll see if she can hold on to that 1-shot lead and put away another major for Japan. Se-Young Kim for par at the second. Okay, so it's a bogey par start to this final round for the hottest player in the world coming into this championship.
Yeah, one of the big-time favorites, winning 2 of her last starts, number 2 in the world.
Well, the patterns in a U.S. Open have remained remarkably the same for many, many years, and this year is no different. As you take a look at the U.S. Open at Winged Foot, the players under par after each round, and then down to this final round, where, again, Bryson DeChambeau was the only player under par at 6 under at Winged Foot. The next best was even par, so it's been that typical U.S. Open shrink down of the players under par, Paige.
Well, it really, there were some good scores through the first 2 days, so it wasn't looking like we were necessarily going to be shrinking down as much as we did, but yesterday turned into such a bear of a golf course.
And a reminder that uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships, again presented by Rolex on this chilly Monday in Houston, Texas. And back over to the third, Ariya Jutanugarn trying to get it up and down here to stay within 4.
Really straightforward shot. She should be looking to get this one really close. Pretty square club face here. Probably be a little chunk and run. Not bad. It checked up on her a little bit.
In the meantime, ready for the final grouping to be announced at the tee at 1.
This is the 8:25 tee time. From Thailand, Moria Chitanyagarn.
The sisters played in the third round together. Who knows, both could end up staying in contention to the very end today. Moria, again, just the 1 win to her sister's 10. She had a close call with the USGA Championship a long time ago, but trying to match her sister's USGA Championship in this 75th edition. Different kind of player, Paige, than her sister. Not as powerful.
No, she's not. I like this little rehearsal, though. You can see her working on the sequencing and that transition in the lower body. She's gotten a little extra pop off the tee with that move.
Got that first win a couple of years ago in her 156 start, so it took a while for her to break through. Jim Bones Mackay will be with his final grouping of the day.
Straight back into a very cold wind. This is a good-looking shot.
Picks up the tee right away, and indeed
From
it
Fargo,
is.
North Dakota, Amy Olson.
Well, it is 1 degree back in North Dakota, where Amy Olson lives with her husband. And so you would think that if anybody had a little bit of, was used to this kind of weather, it might be her. But again, the tragedy that she and her husband and their entire family have been dealing with is quite another matter. And this is just going to be very interesting to see how Amy is able to keep it together.
Right center for line, needs to stay short of the second bunker.
From Japan, Hanako Shibuno.
Shibuno trying to nail down only the 3rd major title for a Japanese player, male or female, and she would have 2 of those 3 titles if she was able to hang on to this lead. Kind of looks like a Christmas sweater she's got on. Very appropriate. And that's what she does before she starts every round. Junior golfers in Japan taught to do that. Honor the course, honor the ability and the privilege to play.
Just pulled up the left edge, but I think it's going to grab some fairway if it gets a good first bounce.
Not quite Bones, but close, and the lie appears to be good. Dormant rough here at Champions. Up ahead to the green, we've got Kim 2 to play next here, Kay.
Yeah, this long 35-footer for birdie. Her fellow competitors have chipped onto the green. No chipped quite well, pretty close to the hole, but Lydia has a fairly lengthy par putt upcoming. With your hands being so cold and your body being cold and tight, it's so important to establish a sense of feel quickly on these difficult greens.
Been a long time since she has made a bogey. This has been an incredible stretch of golf for Ji-Young Kim 2, 24 years old, from South Korea, not a member of the LPGA Tour. But if she were to come back from being 10 shots down after the 36-hole mark, it would be the biggest 36-hole comeback in U.S. Women's Open history. Up to the 3rd, Ariya Jutanugarn trying to save par. This time not able to do it. So drops her first shot of this final round. She's back to +1 and 5 back of Shibuno. Well, you can own your own piece of history. Check out all the official U.S. Women's Open merchandise and USGA Championship gear right now by going to usgashop.com. If you're just getting up, having your morning coffee, welcome to the U.S. Women's Open and happy holidays from Champions, as this Monday major finish forced by the rain yesterday has forced a conclusion on this Monday. Here is Ko for the par that Kay was talking about.
Yeah, it's just outside of 10 feet. Normally she's so good with chipping around the green, but I think the cold hands just didn't allow her to have the feel that she's normally used to.
Oh.
But that'll make up for any mistake, won't it, Dan?
Big save for Lydia Ko to stay within 4. And it is hard to put in perspective how amazing the start to Lydia Ko's career was. Again, winning for the first time as an amateur at the age of 15 and amassing an incredible amount of wins at a young age in a very short period of time.
And it just looked so easy. It came so effortlessly to her. And the last several years have felt the complete opposite, where there's a lot of labor involved in trying to get around the golf course. And 2020, it's felt different. It's a little simpler for Lydia, so it's nice to see her at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, she's now working with her latest coach, Sean Foley, and it's been a carousel of coaches for the last several years for her. So now, no from short range.
And although Yulimi is just 19 years old, she has a very mature golf game.
Kind of braces that putter against that left forearm.
Yeah, she's worked a lot on her putting in, her short career. It was not one of her strong suits, so has adapted this putting stroke.
It's a good après ski look, too.
Very sharp. Very sharp.
All right, so Kim 2 with a little cleanup here for par.
Yeah, these are the length putts you like to have to finish up a nice 2-putt.
Ju Young Kim 2 making her U.S. Women's Open debut and making it a memorable one. Really, even no matter what happens today, the way she got into this final 3rd and 4th rounds. Back out in the fairway, we've got Moriya Jutanugarn getting ready, Bones.
178 down. She's been jumping up and down as play in front of her was taking place on the green, just trying to get the blood flowing. It is really chilly out here at the moment. North wind straight in their face.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you can be aggressive with that putt.
5 hybrid in hand, and what these ladies wouldn't give just to make a solid par here and get their day off to a quality start given the conditions.
Yeah, first couple holes, big test with this north wind, and Bones is right. Keeping that body warm really helps with sequencing. That can get off when you lose a little bit of feeling with the cold.
Just taking a little extra time to reset, pick out a target behind the green. Good contact, it appeared. Center of the green.
Solid.
Really nice.
Will it stay? Just trying to creep down that false front.
Still not a bad leave.
Now, as that finally comes to a stop, it's going to pick up a little more speed as it gets even further in front of the green. Amy Olsen now ready.
172. It's on a pretty aggressive line just right of the flag. Nice play.
Really strong start.
Yeah, it carries over that false front that caused Moriya just a little bit of trouble.
All right, a little different angle here, Bones, for Shibuno.
Yeah, sitting nicely for her, Dan. Nice to have a hybrid here. You can go down and get it. It would be much tougher with a longer iron. That sounded a little heavy. Let's see if it gets there. It's actually left of the flag.
Uh-oh, left of the flag is tight over there. And what a mistake there for Shibuno.
We've seen several times where she's taken on a little bit, been a little aggressive and kind of gotten away with it.
So up comes Shibuno with not her best with her second shot there at the first as we head up to the 4th, pick up Christy Kerr on the Huggy 76-yard par 3.
Good. Carry it. Carry it. Kick left.
Well,
Yep.
did kick left a little bit for Christy.
Like it's stuck on the golf cart.
Again, a golf cart accident last week. Amazing that she's even in the field. Talked about it all week. Grueling week it has been for her. Stacy Lewis over at the 8th. Tom Abbott with the call there.
Yeah, they moved the tee up today, Dan. It's playing short, just 104 yards, and that's a nice tee shot by Stacy Lewis, and a chance for her to get it to 3 under. Third birdie of the day, 2 under for the day. So Stacy going along well. Let's go back over to 4.
For Ariya Jutanugarn coming off that bogey at the 3rd. Tremendously powerful player, especially with the irons. The low, boring flight right at the stick.
It's fun to watch her play when she's playing great golf. You mentioned it, the way she swings at it creates a ton of power from her core.
Back at the 1st, just safe there for Shibuno, Bones.
Yeah, she's about a yard over the penalty area. If the ball had released back a little bit down this hill, it wouldn't have quite gotten enough momentum to get into the water. But certainly she had to be a little concerned when that ball was in the air.
It looked like it had a good chance of going down, but safe for now. Call her the Smiling Cinderella. We'll see how much smiling she does today on a brutally tough day trying to put away this pressure-packed title. All right, so Moria, who had her golf ball drift all the way back down just off the green, will play now.
And for both Moria and Shibuno, this is an early test page. I got to think chipping when it's this cold can't be that easy, given the fact your hands can't feel all that warm at the moment.
No, this is a strength of her game, though. So if there was a part of her game that stands out, it is her touch and feel around the greens. Will set the tone for the beginning of this round. She's not going to be happy with that. And something else to keep an eye on just with her, and we saw it kind of in the fairway where she pulled off, is she tends to slow down when she gets in the heat. Double check and question. Keep an eye on that.
Shibuno next here trying to save par.
Of course, it's important to remember there was quite a lot of rain yesterday. I think for Moria there, that ball checked up quite a bit quicker than it would have early in the week prior to the bad weather we got yesterday. Okay, didn't read that very well for break, but left herself an uphill putt for par.
You just see keeping the hands in front of the club face, making sure she's getting solid contact. It wasn't a bad strike, it just really didn't play for any of the break.
Back up to 8 again.
This was just earlier, Yuka Saso playing alongside Stacy Lewis. A couple of good tee shots already here from this group. And Saso said, hold on, I can go better than that. Just a foot away from the flag, looking for her first birdie of this final round. Let's go back to 1.
And what an incredible start it would be for Amy Olsen if she's able to knock this down at the opening hole here.
Nice to see her have a very friendly conversation with Moria as they made their way down the first fairway. 2 quality shots for Amy. This now down the hill, you got to be careful speed-wise.
There's what you're talking about, Bones. A little run out over there on that slope. Back up to the 2nd for Lydia Ko, okay?
Yeah, after a good drive, but it has left her a long way in, 185 yards for the 2nd. Ball a little bit above her feet, gone with a 4 hybrid. And there was mud on the ball, which curved it a little bit more, but that was a great line. It's hard to see where that ended up. It disappeared over the ridge.
Just off the back edge, but an excellent shot for Lydia Ko, sitting at even par.
Harry Yokoyama for birdie at the 8th. So some good golf being played by this group on this hole, and that's a 2. And that's her 4th birdie of the day. Has had 3 bogeys, but we didn't think we'd see too many birdies today in these conditions, but 4 birdies on the front 9 already.
Got some par putts here to finish up with the final group. Moria Jutanugarn play first.
This putt turning left the entire way.
Nicely done.
Brilliant save.
Big test passed with flying colors for Moria Jutanugarn to stay 3 back and back up to 8.
And Stacey Lewis for her 3rd birdie of the round. Get it to 2 over par. And it went the other way. It went left on her, and she thought it was going to go right. And still not in for par. Let's go to 1.
Shibuno is next, Bones.
Yeah, certainly on a day where ball striking is going to be very difficult given how hard the golf course is in this tough weather. You're going to have a good day with the putter, especially these par putts.
Okay, so a really nice start for Shibuno, recovering from that second shot that got left, and then a little bit of an indifferent chip. Saves par, stays at 4 under. And now Amy Olsen hoping to stay at 3 under, just 1 back.
Paige, we saw Amy in her last hole in the 3rd round on Saturday. She had a birdie putt on the 18th. Gave it a good run, seemed very confident with the comeback as she poured that one in from 4 feet or so. And let's see if that good momentum from inside 4 or 5 feet continues here.
All right, so everybody is able to save par in the final group. So no change at the very top. Shibuno remains at 4 under, followed by Olsen, followed by Moria Jutanugarn, Ji Young Kim too, also under par. The rest are looking to make their own move on this chilly Monday in Houston. Caitlin Papp, the amateur, still with hopes of trying to become the first amateur since 1967, when the only other amateur won this championship. Yealimi No here at the 2nd with her 2nd. That's a 7-iron.
What a shot.
Kim
though.
has already missed the green here. A beauty there by No, with a chance for an early birdie there to join the rest at under par.
We haven't seen a lot of players hold that back portion of the green. It slopes away a little bit, especially on the left-hand side, so good position.
Up at the 4th, Lee 6, par putt. Can't afford to make too many bogeys when you're sitting at +2 and now at +3. 7 back. The defending champ drifts behind. Back at the 2nd, and after a beautiful par save at the 1st, Moria getting ready to go at this 397-yard par 4.
Again, much like the first, back into the wind. This is a beauty up the right center.
No problem there. Back at the 4th. And trying to pay off that beautiful iron is Ariya Jutanugarn, and another example of the firepower and talent she has to come back from that bogey. She's still trying to warm up, though.
Yes, it is frigid out there.
She's back within 4. Back at the 2nd for Amy Olsen, Bones.
Such a fundamentally sound golf swing this lady possesses. This hung out a little bit to the right.
Still able to get a piece of the fairway on that right side where that fairway bends around. And as Shibuno steps in, we'll get a look at this tee shot with our Tracer technology, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
Shibuno seems very unaffected by this huge spot that she's in, smiling as she always does and pouring in that par putt on the first. But this is a hook.
Significantly left through the tree line. That's how far left it was.
Yeah, she's had a few loose shots over the last couple of days, and the transition looks good, but a lot of it is coming in from the inside, perhaps overdrawing it. If you look from down the line, she tends to get open on her alignment, which is causing some of these left shots and then occasionally a flare out to the right that doesn't draw back.
All right, so we'll see what situation she's in for a possible recovery there. She had a close call at the first, able to save par. Well, back in 1969, the U.S. Open arrived here at Champions, and when it was over, one of the biggest surprise winners in the history of the championship emerged as we take a look at iconic venues presented by Rolex.
Orville Moody was one of the most surprising U.S. Open champions in history. After 15 years, he comes out of the service, gets his card on the PGA Tour in '68, and qualifies in 1969 for the U.S. Open.
They said, "Who do you think's going to win the tournament?" I said, "I think Orville Moody's going to win." And some guy stood up in the back. He says, "Orville who?"
Orville arguably may have been the best driver of the golf ball there's ever been.
Sarge was a good player, a good striker of the ball. He hit the ball beautifully. Couldn't putt with a lick.
He was probably the worst putter ever to win the U.S. Open. He resorted to putting cross-handed. This was his only professional victory.
Even if that's the only one you ever won in your life, wouldn't that be the way you'd want to do it?
His name may feel obscure, and he may be unknown. For one moment in time, his game reached a level of near perfection, and he will always be a U.S. Open champion.
Sarge, a part of the USGA Championship history here. Among the others, there was Orville back in 1969, John Harris, U.S. Amateur winner, Virginia Derby Grimes, part of the women's mid-amateur history here. Who's going to add their name to another USGA Championship trophy here? As the U.S. Women's Open is conducted in Texas for just the second time in history. Lydia Ko just earlier for birdie at the second. Solid start for Lydia. A couple of pars. Remains 4 back. So now we're live here at the second. And this is Yealimi No.
Yeah, that was a beautiful seven iron that she hit from the left rough. She got lucky on the tee shot, went through the trees and had a clear shot to this hole location, and she took advantage of it and hit a towering 7 iron that just sat right down. So good birdie opportunity right here.
Oh man, you want to get out of here with a bogey after having that look.
Oh my goodness.
That is still rolling.
That's a little shock to the system, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a big mistake. He just had one of the rare birdie looks on 2, and now he's going to be scrambling.
Over at the 4th, Se-Young Kim on the tee. And that is an aggressive line by Se-Young Kim. Needs to be aggressive. 6 back. And back to the second. Now coming back for par is Yealimi No. And she has been an impressive amateur player. Look at the run she had before losing in the round of 32 at the U.S. Women's Amateur page. 4 wins in a row at some prestigious events.
Though, and you can see why she then chose to turn professional. However, when she did turn professional, did not have a tour to play on, which led her to a couple of Monday qualifiers on the LPGA Tour where she had success last year, Kay, and nearly won.
She did. She Monday qualified, played quite well, almost earned enough money to earn her card, but went to the Q Series and easily earned her card that way.
Oh man, and she is just.
Wow.
This is
But this
no
is-
3 putts until here, right now, all week long, and she's still not in for a 3rd putt.
It's a characteristic of this championship, though. You have one mental lapse, and it can compound pretty quickly. And this is also why this championship has only ever been won by 4 players in their debut. It definitely takes some time to get used to kind of having that conservative edge as you make decisions.
Well, Shibuno is laying up after hitting.
Oh,
and
my
hits a
goodness.
tree and falls right back down.
And that is the cardinal sin, to take your time on a pitch out and make sure you don't bring things into play like that tree. She obviously used too much loft.
It didn't look that bad of a strike. So it was just, as Bones mentioned, the wrong club here. But more importantly than that, what we've seen is from her over the last couple of days is just getting away with moments, and she wasn't able to get away with that.
Kim 2 for par at the 2nd. And so there's one less player under par as Ji Yeon Kim 2 picks up a rare bogey after the hot streak that she's been on. Back to even 4 back, but Shibuno is having problems behind her at this second, and No is having some problems here as well. This is for bogey.
Well, Paige, I do have to say that she switched to this counterbalance putter about a month ago, and it's paid off quite nicely. Played very well last week, obviously has putted well this week up until this green. Talking to her coach last night, Eric Stone, he said, I don't mind the change, I just want her to commit to it for at least 6 months. He doesn't like to see his students, jumping around and getting into a habit of changing things too much, and she doesn't normally change equipment.
Okay. First 3 putt of the week, though, for Yelimni No, a bogey after a sensational 7-iron to get herself out of trouble. But she takes a step back. Now, been so much support by the men this week for this Women's Open, and Fred Couples, who cannot get enough golf watching or sports watching for that matter. Nothing better than waking up on a Monday morning to a little major championship final round. Who will win this year's final major? Good luck to all the players from Freddie. And now Amy Olsen from the right side of this second fairway.
170, but the wind is picking up. The shot playing close to 190. But that's a quality strike, it appears, again into the center of the green. Nicely done, especially with Shibuno in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and we've seen some iron play get away from the players on the green, and this is going to be part of this story, getting the mud on the ball. Golf course, the fairways itself, still very, very wet from the rain.
So Moria Jatanagarn is next.
166, dead center of the fairway. Wasn't easy for these ladies. It was quite a long wait in this second fairway, and of course, in this kind of weather, you want to keep moving.
Talked about Moria's close call in a USGA championship years ago. She was runner-up at the 2011 U.S. Women's Amateur, losing to Danielle Kang 6-5 as Danielle Kang put away back-to-back Women's Amateur titles 9 years ago.
This is also a good-looking shot. The pin's 41 on. Let's see if it gets deep into the green.
It's a beauty,
really nice.
Bones. Yeah, Moria is in line as this finally comes to a stop near the back edge for a birdie. In the meantime, will Shibuno drop one here? We'll see. Scrambling for third after her second found that high tree limb.
142 yards, and obviously no one's more aware than she is that she made a mental error there, but everyone you would think is going to make a bogey or two today, considering how tough the conditions are. The thing you want to avoid, especially as a leader, is to make doubles or worse. Hitting a rounded hook.
Tell you what.
Really nice.
Pretty decent
slows
recovery
down.
there.
Gets a little away from the players in that back corner, but she has done a tremendous job of minimizing the mistakes when she has made them. I don't believe she's had a double bogey this week.
Up at the third, Megan King for par. Took a little bit of a step back with a third round 74, but still hanging in there in search of her first win, like Amy Olson is trying to do. Break through in the biggest way you can. Shibuno has a long par attempt coming up at the second, so maybe we'll see perhaps a tie at the top in a few moments. Jutanugarn there has a birdie attempt at the second. Lydia Ko staying steady early, along with Ari Jutanugarn, who just made a birdie. So many players from the back, possible to make a move as well on a very tough, cold, frigid day in Houston, Texas, for golf's final major of the year, biggest one they play, in the 75th edition, no less. And this is over at the 6th. Cheyenne Knight for birdie. And you saw there on the board, Knight with her own Texas ties, how she got to +3. This is how she did it. She was the defending champ last week.
That's correct. Won her first LPGA event in Dallas just a year ago. Was a standout at the University of Alabama.
Yeah, thumbs up. A chilly thumbs up. Jin Young Ko over on the par 3, fourth now.
Was not able to defend either one of her major championships from 2019 because she chose to stay in South Korea during the COVID break. And of course, Evian was not played this year. So extra motivation for this championship.
Yeah, they got 4 of the 5 majors in this pandemic.
Wow.
So Jin Young Ko will have a chance and a crack at a birdie from there. And as a co-founder and partner of Drive, Chip, and Putt, the USGA is proud of the impact the program has in introducing new kids to the game. This free nationwide program focuses on the 3 fundamental skills: drive, chip, and putt. You can visit drivechipandputt.com today for more information. Speaking of putts, they can be longer than usual here at Champions, and I would say, you can get probably 30, 40 feet longer than this putt that Amy Olson has because these greens are so large, but this is a long one coming up over the ridge here, Bones, for Amy Olson.
Absolutely, hands full here, Dan. This is a double breaker. It's going to move to Amy's left the first 2/3 and then straighten up and try and get back to the right at the end, but it's been a theme this entire week. How well can you lag the ball on these greens where you're going to have these monster putts?
She does a great job of making solid contact on her putts. One of the more disciplined putters.
Boy, she just didn't get that right break at the end that she thought she was going to get, and I did too. And that's obviously a lot of work.
Obviously not in love with that. That just did not go the way she thought it would.
This is at the 5th. Third shot for Ari Jutanugarn. Flag today tucked over on the back right, and that's a huge mistake. There's so much room left. Playing as one of the easiest holes on the golf course. Let's go to 9.
And Okayama's over here at the par 5 looking for a birdie. Can she make 5 in the opening 9 here in the final round? Can she make 5 of them? Incredible. Now, she also made 3 bogeys, but that is a heck of a card there to get the +2 and give herself a glimmer of hope as she plays the second 9. Wow. 5 birdies on the opening 9. Back at the second, Jutanugarn looking for birdie.
Boy, what a 3 this would be. Such a tough hole today. And such a quality second from Moria.
Oh, man. Played it way out to the left with that big swing to the right. Just didn't quite give it enough. That'll be another par for Moria. Good steady start. Up ahead to the third for Lydia Ko. Set up nicely here, Kay.
She had a beautiful drive down the left side, and this hole playing so much longer than it has earlier in the week. Players were hitting short irons in Thursday, Friday. Today, this is a 5-iron. 173, just looking to hit it, probably land at 160. She went down after that one aggressively, pulled it a little. That'll leave quite a lengthy putt, but on the putting surface.
It's funny how your goals change as the conditions change.
All right, Shibuno trying to save par somehow here at the second. Took a little hop as it came onto the green, and so Shibuno with a bogey. That's going to be the first time she has been tied for the lead since Friday. And so, while we have a moment, we remind you that the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship is being sponsored by American Express. This holiday season, share joy and shop small. Lexus, what amazing ideas will you inspire next? And by Deloitte, proud sponsor of the U.S. Women's Open and the USGA. Back out to the second, a long par putt now coming back for Amy Olson. Just on the edge. So Shibuno looks like she is going to keep that one-shot lead with that bogey by Olson.
Each of the players left it short from that side of the hole. Amy not able to learn.
And the tap-in bogey for Shibuno. As they take a step back. Everybody, again, Jutanugarn steady there, has gotten closer. Just 2 back. Olson remains 1 back. And all those even pars in it even more. Back up to 5, Tom.
This is a moment to go from the bunker. Pretty straightforward. If you can just get it onto the green, it should release to the hole, and just tried to get too cute. I think it may have come out of the bunker just on the edge. Yeah, just on the upslope. Now trying to chip it in for par. The hole that's playing the second easiest on the golf course.
Just what a mistake to have, partial wedge into this green, Tom. And
yeah, she drove it left in the trees, so couldn't go for the green in 2.
Well, in the cold winds of Texas, uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships continue. Presented by Rolex. Over at the 4th, Megan King playing her second at this par 3. Just bumping it back up toward the stick. And that one drifts away. A ways. Let's go to the 3rd. Par 4, 395 yards. Bones for Moria Jutanugarn there.
Very solid start from Moria. Big par putt on 1 and a solid effort on 2 in terms of the drive and the quality iron. Now, this is a very gettable hole if you can put the ball in the fairway. Sharp dogleg right. This is right up the center. And she seems to be really feeling it in terms of her ball striking at the moment.
it's a fun golf course to play because you do have a lot of movement on, especially the first 3 holes. You end up dogleg left, straight, dogleg right. You get a full taste what this course has to offer.
Amy Olson coming off her first 3-putt of the week. Hometown of Oxbow, North Dakota. Not exactly a golfing mecca, but man, was she a talented and decorated young amateur golfer.
so many college wins. This is hung out to the right. There are some trees over there.
Yep, and it gets knocked down, Bones. But
yeah, and that appears to be in a bad spot because I think that ball came a little bit backwards, Stan, leaving her a tough angle.
And Shibuno coming off her bogey.
It's a big drive. We saw her miss the fairway pretty bad to the left on her last.
This is a beauty.
Picks up the tee right away. It is out there in great shape with Moria Jatanagarn. It is Amy Olsen who's got the issues now here at the third. Well, we heard from Fred Couples and three-time U.S. Women's Open champion Annika chiming in. Yeah, I remember playing in this event on a Monday. That was when she picked up her third and final U.S. Women's Open title at Newport Country Club in that playoff over Pat Hurst. And Yelimi No back behind the green at the third. Third shot. Trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys.
Good touch.
Still with a little work for the gal wearing the largest earmuffs in the field. Christy Kerr's got a pair on too, Tom.
Yeah, she's had an adventure here at the fifth. Missed the fairway right, chipped back out, then missed the green, chipped it to here, and makes the five. So that is a really good five from Christy Kerr.
Can't imagine it'd feel too good in these chilly conditions with 3 dislocated ribs that she's been healing from, but that'll make her feel a little better. And back at the third here, Lydia Ko has a birdie attempt, Kay.
She does. The only one in this group to have found the green in regulation, but as I described, a good distance from the actual hole that's on the right-hand side of the screen. She's putting almost across the entire width of the screen. A good, nearly 50-footer. So all about speed, not a tremendous amount of extreme break.
And Lydia judging that pretty well, very well. So that should be 3 pars in a row for Lydia Ko to start. And this one got away from Megan Kang over at the fourth.
Wow.
But no problem. Megan Kang with her 4th straight par, unlikely one coming at the 4th. And back over at the third, it appears, Bones, that Amy Olsen is thinking about pitching out here.
Yeah, she's in absolute jail here, Dan. She's got virtually no other option than to pitch this out some 50, 60 yards into the fairway and try and make her 4 the tough way. Time, and that's a quality play.
Yep.
Made it look easier than it was.
Yeah, she kind of had to slide it through that dormant Bermuda rough. Back to 5.
Ariya Jutanagarn working hard just to make a bogey here. Movement from left to right. And that's going to kill your chances making a double bogey on a hole where others are making birdies. We go to 3.
Kim 2 for par, Kay.
Yeah, she missed the green right, had no green to work with, actually hit a pretty good lob shot just to get it to, 20, 22 feet or so.
After all that hot golf, all of a sudden, Ji Young Kim 2 is 2 bogeys in a row to fall back to +1, but still not out of it. You never know how this thing is going to end up. For birdie is Munoz over at the 16th. This was just earlier.
Yeah.
So you can hold some long putts late in the game here.
Yeah, the golf hole is still there. It's just a little bit harder to find today.
Par 3 16th looms ahead. Asahara with a nice little dance for that one. Or maybe she's just trying to stay warm. All right, over at the third, no for par.
And this is certainly a big test early in the game, coming off that 3-putt at the last hole. Just has to steady herself. Made a good chip shot to this point. Shaky Paige.
Yeah, stunned with back-to-back bogeys all of a sudden. +2, 5 back. You know, you wonder, Paige, where this winning number is going to be by the end of the day. It could be right around even. Who knows? It all depends on what Shibuno and Olsen and company do. This is Pap for par. And she's hanging in there. 4 pars in a row to start. So the amateur has crept within 3 by just cranking out pars. And back to the third. Ji Young Kim 2. This for bogey.
And this is a player, Dan, that has won a couple of times over on the KLPGA. And Paige, we see a lot of these Koreans get in off the world ranking numbers, and they are learning how to win on a good stage over there in Korea.
Yeah, they have incredible developmental tours that really have multi-tier to get players to the top, to get them to the KLPGA before we get a chance to see them out on the LPGA Tour or in championships like this.
Yeah, well, even with back-to-back bogeys, she's still just 4 back. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships, as we've been mentioning, presented by Rolex. About 44 degrees right now. Winds make it feel a lot colder than that. Maria Jatanagarn, after a couple of pars, going over her options here with her second at the third.
And certainly 163, one of the things that's going to be going on here today, Dan, is the caddies have to make a big adjustment in terms of helping their players with club selection. And certainly in these kinds of damp, cold conditions, the ball's not going to be going nearly as far as it did the first 3 days.
Would you say maybe, Bones, about an average of maybe half club to a club times?
I'm going to go minimum 1 club, if not more. It's a back center hole location, once again on a good line.
Yep, another good one. Chuck. Get the feeling, the player that's able to fire into these greens in regulation, 2-putt, move on, that just might be a good enough formula to get it done on a day like today as Lydia Ko gets ready at the par 3 4th. We will use our tracer technology again, brought to you by
Is it still 82 or is it still more?
Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
We played 85, but okay. It hasn't been that strong yet, so I feel like this gust is going to
Talking things over again with caddy Les Lure, who caddied for a long time for Area Jatanagarn. And it's been recent that he's come out to work for Lydia. She's gone through a number of caddies in her short career. Going with the 4 hybrid, playing this more like 185.
There has been a revolving door of not only caddies but instructors. But maybe Lydia's finally beginning to settle in.
Lost this one right, high right.
Right when we say that, she drops one into the bunker. Back over to the third for the leader, Hinako Shibuno. Just pops out to the right a little bit, safely on. Now live with Amy Olsen, and again, this is her third, Bones.
120. Wind is picking up into her face. It hammered Shibuno's ball. This left of the flag, but it seemed to be good for distance.
Well, Amy's in danger of making back-to-back bogeys here at 2 and 3. Up ahead of the 4th, Yelimi No is on the TK.
Yeah, and that wind that Bones just mentioned is there, just picking up since Lydia hit. Galimi going with a 4-iron. She's a beautiful long iron player. Needs to flight this down a little bit. Left that out to the right a bit, but I think it's enough to get on the green.
It is. Wind chills still hovering in the upper 30s, and No will have one of those vintage Champions seagoers. Just earlier, Rasim Bashard, one of the amateurs to make the cut. Pauline coming into the day, or the final round, I should say, at +4. And it is that kind of day. You can get away from you here. You can't, you know, just feeling your hands out there, Paige, is a quest.
Out there, in here, too, Dan.
Well. That's how you make a 5 at the 9th. Not how you draw it up.
Well, and when you do make a mistake, it is about the recovery out here. Mistakes are going to happen, and you can't make much better recovery than that.
Let's head to another amateur bundled up at the 8th.
Isn't she from Sweden? She as well.
She must feel like she's in Stockholm.
Good birdie there.
Yeah, this is not Sun Devil country.
Yeah, her blood is obviously thinned by playing collegiate golf over here in the US. But there's the amateur leaderboard. And as you can see, Caitlin Papp has a chance to win this championship, let alone the amateur leaderboard.
Here's Shibuno over at the 3rd.
Downhill, down green behind the flag. So very tough to judge for pace. That's not a bad effort at all.
Shibuno will have that to avoid back-to-back bogeys. To the 5th.
Hey, Lim Kim for birdie at the par 5. She was fortunate that ball didn't release any further down the slope, but has now given herself a chance for birdie and rattles it in. So her first birdie of the round, and she gets back to even par.
I think it's a day to wear a mask for obvious reasons, Tom, but also maybe for a little warmth. Well, we hope it's a little warmer down in your neck of the woods, Paige, Orlando, or where it used to be.
I'll be there again.
PNC Championship coming your way next weekend. Tiger Woods and his son, Charlie. Justin Thomas, his dad, Mike. Just saw a tweet from Annika Sorenstam. She'll be there with her father again. It is always a great event. Live tournament coverage starting Saturday, 1 p.m. on Peacock, continuing 2:30 on NBC. Long par attempt over at the 3rd bones for Amy.
Yes, quite a bit of stress early in this 4th round for Amy. Bogey on the 2nd, this now for par, as you mentioned. And she's got a very quiet, chill demeanor out here today, but certainly I'm churning a little bit on the inside with this start, I'm guessing.
Again, suddenly losing her father-in-law, her husband's father, Saturday night back in North Dakota, and with all that on her shoulders, in the hunt for the biggest championship they play, trying to muster up the energy and the emotions to focus in on a title which has been elusive. Any title, for that matter, on the LPGA Tour has never won out here. In her 147th event, is this the day? And Moria Jatanagarn has been walking around her birdie attempt after a couple of pars.
And certainly by far, in the early going, the most impressive of the 3, just in terms of shots that she's hit. Quality putt on the 2nd green, almost making birdie. She seems very comfortable with her game at the moment. Certainly a very good thing to be any day, but certainly on a day when the course is this tough and the weather this extreme.
Yeah, it's fun to watch her in her process. You saw that deep exhale. She tends to over-prepare. She likes to work. She likes the methodic way that she plays golf.
Her sister has drifted 5 off the pace. Moria just keeps cranking out pars. 3 in a row, remain a 1 under. Over at the 4th, Lydia Ko, who missed the green, long bunker shot now.
There's a lot of different options on how to play that shot. Could have definitely done a lower lofted chunk and run. The higher risk shot didn't quite pay off for Lydia. That's going to leave a tough par save.
To the 8th.
Shaya Knight on the tee. You can see the flag tucked over in a little pocket of the green. Love the way they've set this hole up today. Click of the fingers usually means she's worried it's going to go too far, but that was good for length and a great chance for her second birdie of the round. Back to 3.
And Shibuno with a little left here.
Went through the aim-point process of reading her putt, stepped over her line, just feeling it with her feet. This is very similar length to the putt she made on 1 that she just poured in and actually walked it into the hole.
Huge star in Japan, especially after winning that AIG Women's Open last year in her first attempt on the LPGA circuit. Huge celebrity over there, can't go anywhere without being recognized, even with a mask on. Trying to win another one for Japan. 3 under, 2 clear of Jitanagarn. Amy Olsen trying to hang in there after a rough couple of holes, and Lydia Ko, Ailin Kim, the amateur Pap, and Megan Kang, the only players even par within 3. And we go to the 4th and pick up John Kim 2, and this long look.
Yeah, good luck with this putt. This is nearly 90 feet. And all you can do is just send it on its way and hope that you tapped in somewhat close to the right speed. Oh, she never even got that high enough. So hard, Paige, from the corners of these greens to the tucked hole locations.
Yeah, it's almost like a 3-part putt where you have to walk your way up there.
Well, the struggles continue for Ariya Jitanagarn over at the 6th, this for par. Coming off a double at 5. It's another bogey here at the 6th. So she has 2 birdies, but also a couple of bogeys and a double. Up and down round for Ariya.
Unexpected, really, with her pedigree and getting up for big titles.
Over at the 4th, long look for no.
Yeah, similar putt to what Ji Young had. This one probably more like 75 feet, and she's almost hole high. She needs to keep it out to the right because everything curves down to the left.
She knows she has to give it a wrap. Ji Young Kim 2's putt came up well short, but this is beautifully judged.
Oh.
Took a little look.
Really nice. And it is difficult with that arm lock putter to get the distance control on the long putts. You don't have that normal right hinge of the wrist that helps with feel.
Ingrid Lindblad, another one of those impressive amateurs to make it to the final 2 rounds for birdie. Got it. And so even on her final round, bogey and a birdie for Ingrid Lindblad, part of that Swedish contingent of very talented amateurs who've made their presence known here. No taps in for par over at the 4th. And so she stops the bogey run there and remains at +2. A little smile on her face. Now it's time to get warm. Warmer, I should say.
There's still so much movement that could happen on this leaderboard. I am not confident in making any sort of call of what could happen in the coming holes. We've seen different parts of this golf course jump up and bite the players pretty quickly, and occasionally you get players go on a little birdie stretch. There are opportunities, especially at that 5th hole, par 5, coming up for these lead groups.
And now Lydia Ko for par, Kay.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the important thing about these first 3-4 holes is just trying to maintain your confidence. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's extremely, every shot is so difficult with this cold conditions. This putt, a good 20-footer, slightly uphill.
And Ko pays the price. First bogey of the final round for her. +1, she drops to 4 back. In search of her third major. And she's only 23 years old. Seems like she's been around forever. She kind of has.
Yes.
But when you win as a young teenager, 8 years ago. Wow. Here's Caitlin Papp, the amateur, at 5, Tom.
Yeah, we've talked about that flag today tucked over on the right. And didn't look too happy with that one. That was kind of a strange ball flight. I wonder if she had mud on the ball. And a mistake nonetheless. Over to the 8th, and Cheyenne Knight for birdie to get it to 3 over. Oh, just too much movement in that back towards the water. Subtle breaks on these greens. And Knight will remain 4 over par, 7 shots back. And we'll go back over to the 5th. Megan Kang has made a mistake with the layup. Got tree trouble here. Looks like she's got the lofted cup and to try and go over the top. And she's done a wonderful job there. Just far enough back to loft it up over those trees, and now has a chance for birdie. And Megan Kang, who was 5 under par on day 1, remember, has a chance to get it back into red numbers.
Ji Young Kim, 2. Wow, what a nice par save for her to avoid 3 bogeys in a row. That is a confidence booster to remain within 4. Back on the tee at this par 376 yards. Moria Jutanugarn over this Cypress Creek. Not as much today with a different tee location, but it remains in play over there on the left.
Yeah, it looms large for these players. And I know Bones had talked about how important club selection was today with the caddies. Moria does not carry a book, and in fact, she, again, is so methodical. She does not leave any stone unturned, has taken personality tests to better understand her personality and how her and her caddies can work together, and understanding that dynamic as well. So again, very thorough in her preparation.
I made a D on my personality.
I was going to say, I don't know if Bones has undergone a personality. No need to.
Hybrid back into a chilly wind. These ladies are going to finally get the 5th hole, the par 5 downwind after this. So let's maybe make a par and get out of here. This is a really tough hole today. This is overcooked to the left. Up the left edge of the green.
Oh, Cypress Creek over there in trouble. And it should hold up with that little bit of rough there. But dangerous shot by Moria. Okay, for the moment, we'll see what kind of shot coming up for her. Back to 5.
And Papp just trying to splash one out here and release it down the green. Just came out a little too hot. Maybe it wasn't the best lie. Yeah. So Papp's going to have that left for par. This 5th hole seemingly getting tougher and tougher, looking at the scoring over the last hour or so as we go back to 4.
And the leader by 2.
Tom, talking about the scores going up, I think we might have to adjust that wind chill number we were talking about a little bit earlier.
What do you think it feels like? You're out there.
It definitely begins with a 2.
Okay.
Right center of the green.
Safe and smart.
Yeah, for a guy that makes his home in Scottsdale, Arizona, I would imagine it feels like it's in the 20s. But we're going to go with our official weather conditions here, Bones. Feels like 37. Bottom line, it's cold, and it's not usual golfing weather.
Feels like 37 if you're holding a hot chocolate.
Okay, Amy Olsen here, trying to recover from a couple of bogeys in a row here. Trying to cling to red figures.
This up the right center of the green.
Safe, but another one of those classic champions putts of a lot of real estate ahead of her. We move ahead to 5.
And Caitlin Papp working with her caddy and assistant coach, Kate Golden, who played on the tour for 18 years and played nearly 30 major championships in her professional career. So she's got a lot of experience on the bag, and I think that's been a great help for Caitlin. There's Kate. Her 11th season on the women's golf coaching staff at her alma mater, Texas.
Yeah, and she likes the play of Caitlin, just real scrappy and competitive. So she's going to need every bit of scrap in this putt.
Yeah, back up the hill, can give this one a bit of a run. And it just didn't break as much as she thought with that pace. And now she's got a little tricky one coming back down the other way.
Pap, the best of the amateurs hanging in there. And it has been a decorated Texas Longhorn College career for Caitlin Pat-Page.
Yeah, it came out of the gates actually really strong her freshman season and won in one of her first couple of events. Mentioned a junior, however, has graduated now in her 4th year on tour. Unfortunately, again, that junior season had the NCAAs canceled. So I think able to accelerate some of her classes to get done in 3.5 years.
This is a birdie look at the 6 for Se-Young Kim, who won those 2 major championships last year on her way to Rolex Player of the Year honors. That one just drifts by a little bit. Should be okay coming back and remain at +3, a half dozen back to 5.
We haven't seen too many putts that have massive breaks on them, but this is one that is going to break quite a bit for Megan Kang. This for birdie. No, not that much. Steady. So it can get away from you. And Megan will have that to begin the round with 5 straight pars as we go back over to 6.
A-Lim Kim has a birdie attempt. This for 2 in a row. Coming off the birdie at the par 5 5th, and that one creeps over the edge, and we've got another player under par.
Not very many moving in that direction.
No.
It's been a slow back pedal for most players, so any sort of forward momentum, a huge gain on this final round.
Okay, Amy Olsen wants to get a better look at this monster birdie attempt over at the 4th.
And Dan, you can't blame her for taking an extremely long look at this. This is really tough. Got to be close to 55, 60 feet, I would think, but the last 20 is straight downhill, down green. This is an extremely tough lag putt.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you kind of pick that point of which the ball's momentum will carry it through and pick that as your target, whether it's 3/4 of the way in or 60% of the way down. But we saw Megan Kang's putt get away from her in the similar line past the hole, so certainly want to be conservative.
See the ski cap there by Amy. Golf for Africa. Golf for Africa, founded in 2007 by the Hall of Famer Betsy King. And she was a part of a group that went over there and visited and got very involved in that great cause.
This is really moving here.
Yeah, headed left bones and has no designs of stopping until about 12 feet past the hole. So Olsen in danger of 3 bogeys in a row. Back to that in a moment. Over to 5.
And Megan Kang trying to stay 3 behind.
And that's an extraordinary stat. 0 3 putts this week on a golf course that has an average size of 44 paces of a green depth.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the week, didn't we, that these were going to be vital because we thought that a lot of players would have putts like this from long range. Megan Kang 3 putting from short range there. That's a huge mistake. And we'll go back over to 4.
Okay, Shibuno, or I should say Moria Jatanagarn, just safe there on the edge, Bones.
Yeah, she's actually got a very doable pitch here in that it's sitting nicely. She's pitching uphill into the green, so just looking for that quality contact here. Should check up for her. Nice play.
Yeah, she's going to remain on this par stretch at 1 under.
And the short game, such a good part of her game, and you can see narrow stance. Maybe it has to do with where she's standing in relationship to the Cypress Creek, but...
Well, not exactly a day to canoe, I wouldn't think, but we've got some guys fishing down there in the Cypress Creek.
Limited spectators allowed on site, Dan, so maybe trying to sneak their way in.
Unless you've got your own kayak. That's got to be chilly out there in the water, although they're protected down there among the banks.
Yeah, when I looked up great fishing spots in Houston, that did not come up.
All right, beautiful save. Avoids the danger. You saw how close Maria Jutanugarn was down that bank, and she escapes with a par to 5.
This was earlier Jin Young Ko for birdie, and that's well read. Jin Young Ko not only trying to win the US Women's Open today, she's just trying to qualify for next week's Tour Championship, the CME Group Tour Championship, starting the week 105th in the standings, needs to move inside the top 72 by the end of the day to 4.
And Shibuno's turn.
Certainly closer to the hole than Amy Olsen was, but similar issues in that, again, you got a lot of speed around the cup, and from this angle, it's going to be turning quite a bit to the left in the last third. And you're just looking for some kind of lag in a 3 and get out of here. As I mentioned earlier, the 5th, the par 5, is playing downwind, and it'll be nice for these ladies just to play a golf hole without this cold wind in their face for a change.
Beautifully judged.
Really nice touch. It's a good example of staying focused on what seemed to be a pretty straightforward 2-putt par, but making sure you don't make that kind of mistake, that you don't beat yourself. Just notch up your par, take your 2-putt.
Shibuno, a huge star over in Japan. She's kind of the next generation of Ai Miyazato, who was such a good player and a huge star over in Japan. Media has been waiting for her, and they document her every swing, every shot, and they do it in the practice rounds. That's how it works with the Japanese media. You are in the spotlight from the time you arrive, and so that is why we've seen a lot of players, and not just from Japan, but from Asia and South Korea, not able to handle that kind of spotlight when they achieve a certain status in their respective sports. And now Olsen for par, Bones, trying to avoid 3 bogeys in a row.
Yeah, this is a big putt. Obviously, Dan looking to right the ship, get some momentum going here.
Wasn't a bad stroke, just misread.
And so Amy, who started the day at 3 under, all of a sudden back down to even. But you got to tell yourself, everybody else is having a rough, cold, chilly start to it. Still just 3 back. Just a little left for Shibuno, who's in numerous television commercials over in Japan, endorsing all sorts of products. You can see her shirt is well sponsored, and that's how it works over there. And if she was able to win this championship, that meteoric star rise would get even more intense. By 2 over Jutanugarn, back to 5.
Third for Lydia Ko, and Kay, she's not laid it up in a good spot.
No, she hasn't, and she's looking up at the top of the pine tree, gonna hoist a log wedge up and over. Only 70 yards to the hole. Oh, that was brave.
Well, it's sensible as well, because she played left of the bunker. It's going to be a quick putt. As we take a look at that first page of the leaderboard, and Hanako Shibuno trying to become the first player from Japan, male or female, to win multiple major championships. Has a 2-shot lead here over Maria Jutanugarn. Jin Young Ko in the mix. Amy Olsen trying to turn things around. There's Steve Elkington, who's been here this week watching some of the golf. Lives in this area. And now Moria on the tee at the 5th.
Big dogleg left, just looking to hit something hard, put it in play, and possibly give yourself a chance to go for it in 2, but that hit very softly. He's up the right side, so that should be a layup.
And we'll go over to the 7th.
Her sister, just earlier for par, trying to hang in there. Oh, my goodness. What a stretch for Aria. Double at the 5th, bogey at the 6th, and misses a short one at the 7th. Back to 5.
Yeah, I was out on the golf course yesterday during the delay, and they were working so hard on this fairway with the squeegees, Bones. It's really soft.
And certainly Shibuno took a little crack at that one, but it's also up the right side.
Opens the hole up more if you go down the right with the dog leg from right to left. And now Amy Olsen trying to stop the rot. 3 straight bogeys coming into this par 5.
And not much to worry about off this tee. This may not be a bad time for her to reach back just a little bit more. See if you can hammer one and get it out there to the dog leg. And she appears to have done just that. This is quite long, I think, and right up the center. Well done. We'll see if she gets a look from there.
Yeah, not too much mud on the golf ball either, by the looks of things.
Yeah, she's hanging in there. She's had some decent strikes, but working on a streak of 3 bogeys in a row is Amy Olsen, 3 back. Now it's time for Legendary Champions presented by Rolex as we flash back to the only other time this championship was staged in the Lone Star State.
In 1991, we go down to Colonial in Texas, but the weather was so hot, so you had to really pace yourself throughout the week because it's already hard enough to play the Open, let alone 105, 110 degree weather. I found myself close to the lead on Sunday. Birdie the 14th hole.
And Meg Mallon has taken the lead now.
15, make a good putt there, another birdie.
And Meg Mallon makes yet another birdie.
I'm standing on the back of the 16th tee, and the young standard bearer came up and whispered in my ear, "Miss Mallon, I don't know if you know this, but you're leading the U.S. Open." And I did not know that, but I do now. That's your moment where you either you melt or you perform, and fortunately I was able to bring it in on 16, 17, and 18, and fortunately won. It's the ultimate goal that every young girl putts to win a U.S. Open. When you actually get a chance to do that, it's pretty awesome.
Not once, but twice for Meg Mallon, and the conditions here in Houston totally opposite of what Meg went through back at Colonial in 1991 when it was well over 100 degrees. It's hovering right around 43 right now. Feels a lot colder than that to decide this Monday Major, golf's last major of the year. At the 7th, Aylin Kim, who has joined the small group of 3 under par, 1 under. Giving a little body English to that one as it softly rolls down into the bunker on the short side. So that'll be a challenge for her as we move to 8.
Christy Kerr on the tee. Caddy asking for it to get down, and that's going to be just fine. So Christy looking for her first birdie of the round. Goes back a couple to number 6.
Jin Young Ko just on the edge. 4 pars to start and a birdie at the 5th to get to even. Number 1 player in the world avoids that trouble on the right. Back to 5.
And Lydia Ko working on her birdie putt. Yelimino, I think, is probably going to go ahead of Lydia, and she had some problems with her second shot. Kay hooked it left to the green.
Yeah, and then I thought her pitch shot out of the rough would release more than it did, so instead ending up with just inside of 30 feet. Tom, she has a cute outfit on for skiing, doesn't she?
Yes, you got to do what you got to do today.
It's an outfit Lindsey Vonn would be proud of.
It works for golf too. Yeah, so now really not able to be too aggressive with this putt because it's a bit downhill.
Yeah, it can easily get away from you. She's already let one putt get away from her today. The green's still running in upper 12s on the stimp.
Most definitely. They have not lost any speed, especially downgrade, downwind.
And we'll go to 7.
And the third for A-Lim Kim. Saw her land in this bunker. So tricky little shot here.
Yeah, we're going to see her open up that club face really wide. Her rehearsals indicate she's going to take it pretty steep on the backswing too and just come into it with a very steep ankle. That's about as good as you're going to do as far as landing it in position. Still going to be tough to save.
Back to 5.
And here's the putt from Lydia Ko for birdie. Trying to gather some speed.
Yeah, she learned a lot. Oh, that still got away from her. I was going to say she learned quite a bit from nose putt.
Well, you play safe left of the hole. You do pay the penalty by having to deal with the speed. If you go at the hole and miss it long and right, but still on the putting green, you've got to putt back up the hill that you can be more aggressive with. It's the risk and reward of this hole location today. Maria Jutanugarn just laying up at the 5th.
Took it up the left side, trying to create an angle for herself into this right hole location.
Has done a good job with that layup. And now back up to the green where Yelimine No is putting from that other side of the hole, so back up the hill.
And Tom Page talked about it, but along with this counterbalance putter, she decided to go with this arm lock technique that Matt Kuchar's made so popular. And she's felt like it's really helped her, but I just think putting's quite difficult when it gets cold like this because you just, you don't feel anything in your hands.
Well, she's taken her hands out of it with this grip. A larger grip, which reduces the activity of the hands, the lock, which makes the putting stroke come more from the center body. It just becomes a little more difficult to have your touch and feel, and unfortunately, we've seen that today.
You saw 2 3-putts today. No 3-putts the first 3 rounds. Shibuno laying up back in the fairway.
Ideal position up the left side. Have a better angle at this whole location.
And that one's going to be fine, I think. Yep. So back up to the green where Ko is now working on this par putt.
Yeah, you'd think, Tom, you get onto the green and maybe have a chance at birdie, but an easy 2-putt. It doesn't seem like there's hardly any easy 2-putts out here. With it being cold, it's just that much harder to be precise with where you want to leave your approach shots. And with her coming out of the rough.
Oh, Lydia.
Oh, goodness.
Amy Olsen has laid up as well in this group behind.
It's tough when one of the best putters out here is struggling on the greens.
Yeah, it's just getting that feel in your hands, and pretty uncomfortable out there for these players, pretty uncomfortable for everyone.
Well, as a founding partner, the USGA has helped First Tee welcome millions of kids to the game of golf and character-building programs since 1997, and that legacy continues today. For more info on how to get your kids involved, go to firsttee.org. Back over at the 7th for A-Lim Kim for par. Kim is coming off 2 birdies in a row to join the very small group under par, and now trying to stay there. That is a heck of a par for A-Lim Kim from where she was.
And never a doubt, if that doesn't tell you anything about kind of the confidence she's playing with today, especially on the putting greens, walking it in.
Over at the 6th, this is Megan Kang for birdie. She's coming off bogey at the 5th.
And she had that short 3-putt bogey. See if she can get the pace correct on this one.
I think she did.
Well,
about that. And Megan Kang moving it back to even with her first birdie of this final round. We've got so many possibilities and storylines brewing on this frigid Monday in Houston, including Megan Kang's name. She's never won out here. Well, Ariya Jutanugarn at the 8th, Tom?
Yeah, trying to make a birdie after the struggles that we've seen today. So that's a bounce back after the nightmare she's had over those previous 3 holes. Has still had 3 birdies in this final round. Let's go back over to 6.
Jin Young Ko for birdie. Maybe she can follow Kang in here.
Yeah, only came back to the LPGA Tour a couple of weeks ago in preparation for this championship, so we haven't had a chance to see her much. Finished 34th and then 5th last week in Dallas, so still hanging around. Can never ignore the number 1 in the world.
That's the objective in these kinds of championships. Stay in the conversation. To 5.
And Moria with her 3rd.
83 yards, and because there's a downslope between the start of the green and the flag here in terms of pitch, you want to lay the ball up to a yardage where you can create some spin. Moria with 83 yards should be able to do that. It'll be interesting to see if Olsen can, who only has 60 into this whole location. Needs a bounce and a check.
That's a good one.
And he releases down that hill.
This was a little unfortunate, didn't release towards the hole. Talked earlier in the week about being patient as she clipped this one away.
And was able to get that spin on the downslope. You saw how much it released after she was able to fly it all the way back there.
Shibuno shouldn't have any tree trouble here, should she, Bones?
No, she'd have to catch it pretty thin to bring that tree into place. 76 yards, and so much to be impressed by with this young lady, but certainly the way she carries herself out here, she seems very unaffected, very confident. Oh boy, this is really hot and thin, and get down.
Big mistake.
Whoa.
I don't know where that came from. Let's take a look at the strike on this, see if we can see anything. Yeah, that was the knife edge going right into the ball. Great look there from Shibuno, and she has talked about being nervous. Maybe some nerves still jangling around there for her, because that was an unforced error. Now Olsen.
And Shibuno's ball just came up about 3 or 4 yards short of some bushes. I mean, there was a situation there for a second where she could have lost that ball, so lucky that she's got a 4th. Olsen now from 60. Let's see if she can get it stopped.
Asking for it to sit down. Good news is she's going to have a putt. It should stay on the green there.
I think she just laid it up a little too close to the flag there, but an uphill putt coming up for birdie.
Yeah, she can be a bit more aggressive. As we take a look at that first page of the leaderboard, it is Monday. It is live 75th US Women's Open coverage because of the delay yesterday. And Hanako Shibuno with big problems coming up at the 5th. Has that 2-shot lead, but they are bunched behind her. And we'll go to the 8th and A. Lim Kim. This is a moment ago.
This has turned into a birdie opportunity hole with the hole location up and the tee up.
Careful, don't want to get any spin from there. It's going to stay on the green. Player who was 21st on the Korean money list this season, 11th last season. Get a 13.
2-time U.S. Women's Open champion Inbee Park for birdie. Doing what she does best, and that is wield that putter. And that's a nice birdie for Inbee and a nice round going. That's a 2-under round going. That might end up being one of the best rounds by the end of the day, and that is the life for Shibuno.
I think yesterday, Bones, she would have had a casual water situation here, but it's dried up quite a bit and it doesn't look nice at all.
It is muddy, and certainly if she was playing from the grass, I would say this is a shot she can get up and down quite easily. But there's no grass under this golf ball. This is going to be very easy to miss hit.
I should say temporary water, as it's now known in the rules of golf rather than casual water.
Yeah, based on our rehearsals, it looks like she's going to try to use the bounce, which is a little dangerous with mud underneath.
Clipped it nicely. That is a wonderful shot.
How good is that?
That took some nerve to hit that ball that crisply out of that horrendous lie.
Well, anyone who's played the game knows what can happen when you're hitting a ball off mud with a wedge.
When a lot of times you'll choose to use the leading edge a little bit more just to take the contact out of it, but as you can see, just a beautiful use of the bottom of the club face in order to catch it clean. And truly just brave to execute it that way, and what a beautiful shot. Every single time she's put herself a little out of position, she's managed to hit a pretty darn good recovery shot, and that was the best that I've seen this week.
Se-Young Kim almost put it in the water at the 8th. There's now a nice chip back up the green. Good try. She's still working on her first birdie of the round. Currently 6 behind. Let's go back over to the 5th, and Amy Olsen, who's had a nasty run over the last 3 holes, but has a chance here, Bones, to knock one in, get some momentum going.
No question about it, Tom. She doesn't have to be defensive with this one. She can go ahead and really be aggressive.
Hye Lim Kim at the 8th for birdie. And she knocks that in, the player 94th in the world. Gets her to 2 under par, and Amy Olsen rolls it in. So that is good news for Amy. And a few birdies. We haven't seen too many today, and then we see 2 in the space of seconds.
How about that? Double box birdies on a day like today. And that stops this bogey run by Olsen in a big way.
And now Shabuno to save a par that looked like it could have been a big number.
Boy, I tell you what, there are saves, and then there are incredible saves, and this certainly would be one. This is not an easy putt, though. There's a lot of left to right grain that you have to factor into this read.
Well, nothing about her routine is sped up. Putting stroke has stayed with a nice pace throughout all the nerves that she's had the last couple days.
Wow. What an up and down.
Well, if you're wearing a hat at home, you should tip it right now to that young lady. Holy Toledo.
Just tipped her own. And there's the smiling Cinderella again. What an up and down.
Well, the other thing is, after the bladed 3rd shot, heart rate tends to go up, intensity tends to go up after that kind of mistake, and able to calm herself down to get one of the most dramatic up and downs.
Let's take one more look at what she was able to do off the mud behind the green. And just clips it perfectly.
We can't see the surface of the landing area at all, and still able to judge it with incredible touch.
And that putt, I mean, it had a lot of movement on it. Got to get the speed right.
Yeah, the uncomfortable left to right putt for right-handed putters. Never a doubt.
Yeah, that was 6 and 7 in play easily there, but she comes out of it with a 5.
Now, Moria has a tricky one for birdie.
Very similar to the putt that Shabuno just made.
And leaves it on the high side. So easy to do. So she will remain at 1 under and a couple of shots behind, assuming that that one goes in. She's going to take her time and just make sure she's got the right line.
When you're witnessing Shabuno make these magical up and downs and recovery shots, it closes the door pretty quickly.
Here's Kim, too, 2nd over at the 6th. She is at +1 despite a couple bogeys at 2 and 3, and pays the price for a bad one there at 6. And back to the 5th.
And just a little putt for par for Moria Jutanugarn. Waited a long time for her first win on tour. It came in her 156th start in 2018 in Los Angeles, at Wilshire Country Club.
Wow, well, in the last 10-15 minutes we have seen a lot of everything, and that is some really errant shots on a difficult day where you're just trying to get a grip on the club. So we've seen some wild looking shots by the best women players in the world, but we saw one of the best up and downs we have seen all week by Hanako Shibuno at the 5th to save par. A-Lim Kim is on a birdie roll, if that's possible here on this Monday. Jutanagarn Mori is right there. We just saw Amy Olsen pick up her first birdie of the day. The only 4 players under par. So they're tightly bunched at the top here in the 75th U.S. Women's Open, being played in the month of December for the very first time. And so, Paige, some erratic shots, as we have seen. I think this is going to be incredibly intriguing down the stretch here, because we've had several indications of how hard it is for these players to just get a feel, not only on some of these shots that we've seen hit thin, like by Shibuno, but the putts on the greens have been pretty erratic too.
I have no certainty of what is going to happen the remainder of the day, and that makes it so exciting. But for these players, Shibuno has managed to continue to shut the door a little bit. Every time she's been out of position, she's been able to recover, and she's been on the radar since her 36-hole lead, which was 3 shots, and really pacing how is she going to perform, because birdies are so rare out there, it becomes so difficult to chase. So my eye will continue to be on Shibuno and see if she can minimize the mistakes and maintain her position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, the resumption of this final round started at about 1 o'clock in the morning in Japan, and you know that millions over there are riveted to it to see if their gal Hanako Shibuno can hang on to the biggest championship in the world. Let's check in with the #1 player in the world, Jin Young Ko, over at the 7th.
Yeah, this is the narrowest of the greens on the golf course, and the whole location in the narrowest part of the green, so that well judged and leaves her a good look at birdie.
And back to the 6th, 370-yard par 4, and the final group. I still can't get over that par save by Shibuno. But Amy Olsen will have the honor with her birdie bones, and that, you would think, is about the best thing that could possibly happen here to Amy after 3 consecutive bogeys.
No question about it. Little spring in her step, big smile coming off that 5th green. She's got to be careful here. This whole dogleg's a little to the left, and she's got some helping wind, which makes fitting the ball into this fairway a little tougher with driver. Boy, hammered up the left side, though. That is just perfect.
I love watching that golf
Man.
swing. So balanced. She gets a good pop out of it, but you wouldn't know. It's so graceful. Watch the footwork and just how balanced she is throughout her golf swing. And high hands coming through. Works with Ron Stockton. And you can see get a little up on her toes, but never off balance. Never trying to overswing. Just always stays within herself. A tall player and able to get a lot of leverage.
Yeah, talked about all the golf tournaments she won while at North Dakota State. 20 in all in her college years. That broke Julie Inkster's Division I record of 17 victories. But again, Amy Olsen has not won out here as a professional on the LPGA Tour. Moria Jutanagarn is next. One of 4 players under par right now, just 2 back.
She's pulled this into the left rough and might have some significant tree trouble.
Moria is thus far the only player in this final grouping to not make a bogey. And Shibuno coming off a star par save.
Houdini also going with driver.
There might be a Christmas sweater party for Shibuno somewhere here at Champions Bones if she's able to hang on.
This is piped right down the center.
Yep, quick pickup of the tee by Hanako, and she is in good shape. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is being presented by Rolex. It was a much warmer start to the week of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship, but after the rain moved through here yesterday, it has gotten frigid. Future sights, we hope it's a little warmer at Kay Cockrell's Olympic Club for next year's U.S. Open, staged in San Francisco. Back to Pine Needles the following year, Pebble Beach in 2023.
For the first time ever for the U.S. Women's Open, so I know a lot of women were excited when they saw that in the lineup and looking forward to playing at some incredible venues in the coming years.
They go to some of the best sites anywhere in this country. Lydia Ko's over at the 6 looking for birdie. Coming off back-to-back bogeys. And Lydia Ko just burns the right edge. She'll stay at +2, 5 back. Over at the par 5 9th, Ariya Jutanugarn's adventure continues.
She's taken us on a little roller coaster, and
well, that's her third of this par 5, so maybe she can make it 2 birdies in a row here to end this adventurous, rollicking front 9.
How about that touch, though?
Looks like it's going to be 4 birdies, Paige, 3 bogeys, and a double for Ariya Jutanugarn. That to get her back to +2 within a handful of Hinako Shibuno. So Alim Kim has moved into the picture. Jutanugarn and Olsen, only other players under par. And there's the #1 player, lurking 3 back along with Megan Kang. The amateur Caitlin Papp still not out of it. Just 4 back, and there she is over at the 7th. Scrambling again. A number of times we've seen her short game on display here.
Yeah, and uniquely plays mostly a shut face on the way back and just uses the bounce on these little shots.
All pars, just 1 bogey for Caitlin, and another one has eyes of going down. What a shot by Papp.
Fantastic, and to be in the spotlight for as long as she has in this championship, she's continued to perform, has shown some incredible poise, and still very much in.
Another look at this short game by Papp, just superb touch.
Yeah, gripping down for more control, but as you can see, just a shut club face, allowing for that release.
Began playing this game of golf in Japan, no less, at age 6, where they spent, she and the family, about 3 years. Her father, Tony, was stationed in the U.S. Navy. And so where she began the game of golf in Japan, she is chasing Japan's biggest star right now, Shibuno, as an amateur, as Papp moves within 3. And Jutanugarn looking to move a little closer within 5 for another birdie on a rollicking front 9 here at Champions. It adds up to a +1, 37. Up ahead to 14, Tom.
This was just earlier. Inbee Park back up the hill here can be aggressive. And right in the middle. Watch out for Inbee Park. She is on a run here. 3 birdies in the last, 6 holes? To 7.
Jin Young Ko looking for birdie and Paige. At this point, you wonder, what a post would do, maybe Inbee Park and that even par range. Wow. That one almost dropped for Jin Young Ko.
Yeah, a lot of the more difficult holes are on the finishing stretch. The 17th and 18th both have played the top 5 most difficult, so getting in the clubhouse is definitely valuable.
Jin Young Ko nearly became the latest player to move to under par. And this is Megan King for bogey at the 7th now. She's had a little up and down stretch here in the last 3 holes. Bogey at 5, birdie at 6. And hoping to drop just 1 here. Okay. +1 for Megan King, falls to 4 back. Not happy with her latest drop shot. Shibuno over at the 6 from 147. Last big shot she hit was really thin. Over at the 5th, got away with it. This one a lot more solid.
And safe. Difficult to get too close to these front hole locations because the greens are releasing.
So now it's Moria's turn. And what kind of angle does she have, Bones?
Well, she's very lucky in that she's got a great lie. She can play under the trees in front of her and run it up on the green. And the USGA is encouraging ready golf, and that's what we just got because Shibuno wasn't away. But she went ahead and played, and Moria now from 4 yards further away is going to punch something under the tree and hopefully run it on the green through these damn fairways. Boy, she actually took a little right of it and played a draw. And again, that moisture in the fairway gobbled it up, but not a bad play from there. Quite easy to get that up and down.
She'll put the big gloves on, and we'll take another look at how this came out.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge, is the big question mark of how this golf ball is going to respond to the wet turf. We mentioned it before. The green's staying pretty dry, but the fairway's pretty saturated still.
Third for A-Lim Kim over at the par 5 9. Kate Cockrell has hustled up with this group.
Yeah, beautiful layup to the right-hand side, giving her a good look to this left hole location. And even despite hitting a decent little shot in here, just releases over.
Yeah, a lot of hole locations around these greens have fall-offs. There's not one trend. There's not a front-to-back trend on the holes.
Back at 6, Amy Olsen coming off her first birdie of the day.
Good position.
And Amy Olsen delivers a beauty in there. Takes the slope left to right, and will have a chance at 2 in a row after 3 bogeys in a row as we shift to 8.
Only 104 yards today. The tee moved up a tee box, as you can see, and it's a cute little hole location. You can have some fun with it. Staring it down, and it's going to be just fine. Back up the hill for her birdie putt to make it back-to-back birdies and get it under par in a US Women's Open, and just, if that goes in, she'll be 2 behind. It may help, Pap, that there are no fans out there, that it's a Monday, it's a very different feel for everybody. There's no roars, you can't get a sense of what's happening in other groups. There are some leaderboards dotted around, but that may help the amateur. Now, Jin Young Ko, who knows what it's like to be in the heat at a major championship with a couple of major titles. Over it, she was staring it down, and that's a good look at birdie. It would take Jin Young Ko to 2 under for the round, and she would only be a couple behind. Back to 6.
And the third for Moria.
A dirty golf ball, but I wouldn't say muddy, so I think contact here shouldn't be too difficult. I think judging this for pace is going to be certainly the toughest part. It's going to work to her right at the end, much like we saw Olsen's second shot.
5 straight pars to begin the round, trying to stay at 1 under. It appears she is.
She's had a couple of those today. Missed the green on the first hole. Just had a very similar pitch shot on the first. Showing some nice touch.
Yep, should be 6 pars in a row for Moria Jutanugarn. Again, one of the very few contenders to not make a bogey yet on this very difficult day.
This is about as much stress as we've seen. She has been in position throughout with those pars. There's not been really difficult par saves.
Well, as Sanako Shibuno lines this up, you talk about a Cinderella ending. At the AIG Women's Open, a birdie putt at the 72nd hole for Shibuno to put away the AIG Women's Open in England last summer in her very first LPGA start. This is her very first U.S. Women's Open appearance. So it's mind-boggling how she has crashed the world of golf and women's play here in the last couple of years, or last year, I should say. Now this for birdie.
And Dan, we're seeing something here on this hole that I think is going to play in the rest of this championship round, and that is the difference in length between Shibuno and Olsen. Shibuno was basically forced to play very conservatively with her second here from the yardage she ultimately had. But with Olsen driving at some 20-30 yards past Shibuno, she was able to be much more aggressive with her second, and as we saw, stiff to short iron.
Wow, so it's that big of a difference between the two, Bones, huh? Wow.
It certainly is at times. I think that, Amy's certainly got a little more pop.
Yeah, maybe making even a bigger difference at times with this cold weather and damp, soggy conditions. Okay, Alim Kim over at the 9th as this one got away.
Yeah, big mistake there. Watching that release off the back now, chipping from the rough. Handled that nicely, though.
Yep,
walk away with a good par.
Yeah, par save. This is going to be a bogey-free 3-under opening 9 for Alim Kim to announce her presence. 2 under, 1 back. Now Amy Olsen with a chance for 2 in a row.
There is some break here. Despite how short it is, this is at least right edge.
Got it. Read it perfectly. And that tough stretch has now been turned into 2 birdies in a row for Amy Olsen. Puts a smile on her face on a weekend when that has been tough to find. Again, her husband flying back home to North Dakota after he came out here in hopes of cheering on Amy to victory here in her first win. Of course, he had to turn right back around and go back to North Dakota. He's a linebacker coach at North Dakota State, where he was a standout All-American linebacker for the Bisons. And Amy, of course, was an outstanding player for the same college. That's where they met. And now Moria for par to make it 6 in a row to start her final round.
Just a little slider here.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Most stress she's had, but in the end, she kind of made it look easy.
And she'll have a couple birdie opportunities come up. We've seen the 8th hole being able to take advantage of, and heading to the 7th tee now.
To the 8th.
Pap's got a good look at birdie here. 24 players have come through this hole. We've seen 8 birdies. A good chance for a 2, and that was almost going to drop. Just died at the end. Now we'll go up 1 to 9.
And as you look at Alim Kim, who has made a run here, I give you a little example of how she has fashioned out this opening 9, the first of 2 in a row, and the first of 3. Paige came here at the 5th.
Yeah, and it's not exactly the way you would typically draw it up at that whole location. Not easy to get close to.
So that got her back to even. She started the day at +1 and then taking aim for 2 in a row at the 6th to get it into red numbers.
Yeah, and everything about the pace on that putt was perfect.
And then when she was out of position, the putter saved her at the 7th.
Walk it in. That putter is red hot for her today.
Kept her at 1 under, and then her last birdie of this opening 9 at the 8th with a perfect read. So Alim Kim, one of those golfers that not a lot of people know about. There's been so many golfers from South Korea to come over here and make their mark, but Alim Kim, 25 years old, 21st on the Korean LPGA money list in 2020. Finished the season with 4 straight top 10s, so her game had been trending coming in, but this is some spectacular stuff. Back to 8.
And the player who has spent 84 weeks at the top of the Rolex rankings, 72 consecutive as the world #1, has this to get it under par and just dribbles it into the hole. So Jin Young Ko is very much in the mix, and look how steady she has been in this final round of the US Women's Open. 2 behind. Wrapped up warm.
And the list of players under par grows to 5 with the addition of world #1. And now Amy Olsen coming off 2 in a row, Bones. Now going to show us this long, fluid driver swing at the 7th.
And what a thing of beauty it is. And again, with helping wind here and a dogleg right, she's in a position where if she can really catch one, get it up in the air, she can cut off a little bit of this dogleg and Maybe leave herself another short iron. This is right up the center of the fairway. Another quality swing.
She's got a little extra trajectory on the ball relative to some of the players that she's playing against, and that does help, especially when the conditions are so soft.
For the closing par for A-Lim Kim at the 9th. Beautiful up and down from the backside of this par 5, and so out in 3 under 33. Tied for second right now with Olsen, who's now made 2 in a row, and the 2 others under par, Ko and Jutanugarn. And Moria is getting ready over at the 7th.
Wind freshening at her back. Up the left side, but looking good. But quite a ways behind Olsen.
Looks like it picked up a little mud on the ball there, as has been the case the last 2 days.
And when Shibuno comes off a green, she has somebody here in her entourage that hands her a jacket and some ski gloves just to warm her up on her way to the next tee. Nice thing to have.
Really stands a ways away from the ball, kind of leans over and opens up that stance.
Yeah, it's very interesting address position. She does stretch quite a bit. You don't see that natural arm hang. A lot more tension in her arms, you can see from both front on and down the line. But when she's swinging it well, you can see the confidence in her game come from placing that drive in the fairway.
So Shibuno continues to lead, but it's a one-shot lead. And Jin Young Ko on the tee at the par 5 9th. Seems to be swinging with some confidence, you can just tell.
Yeah, it's a player that we've seen be so consistent for so long and gained a lot of confidence actually when she first won on the LPGA Tour. She was playing with a couple other South Koreans who were a lot more popular than she was, but she was able to take them down.
Well, is your daughter aged 6 to 17? You can enroll her in LPGA USGA Girls Golf. It's a program that the USGA has supported for more than 25 years. Help empower and energize girls in golf by visiting girlsgolf.org today. Back at the 9th for Pap. 3 back. She likes that one. Gets it out there close to Jin Young Ko. And now Megan Kang, the last of this group to go. Been an adventure for her coming down the last few holes of this 9. 3 bogeys and a birdie, but safely on the left side of this par 5 9th fairway. Back to the 7th, we check in with Yalimi No again. Now a full 6 back. This her 3rd. Just trying to get it back on track here, and that'll do it.
Yeah, a lot of collection areas. The 7th, this particular collection area, the largest, so you can see just how much elevation she had to come up and on to the green.
And the 19-year-old will stay at +3 with a nice save there. Uninterrupted coverage of this USGA Championship being presented by Rolex. Winds continue to whip the flags here at Champions Golf Club. Just doesn't feel like it's warmed up any after an 8 a.m. resumption of the final round local time, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Glad you're with us on this Monday major on an overcast, frigid day in the Lone Star State. Final major of the year coming to a close. Hanako Shibuno trying to make it 2 majors. A-Lim Kim, Amy Olsen, 1 back. And Jin Young Ko and Moria Jutanugarn, the only other players under par. And we've got a great story brewing perhaps in Caitlin Papp, hanging in there as an amateur. 1 of 6 to make it to the 3rd and final round. Christy Kerr, oldest player in the field at +5. Just a miracle that she even competed here this week. And she was in contention for a long time before drifting away a bit in this final round. And more amateurs. Gabriella Ruffles, a U.S. Women's Amateur champion in her own right, who finished runner-up to Rose Zhang earlier this summer. Having a great week. All right, Kim 2 over at the 7th for birdie. coming off double at the 6th. And a nice 2-putt there will remain +3. Miracle that she made it to the 3rd and final rounds. Those 3 straight birdies to end her 2nd round, to make the cut on the number. Had designs of trying to pull off the biggest 36-hole comeback in U.S. Women's Open history. It's going to be a challenge after dropping a few. Megan Kang now getting ready over at the 9th with her 2nd. She's gone bogey, birdie, bogey, bogey the last 4 holes.
Well, an opportunity here in good position to try to get a birdie.
Oh my God, a pretty good layup on this one.
Yes, a good layup is correct. Good angle at that back left hole location.
Megan joined the LPGA Tour 4 years ago at the age of 18. After getting through all 3 stages of the LPGA Q School in 2015 as an amateur, did not attend college, obviously had numerous opportunities to do so, but this is the route she has chosen and still looking for her first win. Now the amateur Pap with her 2nd.
Not only is she playing on the biggest stage in women's golf, but she's also playing with some of the best players. She had a very comfortable pairing in the 3rd round, playing with Shibuno, who is kind, but she's got the #1 player in the world and a Solheim Cupper in her group today.
There's Moria Jutanagarn over at the 7th. All pars today, 6 in a row.
181 yards to this green, something of a staircase green, so you want to get the ball on the proper level, if you will.
When Moria won that breakthrough at Wilshire Country Club a couple of years ago, it was her sister Aria who was more happy for her than anybody in the entire gallery. An emotional win for Moria, who's watched her sister become a big-time winner out here with 10 wins. And Moria, boy, if she would be able to close the deal in this today, be an emotional day for the sisters, that's for sure. She's just over the left side over there, safely aboard. And back over at the 9th, Jin Young Ko's 2nd at this par 5.
Again, just about positioning. Looking for a good angle to the back hole location.
Mentioned that Moria was bogey-free. Jin Young Ko working on a bogey-free round thus far. And now Hinako Shibuno over at the 7th.
This flag tucked up against the right side of the green, so if you're going to be aggressive here, you're certainly taking on some risk in terms of the right green side bunker. And this is up the right side.
Yeah, big miss.
And that's going to be a really big challenge to be able to stop it anywhere close to that hole location. Gonna have to navigate those sprinklers too that might come into play in her landing area.
Olsen is next.
Olsen now from 154. It's downwind and with the pin just over a ridge. Again, an opportunity here for Amy to generate some spin and maybe give herself yet another solid birdie opportunity. Just threw on the rain pants, which is an indication of the fact that it is not getting any warmer out here.
Even girls from North Dakota getting a little chilly.
Boy, is that flush. And good looking too.
Wow. All over the stick, just a little bit too much as it drifts back, but another indication that Olsen is hitting the flush And again, Bones mentioned it's downwind, and it did just land on that downslope a little bit that kind of propelled it forward instead of being able to kind of check up there.
Yeah, you can see the change in color of the grain. That indicates where the upslope and then the downslope would be. And
back over at the 9th, we've got some thirds upcoming here for this group. The amateur Pat to play first. Okay.
Not bad.
It's going to go back to toward the end of the green, but a birdie look it'll be for Pat. Is it going to stay? Oh, man, we've seen that more than a couple times. That's just going to stay up in the fringe there. Yeah, if there was a scouting report that could be given to these players here at the 9th, it would be like, watch out for the run out behind the flag at 9. We go to 15 for Inbee Park. This for par. And there is that silky putting stroke, which enables MB to stay at +2 and gives her hopes of posting some kind of number that maybe would have a chance. But you get the feeling she'd have to pick up at least maybe a couple more birdies to be a factor. Over at the top, Aylin Kemp, okay?
Coming out of the right fairway bunker, launched that 6-iron really high. It was great contact. Beautiful shot.
that was amazing to get that kind of stability with the lower body and launching it that high.
And she's smiling behind that mask.
Yeah, especially with the ball above her feet. You don't often see the ball come out that high. But watch how stable the lower body is. No slipping.
Back up to 7 for Shibuno, Bones.
And I would say if you have a very good short game, you would probably only get this ball up and down maybe 20-30% of the time. She's got next to no green to work with, a fluffy lie, and it's downwind, downhill, down green where the ball lands. This is extremely difficult. If she blocks this just a little bit, there's also some sprinklers in play.
Well, remember what she did back at the 5th. When seemingly impossible up and down there. And there are those sprinklers. Sprinkler heads just short of it. And it is another gem for Shibuno.
That's nuts.
Her short game is world class, it appears.
It certainly has been this week. Giving herself a nice look at this, and you can see just how clean she was going to have to catch it. And there was not a better place to land it. Anything further or over those sprinkler heads would have run away. It was a very small dime she had to land it on.
Let's get back over to the par 5 9th. This was just earlier Jin Young Ko's 3rd. Again, working on a 2-under bogey-free front 9. She takes a little bit more of the conservative approach. Doesn't want to mess with that hole location too much. And now Megan Kang, the last to play. Takes a big divot there. Gets it to check up.
It definitely came with a descending blow on that.
Megan Kang is like the Christy Kerr of her own generation, talking to herself the whole way. Amy Olsen now over at the 7th, Bones.
Yeah, you just have to call this a severe hole location. She actually took her stance there and stepped on a sprinkler head, so she may be looking for a little relief, but very unlucky to have a putt of this length considering how good her second shot was.
Let's bring in Catherine Belanger, our rules expert for the USGA, and this is a gimme for you, Catherine, we know.
Well, we see that Amy's stance there is on the sprinkler head, which is an immovable obstruction, so she is entitled to take this free relief. We see she's found her nearest point of complete relief, and she's going to go ahead and drop within 1 club length from there.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. There we go, get down there a little bit lower. The new drop rules, which went into effect a while back. Below the knee, you can drop from.
That below the knee drop actually was good there for Amy. That ball, you know, back in the day, knee high would have, knee high drop. That thing could have picked up a little momentum and run down into the rough. So now 40 feet back up the hill.
Oh man, Great speed there for Amy. And that is her only par since the first hole. She went 3 bogeys in a row, the 2 birdies in a row, rooting that one on, and that's going to be safely in to stay at 2 under over at the 9th. 4th coming back to the stick here for Pap.
This is makeable, though. Clean contact should be straightforward.
Especially with her short game, right?
Yeah, we've already seen a couple that she's been able to dunk this week.
So Pap is safely in for par at the 9th. And so for the amateur from Texas, it's going to be an even par opening 9 to stay right there within 3. Trying to make history of her own. Elim Kim is over at the 10th K for birdie.
Good news is she hit a great shot. She's on the green, reasonable distance from the hole. Bad news is this has a fair amount of right to left break in it, so I think it's going to be a low percentage putt that she could make. Really has to time that break in speed just perfectly.
And that one will drift away like we've seen so many today. Back over to 7. And this is Moria coming up for birdie.
Tough read.
Yeah, it is difficult. You could tell where she was standing, the ball below her feet, but the end of the putt moving the opposite direction.
Back over to the 9th, Jin Young Ko for birdie. This will be her 3rd of this opening 9. Right, a par for her. 2 under, out in 34 for the world number 1. So the drama and the tension building on this major championship Monday. These cold, cold temperatures in Shibuno with that incredible short game. Again, we saw that amazing up and down at the 5th. Was out of position here and has a chance to save par. So that's Shibuno, lower right for par at 7, and Elim Kim the same for par upper left at the 10th. Elim Kim has yet to make a bogey today. Just 1 bogey so far for Shibuno came at the 2nd. And she picks up another one at the 7th. So unable to take advantage of that beautiful short game. And Elim Kim up top there also with a bogey at the 10th. So Kim drops down to 1 under. Shibuno drops down to 2 under. And all of a sudden, things have tightened up considerably just in a matter of seconds there. Amy Olsen is now at 2 under and tied with Shibuno atop the board. Even despite 3 bogeys in a row in the early going, the American from North Dakota tied for the lead. Jin Young Ko a stroke back. Morio Jatanagarn has been cranking out pars. Has a little left at 7 to stay at 1 under. And Elim Kim with that first mishap. And there is Olsen on an incredibly difficult weekend, persevering through this U.S. Women's Open as her husband flew back home to North Dakota to be with the family after the loss of his father. So Amy Olsen tied for the lead in the biggest and most prestigious event they play. Tied with Shibuno. We'll keep it right here for Morio Jatanagarn, who's trying to stay at 1 under, Bones.
And if you're going to leave yourself a putt of this length, she left it on the absolute perfect side of the hole to have a putt she can be aggressive with, take a little break out of it. Wind picking up, and it is getting that much colder at the moment.
Yeah, it does not seem like it's gotten 1 degree warmer today, maybe even a little chillier. That was pulled all the way.
She is known for her solid and consistent putting, but that you could tell right off the bat was not a strong stroke. That was quick in the transition and left off the face.
Yeah, she's had some nice saves today to keep a par streak going, but ends up a 3-putt bogey here for Morio Jatanagarn to fall out of the group at under par. And we have said it on more than one occasion today. Some of the women here recording their first 3 putts of the week, and that is the same for Mori Jutanugarn right there at the 7th. Have to believe it has a lot to do with these temperatures, just trying to get your feel around the club, whether it's a putter or a driver or whatever you're swinging out there. This was a moment ago over at the par 5 ninth. Megan King for birdie. Trying to get a little closer. And with the lead backing up, Megan King has designs of breaking through for the first time at the U.S. Women's Open. Moves within 3 with her second birdie to close out her opening 9. So she's out in plus 137. After the 74 in the 3rd round, Megan King right there, just outside the evens of Jutanugarn, who falls into that position with the amateur pap. Olsen and Shibuno, your co-leaders in the 75th U.S. Women's Open. As we go back out to the little par 3 8th.
Yeah, a little today because the tee has been moved up and the flag put on that front right portion of the green. So it's a very small target, but they've only got a wedge in hand.
Well, you said it, Tom, 104 yards, but interesting in terms of strategy today. If you play about 30 feet left of the flag, you can take the back bunker out of play. But certainly if you want to play aggressive from just 104 yards, and the ball flights down into this strong north wind that is in their face, you can very easily hit this over the green into the sand. So a hole you can make a 2 on, but certainly a hole you can make a 4 on also.
We've seen a lot of players going right at it today. Let's see if Amy plays safe, as you say, Bones, or is more aggressive.
Going at it, this is slightly left of the flag.
It's fine right there. And you pitch it on the front of the green with a bit of spin. There is a chance that it could come back into the penalty area, but no problem with that length.
This Amy Olsen is a cool customer.
Have to be in a day like today.
Do you think 50 or you think 10? It's hurting me.
Yeah, it's hurting.
So let's say 10, that would be 14, 15. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
So I can be aggressive.
Yeah, you can be aggressive with that, yeah.
Mario's been quite solid today, certainly coming off a short miss, but I can't help when I look at her to think that she's the one of the 3 ladies in this last group that is most affected by the cold weather. She's been jumping up and down a lot, just trying to generate a little blood flow. And you got to wonder here now, coming off that bogey on the previous hole, if she's going to be that much more likely to play aggressive here, try and get the shot back.
Well, we've seen a good number of birdies on this hole, so the ball is not going anywhere once it hits the green. So there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity here for a birdie.
It's going to be 92 degrees today in Bangkok. That's where they spent the COVID shutdown. So I'm not necessarily used to this kind of weather. The Jutanugarn sisters growing up in Thailand.
Cutting just left of the flag.
Yeah, right on the number. Very, very good. And a really good look at her first birdie of the round. A lot of work to get the calculations, but they got it right in the end. Olsen and Shibuno tied for the lead. And here is Shibuno on the tee.
Well, she's had such a great week heading into today. Just getting a little last info from her man in the bag. But certainly has got to be feeling it a little bit now in terms of nerves. Coming off that miss at the last.
Yeah, and if there's any sense of urgency to try to get a birdie or pick up a birdie to regain that lead, it would be here on the 8th and again on the 9th to par 5.
Exactly right. At 9th hole, we'll be playing downwind, so scoring opportunities in the next half hour for these players. Aggressive also.
The 3 good tee shots and 3 looks at birdie. 1 very good look. Let's go to 10.
In the second shot for Megan Kang at this 397-yard par 4. And Kay Cockrell is hustled over to this group.
Yeah, she's got a big number in, just trying to get it somewhere on the green, ride the flagstick. Yeah, that was really well done. Beautiful shot.
Megan Kang coming off birdie at the 9th to get to +1. And also included in this group is Jin Young Ko, who had a flawless opening 9, 2 under, out in 34, and is just 1 back, currently in a tie for 3rd.
Doesn't surprise me that she's worked her way up this leaderboard. Such a solid player. There's really no weakness to her game. And on a day where pars are valuable, she's the kind of player that's going to take advantage of that.
Two great shots. As much as 8 and 9 are scoring opportunities, 10 and 11 are full tests for the players.
We go to 11.
Jong Eun Lee 6, the defending champion for a birdie. Won last summer at the Country Club of Charleston. Only LPGA Tour win, and rolls it right in. So Lee 6 looking for a big back 9. 4 over. You never quite know. US Women's Open, do you? Back to 10.
No, you don't. Especially on a day like today, with these conditions. Pap all bundled up with her Longhorn burnt orange ski cap.
The longest drive of the threesome, able to come in with an iron.
Oh man, what a shot by Pap. Says, I'm not going away. There's a little history on the line for me.
Yeah.
Only one amateur has won this in the history of the championship.
And how about playing with the #1 player in the world?
And it came back in 1967 when Catherine Lacoste made it happen. 2-shot win over runner-up Susie Maxwell. Again, the only amateur ever to win the U.S. Women's Open. It came at the Homestead in a little more balmier conditions. But Caitlin Papp is in position to perhaps make a run at that kind of history back over at the 8th.
Hanako Shibuno, 20 consecutive holes without a birdie. Make it 21 now. Catherine Lacoste often comes to the Evian Championship. And still very much a fan of the game, as you would expect. So Shibuno will remain at 2 under. And Amy Olsen will have a chance to take the outright lead.
Well, certainly it's where she would have liked to have left it underneath the hole, but I think it's a tougher read than might appear on your televisions in that there's a lot of left to right grain. The slope is pretty level, but I think the grain could really influence this putt in terms of it breaking a little bit to the right.
Yeah, it's a good angle of what Burns was talking about. Doesn't have enough speed on that line. So it'll be a 3. And they'll stay tied at the top. And Amy has bounced back nicely. 3 straight bogeys earlier in the day, going the wrong way. But it has steadied the ship on a day that has got to be tough for her, with the loss of her father-in-law a couple of days ago, having to deal with that news, and also try and win for the first time on the tour. She's never won before, let alone a major championship. Now Moria, a lot easier look here, Bones, but still needs some concentration.
Yes, a couple of feet, but again, she's going to have to factor in that grain. So probably just a little bit of right break here. But a heck of a shot coming off that bogey on the 7th.
Very nice bounce back after the short miss putt on the previous green.
Over at the 10th, Jin Young Ko, birdie to tie for the lead. And again, the latest example.
Dan, we know how fast that is, but players are really surprised just how speedy this putt on the 10th hole is from hole high right.
Yeah, it's a lot like the first round and early in the championship when the players were just getting used to the speeds here. Back at 11.
This is A-Lim Kim dealing with some tree limbs herself there.
And dangerous if you get too aggressive with it. There is water looming on the left, but that a very nice leave, all things considered.
And we'll go back over to 10.
Megan King.
Well, Megan is putting from virtually the same spot that Jin Young Ko just putted from, and she had to quickly reassess perhaps how hard she wants to hit this. She's got to play this no more like if it were a 3 or 4 footer. Yeah, just really softly hit that.
Yep, you know how he can get away. And boy, she almost drained it. So Megan remain at +1. And we'll focus in on the 22-year-old amateur Caitlin Papp, who remembers first realizing what a big deal this championship was 10 years ago when she said she was watching Paula Creamer on TV win her U.S. Women's Open at Oakmont. And now with a chance to break into red figures and get within 1.
That was a pretty inspirational performance that Paula put on. I can understand how that would have really motivated this young woman as a young teen. This tricky putt as well doesn't have the same speed. A little right to left movement.
Almost. It was a good try. Just missed on the high side. And back over to the par 5. 9th on the tee for Moria.
Helping win, but I'm not sure Moria has enough pop to get there in 2. But there's not much to worry about here, so if you want to give it a rip, help yourself. Left center, good shot.
And we'll keep it right here for Amy Olsen. By the way, the temperature back where Amy and her husband live in North Dakota has crept up to 3 degrees. In case you're wondering. Feels like it out here, Bones, huh?
Yeah, tell me about it. Amy now with a chance to get one up in the wind, see if she can hammer one here. Give herself a shot. This cutting up the left center. Might need a bounce if she's going to have any chance to get there in 2.
Yeah, she's fine.
Way past Moria's ball.
Back to 10. And coming back, Jin Young Ko for par.
As fast as that birdie putt was downhill, down green, this slow into the green uphill.
And the first bogey of this round for Jin Young Ko takes a step back to even. 2 back. Shibuno with the 9th.
Good drive. As you guys mentioned, Shibuno looking to get off the schneid in terms of making some birdies.
So the American and the player from Japan walking down the rain-soaked fairway at the 9th. And we go to 11.
And this is what we knew we would see at the beginning of the week. Long putts. A-Lim Kim just trying to get the speed right. 5th day of competition here at Champions, so players should have a good idea of the speed, but didn't quite get it right. A-Lim Kim playing her first professional event in the United States, and she's 1 behind at the U.S. Women's Open.
Along with Jatanagarn, Shibuno and Olsen, the co-leaders, as it's now time for this message from the USGA.
Mary Kay Wright, former USGA Girls Champion.
She exhibited grace and humility, was a major force in women's professional golf in its earliest years, and earned the respect and admiration of all who watched her swing a club, and man, could she swing a club. 82 professional victories, 13 majors, and a record-tying 4 U.S. Women's Open titles. Mickey Wright embodied what it meant to be a great competitor. Great mental strength, course management, unparalleled shot making set a standard for every golfer in her footsteps. And the top prize in women's golf in honor of Mickey, who passed away earlier this year at the age of 85, it is now known as the Mickey Wright Medal, awarded to the champions of the U.S. Women's Open, forever linking them to one of the game's true legends. And another nice touch by the USGA today for this final round, the silhouette of Mickey flying on the flag at the 18th here at Champions Golf Club. Back at 17.
Inbee Park for a birdie to get to 1 over par. Back up the hill, pretty straight. So just thinking about this, I'm just thinking, if she makes a birdie at 18 and posts even, you never know. You never know. Alim Kim has left herself quite a lot of work to do here. This for par. And that, I'm not sure technically would go down as a 3-putt. I think her ball was just off the green. It's going to feel like a 3-putt, not getting the speed right with that first effort, and it is back-to-back bogeys, and she falls back to even, couple behind. What do you think, Paige? Even par?
It's going to make everybody think. Inbee Park just has the ability to show up on Sunday of a major. It's without question. You thought she was out of it earlier in the week, and right back in the top of the leaderboard.
Tee's moved up about 50 yards today at the 11th. The fairway is very, very soft. So the USGA are making a good decision here. Not going to get much run. Narrow fairway as well, just 20 paces wide in its narrowest part. And we'll go back to 9.
And no surprise, that is the ball of Shibuno, which has some mud on it here, Bones, at the 9th.
One arm follow through. That ball seemed to jump off line and does into the left rough. That's frustrating to drive in the fairway and have to deal with that, laying it up on a par 5.
And that's the tendency when the mud is on the right side of the ball, it would move to the left. A lot of times it's just a guessing game on how much to expect.
You might be wondering why they don't play preferred lies. The USGA does not play preferred lies. They play the ball down.
Simple as that.
Yeah, that's it. That's the reason.
End of conversation.
Thanks for that detailed description there, Tom.
Play it as it lies. Caitlin Papp on the tee. Good balanced finish, but that going into the left bunker.
Yeah, there's a couple of bunkers down the left side. The second one in play today. And we will go to 9.
And Maria Jatanagarn.
Not dealing with the mud as an issue here. So coming off that birdie, advance this one up the fairway. Another one-arm follow through.
That one's headed right.
And she's going to have some tree trouble.
I thought it was almost a joke when Megan Kang says, I finally got a good layup, but it's appearing to be a lot more difficult on this hole than it should be.
And you could see, on the left side as Moria was lining up that second shot, how far ahead Amy Olsen's ball was up this fairway. So a big advantage for her coming in now with her second.
And with all these quadrants on these greens, we saw with Amy on the 5th hole, you got to be careful where you lay the ball up to, because it's got to be far enough back if you can't get there into whereby you can generate enough spin to keep your third shot around the flag. We thought there she got a little too close from 60 yards on 5. Let's see what she leaves herself here. And that is going to leave a tough shot. She's going to have very little green to work with, and she's not that far from the flag.
Yeah, that got over to that left side where you do not want to be. That's the angle, Bones, you're talking about, and it is not a good one.
And she doesn't have the luxury of knowing what we know, which is it falls off very quickly after the hole.
Back at 11.
Jin Young Ko on the tee. looking at it as though it's going down the right side, and it is going to miss the fairway, and it's all going to depend on the lie. It doesn't look too bad.
All right, so Olsen clinging to the top of the board with Hinako Shibuno. Of Japan, Moriya Jutanugarn, the only other player under par in the 75th edition of this U.S. Women's Open. We've got so many good stories going on up there. Jin Young Ko, #1 player in the world, 1 under on her round. A Lim Kim had a nice run, but still, even though she's given a couple back, is still just 2 back. And Caitlin Papp, the Texas Longhorn, just to kind of round out another great story on this unusual time of year for a major, golf's final major of the year. Maybe we've saved the best for last here in a championship that's coming down to a close here. It could be very interesting down the stretch. Inbee Park, I mean, I think even par in the clubhouse looks pretty good.
It's legitimate at this point that could be the winning score. At very worst, put herself in a playoff. So an opportunity for her on the final hole to try to grab another birdie. But that would also mean that would be the lowest score of the championship on this extraordinarily difficult Monday. We've seen a couple 4-unders, one on this golf course that Amy Olsen had at the beginning of the week, but we have not seen a 5-under, which was what Inbee Park would have to do in order to get even in the clubhouse.
And you can't understate how difficult the conditions are out there. It's tough enough to win the biggest championship in women's golf, but to do it on a day like today is whole nother level stuff.
It's challenging every part of the players' games, whether it's off the tee, getting it in the fairway, whether it's the mental strength of staying in it when you know bogeys are happening, and that's what we're seeing, a slow back pedal from a lot of the leaders today.
Speaking of fighting back on a tough golf course, Moriya Jutanugarn at the 12th. Just seen a little bit of everything from her, especially in that front 9, but that is a birdie there to +1 and 3 back.
It is tightening up, Dan.
Just when you think she's played herself out of it, she's still alive. Now here is Shibuno over at the 9th.
Fortunate to have a good lie, 114 yards. So I would think of the 3 golfers in this last group, she has the best chance to leave herself a short-ish birdie putt if she can just create a good strike here.
She's going to have to play it a little to the right of the hole location likely and hope for a little ground draw. She goes too aggressively at it. Again, the green slopes away.
That's a big error. That's going to be very difficult to get up and down.
Okay, so here comes Inbee Park down the 18th, set up here with her second. This is a tough finishing hole, even though the tee has been moved up a little bit today, rightly so on this difficult day. 381, and Inbee Park comes up short. She was going right at it.
Yeah, but even from that front bunker, if she's got a good lie, that's not a bad or difficult bunker shot.
Again, Inbee Park at +1. Really kind of needed a birdie there to make it a little more interesting, but you never know. Here's Jutanugarn with another tough angle here among the group at the 9th.
89 yards, a fluffy lie. She does have an avenue to run the ball up between the front bunkers onto the screen. Have to be a heck of a shot to get something within 30 feet.
Whoa!
Well, we talked about the mental error that Shibuno made on the second hole, and that you'd have to call that the same thing there. To hit a club that could jump up that quickly and ultimately hit the tree is very surprising.
Well, it's more of Bones making sure you eliminate the biggest mistake. And the biggest mistake in this case would be hitting the tree. So taking that out of question, advancing the ball is priority 1, and
it's almost as if she thought, well, you know, the mentality of, well, maybe I'll get lucky and just get it through there. It was like, it just came up so high and quick. Over to 11.
Caitlin Papp on the upslope. And that's hit the lip and almost hit her. Well, that's the danger. And now she's in all sorts of trouble. Let's take a look at that. I don't think it hit her, did it? It just caught it a fraction thin, trying to be too aggressive. It wouldn't be a penalty if it had hit her anyway now under the changes to the rules of golf. And now, second time.
Well, that wasn't very good either, but at least she got it out of the bunker. She did switch to a more lofted club for that third shot.
And all going wrong there for Caitlin Papp. Back over to 9.
And it's not going very smoothly over here for Moria Jutanugarn.
Very lucky that this ball finished in the fairway, so now she can clip this, hopefully, generate some spin, still give yourself a chance for a putt at 5.
Long par attempt for Moria.
What you just feel like is unforced error. A poor layup put her out of position, and then the mistake on top of that by hitting the tree, just compounding.
Yeah, how about what we've seen from the contenders in the last few minutes? And now Olsen faced with this tough angle.
Yeah, and obviously it's not from the fairway, but again, leaving yourself something around 68, 70 yards like this, maybe that's her preferred yardage, but tough to get the ball stopped. She's lofted this well up into the air, but again, that ball's going to run out. You would think that if she left herself something 80, 85 yards, she could have got the ball stopped a little quicker.
And this one drifts all the way back down off the edge. It's back up to 11.
Damage limitation here for Caitlin Papp.
Yeah, definitely. Now she's at a good spot, 95 yards, which she's shown over the last few days how good she is with wedges. This would be just a little gap wedge. See if she can get it in a 10-foot circle here.
Maybe just outside the 10-foot circle, but she'll have a look at saving bogey. She's a couple behind. A big mistake out of the bunker. And we will go to 9.
And Shabuno from the bunker.
Really tough here. Downhill pitch, down grain. Boy, you basically had to hit the flag to get that stopped, and she gave it a heck of a try.
She's putting on a short game clinic today, and that may be the difference in the end. Who knows? Park over at 18, trying to post a score here that would make the leaders take notice. Third shot, that deliberate backswing, and Inbee Park will have a chance to post +1 if she makes that par. Just earlier at the 12th, A-Lim Kim at the 170-yard par 3. Going the wrong way to start her second 9 with a couple of bogeys. But drops that
aggressive.
in there. Yeah.
Aggressive.
Okay, while we have a moment, a reminder that uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Temperature not getting out of the 40s today. Feels a lot colder than that. Monday major championship finish here for the 75th U.S. Women's Open. Amy Olsen trying to break through. She's over here at the 9th, long way away for birdie.
Putter in hand, 4 or 5 feet through the green. Very similar to the putt she had back on 7, uphill into the green.
Gave it a wrap. Right idea. Not bad.
No, good pace. Good pace on that. Just a little.
Yeah, just never had a chance. It was just way left, but chance to get that 5 after that tough angle was left for her after the second. And back up at 11 we go.
Jin Young Ko looking at her birdie here, Kay.
And coming off the 3-putt bogey at the last hole, it could be just a little rattled, a little bit of your confidence on the putting green taken down a notch. And this isn't an easy putt, Tom. She's kind of riding along a little subtle ridge. It's going to move left to right and be a little quick at the end.
dying right at the end, and she'll have that to remain 2 behind. And we will go to the 9th.
And Moria Jutanugarn, Bones, a long way away here, trying to save it.
Yeah, and she might want to be very careful with her speed here. Certainly she'd love to knock us in for 5, but this is a putt that can get away from her. It's uphill initially, and then downhill the last 15 feet or so, downwind, down grain. Really got to bear down on your speed here.
Moria was the most consistent of the contenders with those 6 straight pars to start, but in the heat of this U.S. Women's Open, it has gone a little off the tracks here. Bogey at 7, did come back with a birdie at 8. This one traveling for par, and that will go a little distance by, as we've seen repeatedly at this 9th hole location today. So now she's got that coming back for bogey to avoid a double. And back up over to Pap at 11.
Yeah, trying to make a bogey. And it's going to be the dreaded double. Keeping those big numbers off the card has been key this week. And she is going to fall back to 2 over, so 4 off the lead. She said yesterday she wasn't feeling as much pressure as you would think. It may be different come the final 9 in the major. Let's go to 18.
Maybe even +1 is going to look even better after what we've seen the last couple of moments. For par, no. MB post +2 with a final bogey at the last. Still comes home in 33. Sensational final round of 68 for the 2-time U.S. Women's Open champion. So that's the lead, +2. Shibuno for par over at 9. Got it.
Wow.
Wow, what a save.
Short game continues to save her.
And I think that's something to watch out for this last 9 holes. Is she's put herself out of position a couple of times, and she's been able to scramble, but how much can she rely on that?
Alam Kim for birdie at the 12th. Trying to bounce back from back-to-back bogeys. That's a little too far out. But she'll stay at even within 2. Up to the 7th, and Kang trying to stay, I should say, over at 11. Tom?
Yeah, Megan Kang for par, and that makes her fall back to 2 over. So a few deep breaths out there. And we go back over to 9.
And now, you've got a big test here coming back for bogey, Bones.
Yes, she does, and certainly knows how important this is. Brought her caddy in for an extra look. And boy,
That was a big breath there, Bones.
it certainly was. You know, you drive the ball in the fairway, sloppy layup, and then just go brain cramp to a large degree on the 3rd. A 7 here would be a brutal blow in terms of her hopes.
Solid.
Makes bogey. Drops just the 1, but it is 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes to complete her 9. Could have been worse at that par 5, so Jutanugarn is still just 2 behind after a little bit of an off stretch. And we'll keep it right here for Amy Olsen. After watching Shibuno save par, just a little bit left here to stay on top as the only players in the field under par at this point.
And what a great demeanor, as mentioned a couple times already today, but those 3 early bogeys in a row on this front 9 didn't seem to faze her at all. She knows she's playing well, and she is hanging tough.
And who could have known how she would perform today? Impossible to predict after what has happened in her family, the tragedy. But through the front 9, got off to a shaky start with the 3 early bogeys, and just has gotten into the groove here with those birdies at 5 and 6, and then pars down the stretch here of this opening 9. If you just joined us, lost her father-in-law Saturday night, just a couple of days ago. Her husband Grant had flown out here to be with her, flew back to North Dakota to be with the family, And Amy Olsen is trying to win for the first time in the biggest event that they play in, the U.S. Women's Open. Incredible story for her to unfold on the back nine here at Champions Golf Club, tied with Shibuno at 2 under, as we send you down to Cara Banks.
Dan, thank you. Here alongside Inbee Park after that impressive 68 today. I know that was a disappointing one to drop at the last, but how proud are you of that round in these conditions today?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions, dramatically really changed. The weather was really cold and it was, tough playing this morning, but the golf course was a lot shorter today than a couple days ago, so I was able to hit a little bit more shorter clubs into the greens, and I'm just really happy that I finally conquered this golf course because I never thought that I could shoot another par on this golf course, and I was finally be able to do it on the final day, so I'm just really happy that I've, put on the par round today.
A two-time US Women's Open champion playing well once again. Inbee, thank you very much as we get back out to the 12th.
Yeah, Karen, a little history for Inbee today. That is her 24th subpar round in this championship to tie Beth Daniel and Betsy King at 24 for the most in the history of this championship. So we'll see what that number ends up being at +2 by the end of this day. Jin Young Ko going over the numbers at the 12th. There's that hole location over by the water on the left.
Yeah, a little interesting. They're bringing out the driver. You can tee within 2 club lengths behind the tee box, and she's in between clubs, in between her iron and this hybrid. So I'm going to go with more club, tee it up a little bit further behind, and maybe grip it just a tad. On this going well to the right.
Yep, safe, just about hole high. And over at the 10th, the co-leader, Olsen on the tee. Been driving it beautifully lately and confident with that one. We've been seeing a lot of hashtags of women worth watching throughout social media, and boy, they've been worth watching all week here as the focus of the final major championship in golf is all on them. There's the hashtag, but you could say they could use a little more coverage, that's for sure, because did you know that of all sports covered in America, only 4% features female athletes? USGA and Golf Channel renewing their commitment to change that and shine a brighter light on these ladies and other females that compete around the world of sports. Hanako Shibuno now.
This 10th and 11th hole will be back into the wind, so much like these ladies saw in the early part of the front nine. Boy, you got to gut it out here, hit some fairways, hit some greens, and pars are great scores early on. As we move the turn, good shot.
Yeah, she drilled that one.
Yeah, great shot. She flew it right at where Amy's drive was.
And usually that's been the opposite. Amy out driving Shibuno. Over here at the 12th.
Let's see how Caitlin Papp can respond after that double bogey at the last hole. That was a good, confident swing right there with a little draw.
Excellent.
Yep, that's a solid strike after the double for Papp, which dropped her back to +2. Still 4 back. And plenty of golf holes left here for Papp to make even more noise, even more than she's made this championship week. Just a sensational week for Papp, even though she's dropped back the leaderboard here on the big board. She still leads the amateur field. 6 amateurs made the cut, 24 started the week, and they have been impressive. And no one more impressive than Caitlin Papp. Over to the par 5 13th, Elim Kim with her second at this par 5.
just looking for position. This whole location in the back right corner, so up the left side is ideal for getting a good angle into this hole.
Lim Kim had a good trip to the first 9, 3 under, but is feeling bogeys on this back 9, 2 to start, so even par, only a couple back. Stacy Lewis, proud resident here of the state of Texas, finishing up. It's been a rough ride for her today, especially. I mean, the third round wasn't great for Stacy, but a beautiful shot there. Nice little bounce there for Stacy. Chance for her to make a birdie at the last and take the short drive home, just 45 minutes or so, where she lives. Uninterrupted coverage continuing here of this USGA Championship, presented by Rolex. And back over at 13, we've got Lee 6 for birdie. Trying to somehow play her way back into this thing.
He had a good look here. It's not a lot of movement, but quick.
And walked it in, knew right away. So Lee 6, the defending champ. That's 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. Again, we've got MB Park, the best in the house at +2. So maybe the winner in Charleston last year can post a number that would take the rest of the field notice. And there's that whole location over at the par 4 10th. And there's that Shea Bank where we've seen some calamities earlier in the championship. I mean, you get it up even high up on that bank, it goes all the way down.
And it's not very steep, but it's enough. So it doesn't catch your visual attention, but you have to be aware of it.
And on top of all that, all 3 of these ladies have mud on their golf balls here. So they've got to be extra careful as to what line they take, because if the ball should shoot to the left and get on that bank you mentioned, it could go somewhere really problematic.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
I'm less concerned with mud when it's sitting right on top than when it's on one side or the other, but it certainly can cause havoc.
You can also get in your head a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm sure these players are aware, as you guys have talked about the last hour or so, that getting beyond this flag leaves an extremely dangerous putt. So if you're going to miss, the front edge is not a bad place to be.
Not much, maybe just a little bit. Yeah.
Here's an example page of a pretty meticulous player who takes her time anyway, and when things get a little tight like they are, even goes more on that deliberate pace.
Yeah, she likes to slow down and double check. And it's a lot of questions, it's a lot of uncertainty.
You can be aggressive with that club, yep.
But then it's about committing. Obviously, it'd be better to be able to go through your routine normally, but still, at this point, that's when you stop all thought and then immediately go into action.
Well, this 175 back into the wind is playing very close to 190. This is a 5 hybrid.
Should be good for that front number we were talking about.
Good looking shot if it gets up.
It's up. Wow. It is gorgeous.
Great shot, though.
Right underneath the hole for Moria Jatanagarn, who's coming off a bit of a rough patch on the last few holes of the front 9. But she is looking right in the throat of a birdie there at the 10th to get it back into red figures. And back over at 18, Stacy Lewis, former #1 player in the world. Now 35 years old and finishing up with an impressive birdie, but it was not an impressive last couple rounds. She wanted so desperately, as all of the people that live in Texas wanted to fare well in this championship. Back over at 10, Shibuno.
161. This ball got up into the air, center of the green. And that's not a bad leave, considering she's got an uphill putt.
So now 3 of 10 in greens in regulation today, and that just off there, but it just gives you an indication Shibuno's been able to stay right there because of her short game. Just a number of great examples of saving herself from losing shots today. Now, Amy Olsen.
You get the feeling that Amy's really feeling it with her driver. She's taking the bold line off virtually every tee. Just 154 here. Boy, flush yet again. Just right of it.
Yeah,
nice.
Every shot is crisp.
Yeah, you can see how much higher trajectory she comes in these hole locations than a lot of the players. She's able to control it. She's also able to move the ball a little left to right, which helps, again, as they firm up.
Over at the 12th, Jin Young Ko for birdie. Beautiful putt, just not quite enough. She'll stay at even, just 2 behind. And A Lim Kim over at 13, third. Good position here to try to make something happen. Just left it short. Back over at the 12th, Pap trying to come back from the double at 11.
She would have at least gotten a speed read from Jin Young Ko. So you can tell how quickly it picks up a little bit of pace. Ooh. It was supposed to. She was expecting it to.
So Pap will mark, take her time. Try to remain at +2. Olsen in good shape over at the 10th with Hinako Shibuno. Jin Young Ko, #1 player in the world, 2 back. Moria Jutanagarn hit a beauty in there at 10. Chance to get a little closer. A Lim Kim at the 13th.
And Aria still hanging around despite the roller coaster that she's been on so far this round.
And back over to 12 for Pap, who's trying to remain in the conversation, Kay.
Yeah, and I have a feeling she's really not probably paying too much attention to scores. She's just so into her game. And I think Paige Judy said this yesterday, the conditions are so tough that I think everyone's going to be so focused on what you have to do to complete each shot that you're really not going to pay too much attention to the whole tournament until you're getting right down that last stretch.
And we were talking earlier about this lack of spectators and maybe the advantage it has for the amateurs. Caitlin Papp admitted herself. She said, yep, this feels like a college tournament. And I would venture to say that the college tournaments, especially the ones with fans, were a lot more boisterous than we've seen here this week. But the trophy is the same, the meaning is the same, and what it would mean to Japan and Shibuno to get it done again at another major would be incredible. Here is Hinako over at the 10th.
I'm not going to call this whole location unfair, but it is extreme. You can just tell visually it's very, very glassy around this cup. And the ball is going to go virtually sideways at the end, and there it is now. And now Amy Olsen's got an incredibly difficult putt, even though it's from some 15 feet from behind the hole. You can just tell this is dangerous out here.
All right, over at 13, after coming up short with her third, this is for birdie.
You can see that change in grain color, indicating a little uphill, a little downhill.
And a little drift by, which will catch the full attention of A Lim Kim, who was one off the lead after the first round. That first round lead belonged to Amy Olsen, who made an ace on that opening day on Thursday. And when you make an ace, sometimes you think, well, maybe it is my time. We will see. And what about this putt, Bones, that you were describing for Amy? Nothing easy about it.
Nothing easy about it. I mean, this is basically a lag. If it goes in, that's wonderful. But again, you've got to be really careful that you don't get too caught up in trying to make this, because you can knock this 6 or 7 feet by in a flash.
Been only one birdie at 10 today. It's average more than a half stroke over par. That one bending to the right, and you got to pay so much respect, as Bones indicated, to the speed there. So a par at 10 is awesome today.
She wasn't just reading the green, she was reading gravity. How quickly is gravity going to pull the ball towards the low part of the green?
Olson grew up in Oxbow, which is 15 miles south of Fargo in North Dakota State, where her husband is a linebacker coach. Oxbow is a town of about 300 people. Fargo, a much more thriving metropolis of 125,000 in southeastern North Dakota. So you bet the folks are inside having a hot beverage and seeing if their gal Amy Olson can pull this off.
Dan, did you just say you bet? You betcha? Marge Gunderson, is she watching today?
I'm just teeing you up, Bones.
Oh, man, what a movie.
For your movie pop culture talents. Yeah, that was a heck of a movie. And Amy Olson would like to make this movie hers today in storybook fashion. So now, Moriya Jutanugarn, who had a beauty in her, Bones. Birdie's not likely here, but Jutanugarn is looking right in the throat of one.
Up the hill, but the severe slope and right to left grade to deal with.
Wow.
Snapped off.
It's just, it's an extreme hole location.
It actually looked pretty good for a lot of the putt, and then it just absolutely dove.
So we'll keep it right here for Hinako.
And, you know, you got to ask yourself, if you're Shibuno, you know, what do you want to do here? Certainly you want to make it, but you talk about airing it out in terms of break here. She saw what just happened with the putt in front of her, and this is dangerous as well. You got to be careful. If you power lift this one, it could go for a while.
It did catch a little bit of that edge, Bones, and did make the one coming back even more interesting. Just so hard to marry the line and the speed.
Oof.
So now Amy Olson has the outright lead in the U.S. Women's Open as Shibuno tries to drop just one here to fall out of that lead.
Yeah, you certainly feel like you're in the wood chipper on this green today, Dan.
Well, time for a snack, relax, and hope it goes your way on what should be a heart-pounding final 9 for the leaders. Back over the par 5 13th. This is Kim coming back for what she hopes is going to keep her at even. Able to 2-putt par there at the par 5 13th to stay within a couple of the solo leader now, Amy Olson. Here's Moriya Jutanugarn at 14.
Yeah, second shot. She had a low stinger off the tee that got a lot of run on a fairway that's pretty damp. Flag at the back of the green today should release down towards the hole. She got a lot of stop on that one. And she'll have a downhill putt to get it to even. And we'll go back to 10.
And Moriya being careful with his par. Had a great look at birdie. But in the end, 10 gives up just one birdie in this final round. Moriya had a good shot at the second one, but she'll take par, move on, and stay within a couple of her playing competitor and leader, Amy Olson. So down to the 2. Hinako Shibuno, who started the final round at 4 under, is now all the way down to 1 under. 3 bogeys, not a birdie yet for the Japanese sensation who put away the AIG Women's Open last summer. Jin Young Ko, number 1 in the world, still right there, along with Jutanugarn and Kim and Moriya, just 3 back of that 2 under lead.
Momentum can change so quickly on a leaderboard, and after those 3 bogeys, Amy 2 under and Shibuno 2 over, and you can see just a complete shift in momentum.
Hey, Lim Kim off the tee at 14. A couple of tee boxes they can use here. This is the higher tee box over on the left, so they can see the fairway. The tee box down on the back right, they can't quite see the fairway from down there. As the final 3 ball makes their way to the tee at the 11th.
Amy Olsen has not won out here on the LPGA Tour, but does have a USGA championship to her credit. It came all the way back in 2009 at the US Girls Junior, which is a huge championship and just was another one of those things on the resume for Amy, who had all sorts of titles from an early age.
She did, but at that point was still relatively unknown, coming from North Dakota. Not a lot of accolades, but anytime you win a USGA championship, you're tested, and she's got the pedigree in her to win. She stumbled a couple of times when in contention on the LPGA Tour, nearly won a major championship if it weren't for the double bogey on the final hole at the Evian a couple of years ago, but has been very strong the last several holes.
And that one looks like it's right down the middle.
Absolutely.
Looks totally in a groove, Tom.
Yeah, she's been hitting it very well, hasn't she? And over at the 14th, Jong Eun Lee 6, just over the green. The ball released down to here. It will do that if it has a bit of pace past the hole, but right back up the slope. We've already seen one go in from Inbee Park, and Lee 6 chips it in. So that moves her to 2 over and within 4 of the lead. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes, and that does merit a little fist pump from Lee 6. Let's go back to the 11th, and Moria Jutanagan on the tee.
The hurting wind is letting up just a touch at the moment. Hopefully a sign of things to come as we play this back 9. Right side, may miss in the rough.
Not a good angle coming into that flag today. So Moria has had some issues over the past few holes, that's for sure. A few loose shots and a couple of mistakes with the wedge from under the trees that we've seen from Moria today. Now Shibuno.
One last deep breath. Ton of media from Japan covering this final round, as you might imagine. Big swing, right side, good looking.
It's a big deal for the Japanese, the fact that they haven't had a men's major winner. They've had only 2 female major winners, and that's one of them, Hanako Shibuno. Now Arya Jutanagan for a birdie at 14 as she tries to fight her way back. And that's going to be a par, so she will remain 3 behind. The sisters Arya and Moria, if Moria were to win, they'll both be US Women's Open champions.
And another look at that hole location at the par 5 13th. Pretty good angle here for Caitlin Papp, okay?
It is, and she's just outside 100 yards, 107 to be exact, to the hole location, which is 3 past sort of the top of the ridge, little plateau where this hole is located today. Wind hurting a little from the right.
Papp 4 back, getting about that time to make a little move here, especially at a par 5.
It doesn't get it up to the top of the rise. Megan Kang's going to be next to play. Both she and Jin Young Ko laid up further down the fairway, so they're 80 yards and inside for their 3rd. Megan was funny. We chatted a little bit walking from the 12th green to the 13th tee. I said, hey, this is just like your old Massachusetts weather growing up. She said, yeah, it's not so bad out here.
Stay connected now.
Yeah, born in Rockland, Mass.
I'm sure she played a lot of days of golf just like this.
Her parents are both from Laos and came to the United States separately when they were children. And they met after high school. In fact, it's a pretty amazing story about the family among those who escaped across a river in Thailand in the 70s, avoiding communist trouble. It's really an amazing story. And here's Megan King trying to win for the first time on the LPGA Tour.
That from 80 yards. Wow, got that to sit down quickly.
A little closer in there to 14.
See how aggressive A-Lim Kim gets with her second here.
Well, this whole back half of the green slopes away, so you don't want to get too aggressive with the whole location.
Wow, nobody told her that. She went right at it. She got quite a bit of stop on that.
She did.
She's going to be okay with a chance for birdie.
Well, the women's game needs your support. Join the USGA now and be a champion for women's golf, because the game is better when more women and girls are playing. Become a USGA member today. Good to see the spotlight on women's golf here in the final major of the year, and even more so on a Monday morning. As you look at Jin Young Ko getting ready here at 13.
And Ko had Megan Kang go up and mark her ball, and while she was at it, Pap marked hers as well. So the stage is clear. I think that where Megan's ball was just about where she might like to land this, maybe a couple paces beyond.
Decorated. Yep, go ahead, Kevin.
Having only 72 yards, Dan, she can really go right at this flagstick and know from this distance she put a full swing on it, get it sit right down.
Going to say Jin Young Ko, another one of those from South Korea to announce her presence early in her career a couple of years ago. The Rolex Rookie of the Year award winner. 10th on the money list that year. Led the tour in greens and regulations, so when she gets it going, it is machine-like. She's trying to make a run down here on the second 9, just 2 back. We go back to 11.
And the second for Moria, Bones.
And a big decision to make here, Tom. If she plays conservatively away from this flag, which is on the right side of the green, she could potentially bring the penalty area into play that is left of this green complex. So you've got to really strike this solidly, pick the right club. That sounded heavy. It's a 5-iron and will be short of the green.
Yeah, even though these greens are large, or maybe because they are large, you want to make sure that you're picking the correct side of the fairway to hit. And just that clumpy, dormant Bermuda, it's dry, so it's pretty easy to get through, but because of the inconsistency, it makes a challenge coming out of there sometimes.
Now Shibuno.
And I thought she maybe would look for some temporary water relief here, which would enable her to clean her ball, but she didn't ask for it, so a little bit of mud. 155. This is high and right, and boy, we've talked about her short game a lot today. She's going to need all of it on this next one.
Yeah, she's not even put herself in very good positions when she's missed the greens. She's put herself in some of the most short-sighted positions around the greens.
Amy looking at the golf balls to check the mud situation. Did you get a chance to take a look at it, Bones?
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me, but certainly it's the first thing these players have to do when they get to their ball, having hit a tee shot. But yet again, her length, a huge asset out here, just 140 yards, and an opportunity here to take one right at the flag. She should be able to get this stop relatively quickly because it's back into the wind.
Well, the way that she's been striking the golf ball today, wouldn't be surprised if she was going right at it.
This is right of it, I think.
And just a little shy, but okay.
Yeah, good position there. Again, just keeping herself with good birdie looks.
Here's a birdie look for Pap over at the par 5 13th. That will feed down on that shiny portion of the grass, so it's going to be a par for Pap. She's going to stay at +2. And the future sites of the U.S. Women's Open at Pebble Beach back in 2023. First time ever for the ladies in the U.S. Women's Open.
It was exciting to see the lineup that the women will be visiting, and that certainly stood out to a lot of the women that have been anxious to play Pebble Beach in a major championship, and none better than the U.S. Open.
Kay Cockrell, the unofficial host of the 2021 affair at her home club, Olympic.
Dinner is on Wednesday night, Kay? Is that right? At your house?
Sure, every night. Although I have to warn you that, the coldest winter is the summer you spend in San Francisco. So there could be a little foggy, cool dampness.
Correct.
Elim Kim at the 14th. It's the first time I've ever heard Kay say anything negative about San Francisco weather. Whenever we go there and it's about 55, she says, oh, it was 75 and sunny last week. No, great look here for birdie. And good pace, that looked good all the way. So Elim Kim will remain a couple behind. Go to 13.
Jin Young Ko trying to continue her trek up the leaderboard, Kay. This for birdie to get within one.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity. I don't think this putt's going to get away from her. Just a little bit of break. Excellent opportunity.
It's a little too tentative. So another par for Ko, and we go over to 11.
And Moria working on her third.
Yeah, I got some green to cover here, but the best thing is the grain's into her. It's going to enable her to get the ball stopped just that much quicker, but we've mentioned it so much this week. It's all about the quality strike, and in these damp conditions, your ball does tend to sit down just a little bit more than it otherwise would.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit of spin here. She's able to create some tidy spin with short shots.
Oh my goodness, did she spin that? My word. I don't think she can believe it.
It's amazing, her touch around the greens and how much spin she can create, and obviously misjudged that, unfortunately.
Now Shibuno.
And what's unlucky for Shibuno here is there is a patch of grain that is straight down grain for her where this ball will most likely land. That's going to make the shot that much tougher to stop. Let's see if she pitches it short of green or goes all the way. Boy, if she went for the spinner and it got away from her. And even her, great short game today, couldn't save herself there.
Take another look at that and see the contact. And just gave it too much as we go to 13.
And Kang looking over this birdie to get within 3. Nicely done by Megan Kang. Wow. So that drops, and she does get within 3. Keeps her hopes alive. 5 holes left, pumping herself up. And Ariya Jutanugarn over at the 15th with her second.
And
you just kind of shake your head at some of the shots. I know it's cold, but she's so good and so unbelievably solid sometimes, and then just
off the rails sometimes.
It's almost like the focus. It's almost like the focus goes out.
Who's next to go here at the 11th, Bones?
Looks as though Amy Olsen is stalking her putt in a way that she would only do if she was going to go next. And again, it's getting late in this ball game, and her ball striking, and again, her demeanor just looks incredibly chill and really, really solid. And, we saw it here, much like we saw on the 10th, a very long drive, perfectly positioned right down the center of the fairways or cutting the dogleg on 10. And she's making it look easy at the moment. Certainly it's not going to be easy coming down the stretch here, but her golf swing is holding up magnificently at the moment.
Yeah, she's got a sense of relaxed focus, which is ideal under pressure.
Just seemed to start too far left, didn't it? But it's going to be a 4, and you'd think at the score she has right now, a couple under, you'd think that would probably be good enough if she could get it into the house, but you never know.
We joke about the cold, but she actually spent a lot of time trying to train away from North Dakota in this late fall season, not expecting or not usually playing golf this late in the LPGA season. She usually plays in Asia where it's nice and warm. So had to escape to California and Florida in preparation for this championship.
Good at 15.
See if Aria can save herself here. Third shot to the par 4. And a good chance to do it. That to remain at +1, within 3. Her sister is within 2.
If Hanako Shibuno would have missed this putt over the last 23 holes, looking at the scoring, she'd be 7 over, Olsen 1 under. So this for par. And she does miss it, so going in the wrong direction. And Shibuno will have that for bogey.
It is interesting too, Tom, that Amy is the only player going into today that was under par on this golf course. A lot of the other players had made their move on Jackrabbit, where Amy has played this golf course better than anybody else coming into today.
Yeah, there were 2 golf courses in play over the first 2 days because the USGA wanted to keep the integrity of the field. 156 players, despite playing in December. This event, this championship rescheduled from early June to December, so they needed to play both courses, and the Jackrabbit course over on the other side of the road was used, and now everything focused on Cypress Creek, which was going to be the course that would have hosted all 4 rounds had it been played at the regularly scheduled time. Now, Mario for par.
After that super spinner pitch shot, which seemed to shock her and certainly shocked me too, back up the hill, paid a big price for missing the fairway.
Just seemed to jump a little bit off the face, and that's going to be a bogey. And Mario will fall back to 1 over for the championship, having started the day at 1 under.
Paige, I gotta say, as impressive as Amy Olsen has been today, it's very surprising to me that she's never won a tournament. I mean,
yes.
Such a great golf swing, and certainly she's going to be out here for a long time, and I'm sure will win a lot. But are you as surprised as I am that hasn't happened for her as of yet?
Yes, I am exactly the same sentiment. And she has put herself in the position, and you would say, well, maybe it is, mentally she's not prepared to win, but we all know how many events she won in college, the fact that she was a 20-time winner. I certainly would have expected a win on the LPGA Tour prior to this moment.
She does too. She said herself, I did expect a win out here by now, and I haven't gotten it done. And then she alluded to that, college career and younger career, that another reason why I won so much as a young player coming up. It has been kind of a Rubik's Cube for her to kind of figure out why. She's had some close calls, but now with Shibuno, with those bogeys, it's Olsen by 2 coming down the stretch of the U.S. Women's Open.
Her game suits a U.S. Open championship, too, with the ball fight.
Okay, Aria Jutanugarn now facing that putt as we take a look at some close calls for Aria. Bogey miss at 5 included in that, and now is 3 behind, so it could have been a much different story for Aria Jutanugarn. That was a short par miss at 7. And those misses right there, that's exactly the amount of strokes that she's behind by 3. Now has this for par to stay 3 back, just curls that in on the right side. So that was a good save from another erratic second shot.
And I know we've talked a lot about the major championship, the U.S. Open, that she nearly gave away back in 2018. She actually watch some old video to figure out that her routine was off during that back nine, and perhaps just a little bit off today.
All right, again, the dangerous hole location at the 12th. 169 yards.
And for those folks at home, Dan, you mentioned the 20 college wins. For those folks at home that aren't that familiar with collegiate golf, 10 college wins is a ton. For this young lady to have won 20 times, you know, given the number of tournaments they play, which really isn't all that many, is incredible.
And the other thing, Bones, that is striking is not only that she's got like a pretty golf swing, she has the ability to work the ball. She has such command over her ball flight and the direction. She can move it right to left, left to right, so effortlessly that you wouldn't, it's not just a pretty swing, it's incredibly productive.
And Paige, you guys have told the story this week about how she came to the last hole at Evian and asked her caddy what position she was in. She was leading at the time, I believe, by a shot, went on to make double and not win the tournament. It would be very interesting to hear or try and see what kind of information she's looking for in terms of where she stands. But this is solid into the center of the green. It's going to leave a lengthy putt, though.
Another solid, effortless swing. Just confident in everything she's doing right now. The lead is 2. And Bones, you were talking about a couple of years ago at the Evian Championship, another one of the majors that they play. Amy Olson had a 1-stroke lead over Angela Stanford going to the 72nd hole, had that par putt which would have won it, blew it way by, still had this bogey putt coming back to force the playoff, and just like that, it all evaporated for Amy Olson, and Angela Stanford ended up the winner, as Amy Olson double bogeyed the last hole to keep the weight going for a breakthrough win. 2 years later, here she is amid the family tragedy trying to pull it off on a freezing day in Houston. Now Jutanugarn Moria finds herself tied with her sister Aria, 3 back. Her sister's up ahead with just 3 holes left. Moria with a lot more time to make up some ground here on Olson.
Moria now has to ask herself, how much do you want to take on here? Very dangerous hole location, as you guys mentioned. If you miss short and left, the ball can easily roll back into the penalty area. So most players will be conservative here, but again, when you're coming off a bogey, sometimes that can affect your thinking. And this is aggressive. Heck of a shot. Wow.
Yeah, pretty gutsy. Think that was a little left of the intended target, Paige?
I feel like it's a safe bet to think that, but that's why you pick conservative targets, so that if you miss it a little bit, we're still in contention. Just a powerful lower body move. You can see how that left hip clears, stand up on that left side.
Her nickname is Mo. Her sister's nickname is May. And the Mo-May combination is in the hunt today. Next up, Shibuno. This will be a big test for her after what has happened in the last 5 holes, Bones. 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes. Had that lead at 3 under. It is gone and then some.
Yes, you can certainly see it a little bit now. Hung her head just a touch, walking over to this tee.
Looks like she's aiming so far left.
It's been
aggressive also. Let's see if this gets on the bank.
And that hooks, just carries it and is safe on the back side over there.
Yeah, you and I, Dan, have been watching the alignment throughout the week. It's a curious setup.
Certainly is. 14.
This was just earlier. Second shot for Jin Young Ko. 7-iron. See how aggressive she is. She looks like she's staring it down, and that is really good. It's going to run away to the back of the green, but she's going to have an uphill putt. And Jin Young Ko is only a couple of shots back. And we'll go to 15.
Check in with A. Lim Kim from that Bermuda Dormant over at this par 4. Looks like she likes it. It's a pretty good effort from over there. to 14.
And Pap from the bunker.
Yeah, she just came out of her shot a little bit, Tom. Found that front right bunker. Pretty easy shot from there.
Pap is 4 behind. She'll have that for par. 2 over for the day. And we will go to the 16th.
3 holes left for Ariya Jutanugarn to make a charge. The champion from 2 years ago, who's been up and down and all over the place today, but is still in it, and that one is short. All right, while we have a moment, take a look at the USGA television schedule for 2021 presented by Rolex, and it is a big schedule indeed. We talked about this championship going to San Francisco area in the Olympic Club. Torrey Pines is the site of the U.S. Open as Tiger returns there. We would hope for another crack at it, where he won 12 years ago, and you'll be seeing them on our NBC platforms across the board, Golf Channel, NBC, Peacock TV. So privileged and fortunate to be broadcasting these great championships once again on the NBC networks. And over at the 14th,
Megan Kang's 3rd.
Yeah, similar shot to what Pap just had. She took a little more aggressive swing with that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, made a nice birdie on the last hole. Good par save on the hole before that. She's found her groove.
Megan Kang is 3 shots back. Let's go to 15.
Long birdie look for A-Lim Kim. It's been a while since she made those 3 birdies in a 4-hole stretch on her opening 9. Respecting the speed here.
I was going to say, they came with this weapon in her hand.
A-Lim Kim. Oh! She laughs behind that mask as if to say, just needed one more half roll. And back over to Shibuno. Over at 12.
Very good lie, Dan. Plenty of green to work with. This is certainly a shot you would expect to chip close and tap in for your 3 virtually every time. But then again, it's late on Sunday at the U.S. Open. Excuse me, it is Monday.
we get the idea, Bones.
It's usually Sunday for the fourth round.
Final round, U.S. Women's Open. I don't care if it's on Wednesday and 100 degrees. It's tough to bring it home. As we look over at Jin Young Ko with a chance.
Yeah, this to get within 1K.
Yeah, and this is such a good opportunity. What a brilliant 7-iron that was. Just taking that flagstick on, and there's not much break to this putt at all. I think a little right to left initially, but with the speed she'll hit the putt from, it'll almost be like a straight putt. And it's back uphill, so she's got to get it there and be aggressive.
Oh, it hung out there. Player who, growing up, watched videos of Brad Faxon's putting stroke to try and home her game to 12.
There weren't a lot of local golf pros or stars in North Dakota for Amy Olson to grow up watching, but somehow, some way, she made her way to the elite of women's golf. Long birdie putt on the way over at the 12th. And a little left for Amy to remain at 2 under. Very impressive, Paige, especially the way she started with those 3 bogeys in a row. 2 birdies right after that, and has been stringing pars together ever since. 16 for Ariya, trying to recover again from the sand.
Very straightforward bunker shot, but just shocking how she's put herself in this position.
And that has been a tough length for Ariya to negotiate today, especially.
Pap for par, having come out of the bunker.
Yeah, this for a needed sandy save. Little slide to the right.
And needs some pace.
Oh, she made a lot of those yesterday, didn't she? Or Saturday, I should say.
You know, Kay, her demeanor reminds me of Stacey Lewis. Intense, feisty,
Yes.
determined, right? The
That
way she
bodes-
kind of walks around.
Bodes well for her
Yeah.
upcoming professional career should she choose that path.
Go to 16.
Lee 6 for birdie. Things got to start dropping here for Lee 6 down the stretch here to have a chance. Needs to start maybe right here for the defending champion. A long one for Jong-un Lee, 6 to get it to +2. And back over to Moria Jatanagarn at 12 for birdie. And back to even.
Yeah, trying to convert on a fantastic tee shot. What an unlikely 2 this would be. Just a little too much pace for that read.
Moria will remain at +1. 3 back. 6 holes left for her. And back to her sister for one of those putts again.
Oof. And as much as Moria tends to slow down under the heat, Aria tends to speed up a little bit. And you wonder if stepping over it, not taking maybe an extra breath, an extra beat.
It's a what if, what could have kind of day for Aria if some of those putts would have dropped. Golf Channel's coverage of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship is sponsored by Lexus. What amazing ideas will you inspire next? American Express. This holiday season, share joy and shop small. And by Cisco WebEx. And happy holidays from all of us, Golf Channel and NBC. Watching this dramatic conclusion to the 75th U.S. Women's Open and what could be in store for Amy Olson on an incredibly emotional weekend. It's the Shibuno 4 par. She has been fighting it the last few holes.
And Paige, as tough as it is to make birdies out here, I think this is big.
It's huge. Just enough.
Just enough to save it and remain at even. 2 back.
Part of it's just stopping the negative momentum too. It's not even about trying to pick up strokes. It's just about gathering yourself in every little bit of that cup.
Back up to 15. Jin Young Ko, 366-yard par 4. You can see her fairways hit today, 6 of 11. She has been stringing some pars together on this back 9 ever since her very first bogey and only bogey of the day came at the 10th. So 4 holes left for world number 1.
The old adage when you're playing U.S. Opens that par is your friend holds so true today, and she's making a number of those pars, like you said. Such a beautiful golf swing, so rhythmic.
Well, so interesting to just see her return to the LPGA Tour because you're wondering how the competitive rust would play out, but they're turning it back.
Olson with a par putt here at 12 to stay at 2 under. Only player under par in the entire championship. Up at 16, and look at the hole location today, Paige.
Yeah, 32 on, but ultimately you're only worried about what that carry number is over the bunker. The players have about 12 paces between the bunker edge and that hole location, and it is extremely flat. You cannot see the base of that flag with any depth perception.
Hey, Lim Kim has a 5-iron. Even, 2 back in that 3-way tie for second. Man, right at it. She looked away at it like she didn't like it at all, and it had ideas of going in the cup for an ace for a second there.
Just act like you've done it before, Dan. Just act like you've done it before.
Maybe she wanted to get that parka back on.
Wow, what a shot. She's played with a very relaxed demeanor today.
Well, this is the hole where Amy Olson made an ace on day 1 and looks away. All right. Well, maybe I should look. Yeah, okay, that'll do just fine. Speaking of Amy Olson, she's over at the 13th. This is the par 5, Bones.
Yes, penalty area up the right side, and Amy's having none of it. She blisters one up the left center. Another great shot from her in terms of her golf swing.
It's interesting. At the ANA, she had her coach Ron Stockton out, and she said she was glad he was out because she was off. So he was able to see when she was swinging not so good. She had a tendency to get a little far away from the ball, but back in the groove now. Hands high throughout. A lot of that has to do with the position that she's in at address.
And Moria is next.
Moria certainly doesn't have the length that Amy does, so she's got to be that much more aware of the penalty area running up the right side here. She wouldn't be able to carry much of any of it, I believe. So it's a 3-shot hole, I believe. Be conservative, take it up the left center.
Moria just 16 months older than Area. And they're not far apart on the leaderboard right now either.
And there it is, left center. Very nice shot. Smart play.
And now Shibuno.
Boy, got to be feeling pretty good about herself after making that clutch par save on the last green. A little more helping wind at her back at the moment. Left side needs to get down. And that's going to be a layup, so she'll be hoping for a good lie.
Looks pretty decent there, Bones. Okay, so take a step back here and absorb what has been happening today. Amy Olson trying to author one of the great stories in the game. Losing her father-in-law a couple days ago. It could have gone and could go so many different ways with that kind of emotion swirling around, but she's hanging on to what she hopes is her very first win of her career. There are 3 players just 2 back, and there are 2 more that are 3 back that have a definite chance to win the U.S. Women's Open. This was just earlier. Gabby Ruffels, coming off a birdie at the 8th, the U.S. Women's Amateur Champion from 2019 and the runner-up this year. How about the round that Gabby Ruffels just shot today?
Now, her story is also extraordinary, only taking up competitive golf some 6 years ago, and what a day.
1 under day for Gabby Ruffels, the outstanding golfer from USC. She's only 2 behind Pap now on the amateur leaderboard. So Gabby Ruffels is going to be another one of those young players to watch down the road. Didn't really even start playing golf until, like, what, 6 years ago?
It's
age 14?
insane.
Yeah, what an amazing meteoric rise it's been for her. Back over at the 15th, just inside the fairway there, Jin Young Ko, okay?
Yeah, this from the left-hand side of the fairway to the front right hole location. 6 iron, 158 yards, doesn't like it. Pull with a draw. Gonna cast a piece of the green, but not nearly as accurate as she was hoping for.
Not a ton of opportunities to get really aggressive for the players in these finishing stretch. So
yeah, so Pap trying to hold on to that top amateur spot after Ruffels put in a 1 under round on her.
I have to say, Pap, gets some good hit on some of these shots. She outdrove her fellow competitors in this group by 20 yards.
Pap's got some pop.
Pap's got some pop. Not on that one. Needed a little more.
Yep.
I think she kind of whiffed that one just a bit.
You look in the eyes of Caitlin Papp, and you know how bad she wants it. I mean, she was ready to roll here today, wanted to win this thing, and hasn't really cracked a smile today the entire day in her hopes of trying to become the first amateur since 1967 and the only other one to win. But it is slipping away a bit, but you get the feeling that she's going to have a lot more opportunities down the road with that kind of intensity and that kind of game. All right, the last group over at the par 5 13th. This is Shibuno just off the fairway. Bones, what about the lie?
Good lie here, Dan. Hybrid in hand. Boy, this ball lands. It's a little bit awkward in terms of how the fairway moves, so not an easy shot in terms of it fishing in the fairway. Needs to get down.
Yep.
Okay, well done.
Yep, hit softly. Packing some mud there, like all of these balls have been throughout the last couple of days. And there's the angle that Shibuno will have coming into the flag. Now Moria.
As we've talked about with the previous par 5s today, you've got to lay the ball up and leave yourself a 3rd shot you can spin. all of these par 5 hole locations in this final round have been pretty severe, up on some ridges, near some slopes. So you want to find that number that you're most comfortable with, where you can really spin that wedge. Good line from Moria. Also needs to just sit gently in the fairway.
Okay.
Back up at 16 for Alim Kim to get within 1. Yes, birdie for Alim Kim at the 16th to get within 1 of Olsen's lead. And speaking of Amy, back at 13.
And Dan, once again, she hammered it off the tee, significantly longer than the other 2 players in the group. Looking for some mud, or looking to see if there is any mud on this golf ball. She's got a hybrid in hand, so I would think with this club she's going to make an aggressive play, try to move the ball a little further down this hole than the other 2 players in the group and leave herself a shot she can pitch up the green, considering she's got some green to work with here. But certainly she's not going to leave anything a chance. Doing a little math right now with her caddy. And this looks like more club, I believe. So again, because of her length and because she's obviously got a chance to get the ball very close to the front edge, a chance that the other 2 players didn't have, she appears as though she's going aggressive here, trying to hit something up in the throat and just leave herself basically a chip shot. She's done just that. This is up the left side. It stopped pretty quickly, but that's just going to leave something in the 50, 60 yard range, which isn't that bad on this particular hole today, given the fact that from that angle she's got a lot of green to work with.
Yeah, she was looking to get that angle over there on the left and has done it. And what this could mean to Amy Olsen and whoever happens to win this championship today. You get that Mickey Wright medal, known as the Mickey Wright medal, for the first time after she passed earlier this year. Get that beautiful trophy, exemption from qualifying for the next 10 of these, 5-year exemption on tour, and $1 million isn't a bad way to leave a frigid, chilly Monday in Houston, Texas. And we were all wondering, Paige, and there's no way of knowing how this whole family tragedy could affect Amy Olsen. And we were talking, just, speculating how it could have gone either way. Sometimes when a golfer has this much emotional baggage, it does have a way of kind of making you be at peace with yourself. And I think what we've seen from Amy down the back 9, she seems to be in that place.
Yeah, there certainly seems to be a level of comfort inside the ropes during this time, and I think a lot of players find that solace inside the ropes, and it can be a place of solitude, a place of comfort in chaotic times, and she's finding that today.
We'll see if she can hang on. The lead is now 1 over Kim. Over at 15, Jin Young Ko, long range. Watches that run out a little bit. She's at even par, just a couple back. Plenty of time to make a run here. With those good-looking earmuffs. It's been a fashion parade of earmuffs today. Amy Olsen's got the ski cap on and hoping that this number holds up, or whatever number it ends up being as the championship number in the 75th edition of the U.S. Women's Open. Coming down the stretch. And back down to the par 5 13th, it is Moria Jatanagarn who is away. Bones?
110 yards here, Dan. The pin back in the back right section of this green, up on a shelf. She's got about 15 feet of green in front of her that she can use in terms of flying the ball up top.
I know it's healthy, but it's not much.
Yeah, it's not mine. It's still cold.
It's going to do a lot.
Yeah.
And it's still cold.
I like playing the number.
110.
Yeah, and just left of it.
I think camera.
Camera guy? Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect.
As the caddy mentioned, a little bit of helping wind. Should account for just a few yards in terms of how much shorter the yardage will play. You heard the caddy say a little left of it, but, you know, it's getting fairly late, and a wedge in hand, not a bad idea to get after it here, if you ask me, and try and stiff one. Get up to get over the ridge, and does not. So that's not an easy putt there. It's
over at the 15th. Pap for par, remain at +3. 5 back. Oof. So that is back-to-back bogeys for Pap to pretty much take her out of it. And back over at 13, the third for Shibuno.
And we have talked about the lack of birdies from Shibuno in the last number of holes. And this is certainly going to be one of her best opportunities as we come to a close in terms of making one.
Yeah, Bones, not a single birdie on Hinako's card today.
103 yards. Take it right at it. Good for length. Nice play.
Yes. Back over at 15, Jin Young Ko, okay.
Same routine over all these putts. These short ones so important. Made that look easy.
Yep. Remains in that tie for third. 2 back. So 3 holes left for the world number 1. And back we head to Amy Olsen. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships, presented by Rolex.
And Paige, we've talked a lot about how terrific Amy Olsen's full swing looks to me as we get late in the day here. If you're going to see some nerves on a shot, this to me is one of those shots where it's more likely than others. It's not a full shot, obviously, just 64 yards, but more a bumped wedge shot. You know, for someone that's never won, it's hard to fight those demons a little bit at times. You're just looking for some really good contact here in terms of just pitching something up the green.
I agree, Bones. I think it's going to be a very revealing shot. It's straightforward, but it's not easy. And it's easy to get away from you as well. And any sort of tentative move could end up very, very short here. So we'll see how confidently she can strike this.
Looking for a skip. Not too bad there.
No, not bad at all.
Nicely done. Very makeable look.
And as soft as the turf is now with all the rain that the players received, it makes it that much more difficult to get solid contact. And you can see just the explosion of turf.
Up to 16, Megan King is on the tee.
Megan's been grinding away, made a couple really good par saves the last couple holes. First on the tee with a hybrid. 166 to carry the bunker on the line of the flagstick.
And then one wanders away a little bit, but safely aboard. As we check out another one of the impressive amateurs here that made the cut, Maya Stark, who is making her way up the amateur leaderboard with some solid pars and some play. Really wanted that one at 18. Just off the mark. Maya playing with another amateur, Ingrid Lindblad. Swedes over there looking really strong. And back over to 16 for Jin Young Ko.
Yeah, she has changed back and forth through the weeks, carrying a 5-iron or a 5 hybrid, and this week put the 5 hybrid in. So her first iron is 6-iron, going with this hybrid. Doesn't feel like much wind is blowing right now. That has a really high trajectory, good line.
Yeah.
That's a great club to have in the bag if you can put one in.
It was a good decision to move that club into the bag, and so often people ask what's so outstanding about her game. I said absolutely everything.
Stark now for the par at 18. Boy, was that a good look for birdie. Rams it right back home. So Maya Stark ends her day with a string of pars, 11 in a row, to shoot a final round 74 to distinguish herself in her first U.S. Women's Open Championship. So now Caitlin Papp with a one-shot lead over not only Ruffles, but Stark, who's in at +5 with that 74.
And Dan, I was able to play in a couple of U.S. Women's Opens as an amateur, and I never did get the low amateur award, and that's a highly coveted one in the game. So certainly these women fighting down the stretch. You look at this green, Dan, and this was the hole where Amy Olsen had a hole-in-one hitting an 8-iron a few days ago. Now they're hitting hybrids.
Just in slightly different conditions.
Also thanks to the, quote, 3-club greens.
True. I do miss the mid-70s of Thursday. And I'm sure these women do as well, but what a performance they're putting on in these conditions. Pretty amazing golf and some pressurized championship play here to be doing what they're doing. Jutanugarn over at 13 for birdie at the par 5.
Just a little up and then down, speed control, very important.
So that was just earlier, and so it's going to be a little nervous kind of par putt up coming for Jutanugarn, but this is Olsen eyeing a birdie to increase the lead.
Big moment here, very little break in this. You can send a big message here.
That was a good stroke.
It looked good all the way.
I think Amy might have thought it had a chance too. Oh.
That's what all you can hope for, though, is a good strike on it at a certain point.
Yeah, and I tell you what, don't be too much in a hurry here. It's not a bad idea just to reset, remark your ball, and go through your process, but she's obviously feeling confident.
Yeah, her demeanor, Bones, and her body language just seems just different than the rest of the field.
She looks like a young lady that's won 10 times out here to me, which of course she hasn't. We've talked about it, but she looks good at the moment.
But they continue to chase her, including Lim Kim at 17, Tom.
That's her second, and a few minutes to wait here as the group in front were finishing up. Turns away like she doesn't like it, but it is really good, on the money. And Lim Kim will have that to tie the lead. She's hit a couple of shots. Yeah, it is thumbs up. Let's go back over to 13.
Wow. Where Hinako Shibuno has this to get it back on track. This for her very first birdie of the day. 25 holes since her last birdie. At number 5 in round 3, and Shibuno picks a great time to pick it up. And all of a sudden, we've got some more pressure on Olsen. Not just Lim Kim over there with that beauty at 17, but Hinako has sounded the alarm. I'm not done yet. Within 1. And this is going to be a pressure-packed putt for Moria Jutanugarn here to save par.
Taking her time, as Paige has mentioned, she's very deliberate, but there's a lot on the line.
It's really just about making that decision. You might second guess it, but once you make that decision, you get committed to it.
And these downhillers are so tough because you just worry about using too much speed. It's just a golf course where you constantly have to be thinking about the comeback, or even from this length at times.
Nicely done. Stays at +1 within striking distance. 3 back. So they head over to 14. We go over to 16 for Pap, okay? Oh, apparently Kay Cockrell has left the group, so Pap for birdie from just off the green. Trying to get things righted here after consecutive bogeys, and that's not going to put a smile on her face. Roll of the eyes.
That happens more than once during this championship. It has a way of making you feel foolish sometimes.
Yes, so she'll have a tester to avoid 3 bogeys in a row. Amateur leaderboard heating up. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships, as you might have heard, is presented by Rolex. 75th U.S. Women's Open coming down the stretch here. 3 players under par: Olsen, Kim, Shibuno. And Kim over there at 17 looks like she's about ready to make it 2 under. This is Megan Kang at 16, trying to stay in it. 3 back.
There's a good number of boards out around the golf course. Even if you don't get the sense from the galleries, there are ways to keep tabs on where you stand within the tournament. And this championship, you want to know where you stand often, especially when you're trying to make up ground like Megan Kang.
Earlier we talked about her parents and their circuitous journey here to the States. Megan's father, Lee Kang, is a freelance golf instructor who works mostly public ranges and courses in that Rockland, Mass area that we talked about, where she hails from. He didn't even know what golf was when he came to the U.S. at the young age of 8. His daughter certainly has done well. 14.
Shibuno on the tee, and that one's heading right. And it's going to be tree trouble, I think.
Yeah, the whole location in the back right portion of the green. Most definitely going to have to negotiate around those. But we've seen her off the tee today. We've had some wild shots to the left and some to the right. She's just been a little inconsistent.
Now Amy Olsen, who's driven the ball very well, hit the ball very well today. Lead of 10 fairways. Made par here in both of the previous rounds. And that's another good one. And down the left side, so we'll open up this whole location today. Let's go to 16.
Jin Young Ko playing the big right to left break here at 16. This to get within 1. Perfectly read for world number 1. Her first birdie since the front 9, where she made a couple. And now Jin Young Ko is 1 back. And Olsen's got even more pressure on her with the number 1 player in the world right there.
And A. Lim Kim has this to tie the lead. A player who's never been better than 60th in the world in her career.
There's no such thing as a gimme, but this is close.
No trouble at all. Wonderful second shot from 160 yards. And she's smiling under there, surely.
I'm shocked, Tom, when you said that about her ranking, because what we've seen today is pretty impressive high ball flight. Her putter was so hot in the middle of the round, and it's played pretty flawlessly today.
1 to go, looking to set that target in the clubhouse. Meanwhile, back on the 14th, there's Amy Olsen.
It's interesting how hitting great tee balls can drip into the rest of your game, and getting off of the tee and knowing that that shot's taken care of and setting up a good approach, certainly building some confidence in Olsen.
Pap trying to avoid another bogey at 16. Nicely done. Par saver there. Caitlin remains at +4. 2 holes left for the All-American from Texas. Well, an interesting story, Tom, with Amy's caddy, Tanika Sandiford. I guess they got together a couple of years ago when Amy was playing an event down in the Bahamas, an LPGA Tour event, and the relationship has done very well because they're still together, and Tanika's on the bag, a very good athlete in her own right as well.
Yeah, Tanika was back home in the Bahamas and worked for Amy and ended up working out well and has stayed on the bag. That was about almost 4 years ago. She played at Redlands Community College where she was the coach there. But 2 years ago she was diagnosed with MS, and she has been public with her battle and said in an article written by Beth Ann Nichols, she said when she was asked about whether she's scared of what's to come, she said, "I can't control what could possibly happen. If I think about it, I would miss out on what's happening now. If in 2 weeks I could not completely walk again, I would be, not to say completely satisfied, but I would feel so much better knowing that I didn't say, you know what, Amy, I have MS, I'm not going to caddy for you." She said, "I could live the next 80 years without a single symptom. I could start having symptoms on Friday. No one knows the future." It's a great attitude from Tanika Sandiford, who's dealing with this condition and could well be caddying for the U.S. Women's Open champion.
Yeah, Tom Olsen has said herself how much appreciation she has for that attitude, which Sandiford has taken alongside her on the bag. Great stuff.
Chunyanko on the tee at 14. And picked up the tee very quickly down the left side.
Off the tee at 18, Ailin Kim coming off back-to-back birdies at 2 under, tied for the lead.
Dan going with the 3-wood off that tee to ensure accuracy.
Interesting choice considering how long this golf course is playing.
14.
Amy Olsen second.
Bathroom break for Moria, so Olsen playing, and she's lost this to the right where there is very little green to work with.
And it's made it over the bunker though, Bones. You know what? We've seen players struggle out of that bunker today. She's not happy with it, but she's going to have a putt as we take a look at this swing page.
Yeah, coming down from the transition, you can see maybe just a little late on the impact.
And that only just made it, what was it, a yard or so over that bunker. And now she will have a quick putt, but a putt nonetheless.
Tell you what, guys, they talk about dollar bill divots, you know, a lot of top instructors do, and I'm standing right over by Amy Olsen's divot, and it is just perfect. You could put a $1 bill and it would fit perfectly in terms of the mark that she left.
Now, Moria's second.
From 189, took a little time coming off the tee, so Amy did the sporting thing and went ahead and played.
Be a good time for Moria to knock one close.
Well struck, just left of it. Good looking from here.
That's going to work towards the hole. It's going to run out towards the back of this green. She's going to have a putt back up the hill for birdie. Be her first birdie since the 8th. Only her second birdie of the day. Now Shibuno out to the right. Looks like she's avoided the trees.
Yeah, she caught a break here, Tom, without a doubt. Certainly, I think the ball bouncing a little bit, it got past a significantly sized tree that would have posed a problem. Now it's just basically take it right at it, I think. It's an awkward angle in terms of this shot's going to play right alongside the right greenside bunker, but very fortunate to be here. Playing left of the flag. This needs to sit down.
And it's going to run into that back bunker. And the ball looking like it'll be below her feet, and not a huge amount of green to work with, but it will be back up the hill. Let's go to 18.
And Christy Kerr ending her latest championship, and what a run of championships it's been for Kerr, and maybe the most gutsy effort that she's ever had, displayed in the 75th edition. Kerr at one point was 2 under, 5 back of Shibuno after 36 holes, the halfway mark. If you haven't heard the story, it was a harrowing golf cart accident in the dark last week where she slammed into the steering wheel, all sorts of bruises. Amazing. She's even teed it up here. Now Lee 6 with her third shot out of the bunker at 18. And the champion from Charleston last year looks like she's going to get in with an even par round of 71 to post +2.
An excellent effort in her defense.
And so Lee 6 in 4 back. And in case you hadn't heard, Tiger and his son Charlie Woods in the field at the PNC Championship. It all starts Friday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time with a Pro-Am. Live tournament coverage starts Saturday at 1 p.m. on Peacock and continues at 2:30 on NBC. Trash talking has already begun between young Charlie Woods, we hear, and Justin Thomas. They played a little golf together. They're going to be paired together. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be great because Justin Thomas will take no prisoners, even if it's 11-year-old Charlie Woods. I'm excited to watch that as well. I'll be in town. Get a chance to see that in person, too.
This is Ariya Jutanugarn, 4 par at the 18th. And you know there'll be no bigger supporter after she finishes up of her sister Moria than Ariya. In fact, when Moria won for the first time at Wilshire Country Club a couple of years ago, Ariya was brought to tears watching and cheering her sister home. And so this to get in at +2 for Ariya, who if a few more putts would have dropped, would have been right there for a chance at this championship for the second time. And that has been the story all day.
And there's nothing more frustrating than working so hard to put yourself in position. You can hit a great 270-yard drive, and then when it gets over 5 feet, it's hard to believe it's worth the same amount.
So an unfortunate bogey ending for Ariya. She had a lot of them today. 73 in at +3. 14.
Just a moment ago from the bunker. Shibuno a third and played it well. Back up the hill, and the ball was lying well in the bunker by the looks of things, so she'll have that to remain 1 behind as we come out live now, and Amy Olsen for the birdie.
Great club selection to take the right greenside bunker out of play. This putt now is going to go about 2 feet to her right.
Got to get the speed right. And it just wasn't as quick as she thought. And Olsen will have that to remain tied for the lead. And we will go to 18 with the player she's tied with.
And here we go. One of the biggest shots of her career for A-Lim Kim, second here at 18, coming off 2 birdies in a row to tie for the lead.
And she knew what she was doing, hitting that 3-wood off the tee with the tees moved up and it playing a little bit downwind. She busted that 3-wood, only has 119 left. Just a wedge in hand. This is a club she can go right at the flagstick with.
Looks like she's pretty happy with that one, and it is a gorgeous shot, which will give A-Lim Kim a chance to finish in regulation here with 3 straight birdies.
What a display, too. She's shown such control in her approach shots.
Back at 17.
Second shot for Jin Young Ko. And she makes the mistake of knocking it out to the right and into that bunker. Back over to the 14th, and Moria back up the hill for birdie.
Can really be aggressive here.
Great look, isn't it, Bones?
It really is, and what a second shot that was. A little unlucky that releases far past the hole.
Too tentative. Just didn't give it enough. That's the one you can have a go at. Moria's 3 behind. as we go to 18.
And A-Lim Kim walking up in the parka with the mask down for the moment. There is the card today, which has given her a chance. And another South Korean a chance to put away this championship. If she was able to win it, or any other South Korean, it would make 9 of 13 victories for Korea in this championship since 2008. It all started that run, the latest with In-Bee Park's 2008 win, and Korea having won 8 of the past 12 U.S. Women's Opens against Sae-Ri Pak, starting it all back in the late 90s at Black Wolf Run. And here is Shibuno from Japan at the 14th.
Yeah, this Papa.
Great hands out of the bunker.
And, talk about South Korean dominance. I'm talking to our colleagues from Japan. The Japanese media are saying that Shibuno's generation are the golden generation of players, that they feel like they have world beaters from Japan that are bursting onto the scene, and Shibuno is one of them now. Amy Olsen for par.
And Dan, you know, I'm going to assume at this point, given her history, that Amy wants nothing to do with knowing what's going on the leaderboard. But after listening to that Meg Mallon soundbite about somebody carrying a scoreboard or somebody in the gallery saying something to you where you can't help but hear what's going on, you got to hope that maybe she's able to play these last several holes in silence, if you know what I mean, where she can just kind of do her own thing and not know exactly where she stands.
Yeah, she's seemingly been in her own world, Bones, and that is no surprise considering what has been swirling around her family.
And I think the dynamic of not having the fans and the crowds that we normally see at a U.S. Women's Open, this is where we're going to start to see it. Players that are like an A-Lim Kim, that aren't maybe the top 10 in the world, that aren't used to playing in front of thousands of people, might be less effective. Or Amy Olsen, not knowing what's going on in the groups in front.
Back at 17.
Jin Young Ko, a third, trying to get it up and down to stay within one. That'll release down to the hole. And she will have that putt to remain one behind with one hole to play.
Okay, so the final few holes of the 75th U.S. Women's Open, and the only major championship played by the women in the history in the month of December. Amy Olsen tied for the lead right now with A-Lim Kim, who just hit a beautiful approach into 18, trying to make it 3 under as the number to beat. Jin Young Ko still with a chance along with Shibuno. They're over at the 15th, and we're here now at 18 right now with A-Lim Kim. So, stage is set for her, like it has been so many previous times for women from South Korea. In fact, one of the developmental tours for women in Korea, Paige, is called the Dream Tour. I know you're familiar with that, and A-Lim Kim played on that for a couple of years before making it to the Korean LPGA Tour. And how incredible would this be if the dream comes true here and another U.S. Women's Open championship title for South Korea?
There's not much in this putt. It just looks like maybe a little left to right initially, but couldn't ask for a better putt.
And that is birdie number 16 on the week. It leads the field. And A-Lim Kim has taken the lead with 3 straight birdies down the stretch.
Incredible. When you consider what this championship means across the world, but also specifically in South Korea. You mentioned Sae-Ri Pak and what she's done. You mentioned the dominance of the Korean players in the last decade. But also playing side by side with Sae Young Kim in the group today, who is the most decorated player in the last couple of months on the LPGA Tour. It's been an incredible display of great golf and unintimidated by the stage she's on.
6 birdies, round of 67. It ties the best of the week, the 4th 67 shot. Back at 15, Shibuno off the tee. safely on the right side over there. And all of a sudden, Amy Olsen has been caught and passed by Kim. 4 holes left.
With a good drive on this hole, it'll leave a shorter iron in her hand, at least making this a more birdieable opportunity for her.
17.
Megan Kang for a birdie. This was just a moment ago. And so Megan Kang's chances of winning the championship have gone. Now live with Caitlin Papp, who's battling to be the low amateur. This for par. And that sneaks in there. And what an achievement it is for Caitlin Papp from Austin, Texas. So she grew up. No wonder. 1 to go. See if she can get it in at 4 over. And now Jin Young Ko. This for par. So mathematically, her chances of winning, this has to go in, because she would need to hold her second on the 18th hole if she makes this to tie A-Lim Kim. We've seen stranger things, haven't we?
Oh, yeah. You hang around this game long enough, Tom. Players know it. We know it. Stuff happens, as they say.
Jin Young Ko also battling to get into the Tour Championship next week. And that is a 4. And she is right on the bubble at the moment, Jin Young Ko, to get in, even if she doesn't win here. So 18 is very important.
And South Korea just a little ways away from welcoming another champion in the U.S. Women's Open. What a finish for A-Lim Kim. She went out in 3 under 33. Made a couple of bogeys early on her second 9, but it was a 3 birdie finish that has put up a 3 under number. The first of the 3 off the tee at the par 316.
Which are really unlikely on these finishing holes. Some of the hole locations well protected, but you could not ask for a much better approach on that par 3.
That got her back into red figures at 1 under, and then taking aim with her second, a beauty at the 17th.
It really was. She put herself in good position off of the tee most of the day from what we saw, able to come into this hole with a shorter iron, which again, that sloping away from the players in the back part of that green, able to place it perfectly to get the release.
And then the birdie putt at 18. And during this incredibly challenged COVID year, 2020, I don't want to say it would be appropriate for a winner to be in a mask, but A-Lim Kim has worn that mask all week during play. They don't all do it during play, but that is what she has elected to do, and she will wait and watch to see how the rest of the contenders finish up, including Olsen over at 15. A little short as she battles from 1 back. And we go back to 18. Jin Young Ko at 1 under. Needs a miracle kind of finish here.
It's amazing
a hole
how
out.
The sense of urgency has changed with the incredible finish by Kim. All of a sudden, conservative doesn't matter anymore. Got to play aggressive in these finishing stretch.
Back at 15. Maria Jatanagar from 156, 6 iron.
She knows exactly what not to do, and that's leave it short. Able to carry it onto the green. Is the difference between landing it on the green and then just short, and it's a little away.
Now Shibuno, 2 back.
46 into a pretty decent breeze. This is a big pull. See if it catches the green. It does, but a very tricky putt upcoming.
Yeah, man, all of a sudden with A-Lim Kim's 3 birdie finish, Jatanagarn is now 4 back, Shibuno's 2 back, and a lot of those +1s who had hopes are really going to have to finish with a flurry. This Papp coming home.
Yeah, she decides she's going to move that tee a little further over to the right-hand side of the tee box.
And there's that strange routine of lining up the ball on a drive like she would a putt, Kay, that you picked up on earlier in the week, and you said that you'd never seen anybody ever do that.
I hadn't, and I asked her dad yesterday or the other day. I said, how long has she been doing it? And he said, for years. It was started as a drill, a way that she could find her spot, that her immediate spot, line it up to that, helped her with her alignment, and it just became part of her routine. And that going a little bit down the right-hand side.
And 18 has been a little easier hole today, that is for sure, Paige, with the tees up. 381. There have been some birdies, as we just saw by A-Lim Kim. So keep that in mind as the rest of the leaders come down the stretch. And by the way, A-Lim Kim started 5 shots back as she's trying to match the largest final round comebacks, which totals 6 in all. The last Annika Sorenstam in her first of 2 consecutive U.S. Women's Open titles in the mid-90s. So it has been a while since we've seen that 5-shot comeback, and we'll see if A-Lim Kim of South Korea is the latest to do it. In the meantime, back to the final grouping at the 15th. Who's next to play, Bones?
These players are pacing off their respective shots. I think the decision is yet to be made. But Dan, I think it's very interesting. I mean, certainly Amy Olsen has to be true to herself in terms of what's important, and we're going to assume again that she doesn't want to look at the leaderboards. You would think that her caddy would have to be doing that, but she may not know that she's behind given how well she's played, and it's going to be. We of course won't find out until after the fact. What she was thinking as she plays this back 9, but at some point if she's got to make something happen to catch the leader, she may have to know.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bones, as a longtime caddy, that's where you're thinking. That's what your mental path is going. You got to let your player know. That's good because you got to come back. I mean, sometimes when they say, "Oh, by the way, you're leading here," that doesn't feel as good as like, "All right, man, we got to bear down here."
Correct.
Great point. And let's not forget that in 1994, Jesper Parnevik did not win the Open Championship because he did not know what was going on scoreboard-wise, and ultimately Nick Price prevailed.
Well, that'll be up to Tanika Sandefjord, who we talked about earlier, just over to Amy's right to see if she can get some information and give or not give that information to her gal Amy.
Cannot blame her one bit for putting this very smooth between her and the putting surface, working to her left.
Got some speed.
And that will be slick coming back.
And you could see that was rolling along with a little mud in addition as we send you down to Cara.
Dan, thank you. Here alongside A-Lim Kim and her translator, Anthony Kim. A-Lim, what a fantastic finish. How were you able to pull off 3 birdies down the closing stretch?
오늘 아주 좋은 마무리였는데 마지막 세월의 연속 버디를 어떻게 했는지 한번 소감 한번 해주세요.
제가 생각했던 것보다 팁박스가 많이 당겨져 있는 상황이어서 더 적극적으로 칠 수 있는 매니지먼트를 할 수 있겠다라고 생각을 해서 더 공격적으로 쳤던 것 같습니다.
The tee boxes on a couple holes were actually pulled forward, so I was able to make some good shots, and then ended up with 3 birdies in a row that I wasn't really expected.
This is your first appearance at the US Women's Open, and right now you lead the championship. What would it mean to win this incredible major championship?
올해 이제 처음 US 오픈 대회 참가이고 지금 선두로 지금 아직 남은 조가 있긴 하지만 만약에 우승을 하게 되면은 느낌이 어떨지 한번만 설명해 주세요.
아직 확정된 게 아니어서 잘 모르겠어요. 어떤 느낌일지는.
Not really sure yet because there's still a few more groups out there, but right now it's just I can't really feel what it's like to win the championship.
Okay, well we will watch and wait. Great playing so far as we go back out to 15.
And the group to keep an eye on is this final grouping at 15. Shibuno from long range. Beautiful putt.
She's done a good job of grinding it out. It has not been her best ball striking day, but still within range.
Up at 18, Pap the amateur coming home, trying to finish it off.
Going to need a good one from this angle to be able to launch it up high enough to stop it next to the hole, and that was a good one.
And back at 15 we go, as Pap has one lined up there. This is Amy Olsen for par.
Wow, that was critical and very well done.
Just reminiscent of what she's been able to do today, Bones. Just kind of stay in the moment, not get ahead of herself. And now with 3 holes left, trailing by 1. And we'll keep it right here for Moria, who's lining up this one meticulously.
Yeah, it's going to be an imperative for her as well at this point to try to get any sort of momentum going in her game as this championship's come to a close, if she wants to make any challenge whatsoever. Picking that line, a couple of blemish in the green or something just in front of the ball, and then just trying to roll the ball over it. As quick as it is here, you just need to get the ball started on the right line.
To stay within 4. Okay. But Moria running out of time, chasing that 300 number. And back over to 18. From the middle of the fairway, Jin Young Ko out of it officially with Kim's third and final birdie putt dropped just a little while ago, but still a chance for a very high finish. She's currently in a tie for 3rd and leaving herself a lengthy birdie putt to try to get in at that 2 under number. And so what a day is unfolding here at Champions Golf Club. 5th time it has hosted a United States Golf Association Championship. Amy Olsen came into the early frigid morning with hopes of breaking through on what has turned out to be a tumultuous weekend for her family. And then Jin Young Ko with a chance earlier. Shibuno has had the lead for so long, but then it was A-Lim Kim who just finished in a flurry down the stretch with 3 in a row to try to join the legendary list of champions that have won the biggest title in women's golf, the U.S. Women's Open. And will South Korea add to its already incredible number of titles with all of their names on there? A-Lim Kim hoping to add hers to it in her very first U.S. Women's Open Championship. She'll see if 3 under holds up. And back to 16 we go for Shibuno, Bones.
168 with the hybrid, but this is cutting back on a really good-looking line.
Yeah, I would say so. So Shibuno's going to have a good chance there to get to 2 under. And we've talked about it this week, the great vibes that Amy Olsen has, and little balmier conditions on Thursday at this 16th hole, the 28th ace in U.S. Women's Open history. Part of an opening round 67, which had Amy lead the championship after the first round on Thursday. And here we are, all these days later on a Monday, still with a chance to take home that memory of an ace and put her name on that trophy. 1 back.
She's been aggressive. She may not know where she stands, but she's got to stay that way. Stay aggressive. She needs to make a birdie. This very high, and again coming down on a good line.
Little deep, Bones. And just into that dormant Bermuda.
And we've seen some tricky shots coming out of the drive dormant Bermuda, but it should be pretty straightforward from there if she gets clean contact.
Up at 18, Jin Young Ko. 1 last chance here to get it to 2 under.
U.S. Women's Open Championship's not going to be in the cards for her.
Oh, wow. But how about 2 under?
How about that finish?
So just in the group of 4, her fellow countrywoman Alim Kim makes 3 in a row, and Jin Young Ko makes 2 in the last 3 for a 68 in the final round. Just 1 short.
I did not see this much movement coming in the last 3 holes. It's been kind of a hold on for all day long, and we're seeing some birdie opportunities.
Back at 16, Jutanugarn.
Wood has completely gone away for the moment. This is blocked right of the flag.
And that USGA championship will have to wait for Moria. What a week she has had. And back up at 18, Megan Kang.
Yeah, this one for birdie. Coming from a different direction than Jin Young Ko putted. More from the back right part of the green. I really like the way Megan has really kept a good attitude today. She just seemed like she was completely invested in every shot. Even when she made some mistakes, she didn't let it affect her. I can see why she was, and probably in the future, Paige is going to be a good addition to more Solheim Cups in the future.
Yeah, I've been impressed with what I've seen this week. A really tremendous ball striking early in the week, and when this putter gets hot, it's pretty intimidating to be up against. Tentative there.
Hard to believe this is her 8th U.S. Women's Open. She herself is only 23 years old. She's played in a lot of USGA events, both as a professional now and as an amateur.
Yeah, she was second in the 2016 Rookie of the Year standings, has been out here a while, and like Amy Olsen, is looking for her first victory. And you would think that there are some LPGA Tour professional victories in the future of young amateur Caitlin Papp, who now has her eyes on being low amateur, and she's only 2 putts away from getting it done.
Yeah, pretty cool. She already has a USGA championship to her credit, and this would be a nice addition.
How about finishing with a birdie?
Yeah,
That's the first crack of a smile we've seen. She's all businesslike.
Some great groupings on the weekend. Has been playing with some of the best players in the world. What an experience to throw yourself full into the biggest stage with some of the best players and hold your own.
Yep, 2 clear on the amateur leaderboard. What a week for Caitlin Papp from Austin, Texas. Okay, we're looking at the live bones for Amy Olsen.
Yeah, it's a bad one, Dan. There's no other way to describe it. She's certainly got green to work with here, but she's going to have to be really committed to get this ball to come out the speed she needs it to ultimately release to hole high. But it appears as though she's opening the face and she's going to play something of an explosion shot. And now this looks hot. Got to get down.
Yep, it came out of there just like a rocket.
And that's so disappointing for her, I'm sure, considering she hit such a quality tee shot that just turned out to be half a club too much.
And it's hard when you've got the dry form at Bermuda, where oftentimes there's very little friction that the club has to go through, even when it is buried. It's a difficult rough to get the correct judgment of speed out of.
And now you're faced with the prospect, if you don't make this long par putt coming back, of trying to make 2 birdies down the stretch to catch Alim Kim, who has got the parka on but is staying warm up there. And I think that's a great move, especially in these conditions. Just keep moving around.
Very, very chilly still out there, Dan, and it also keeps your mind off of it. You don't have to answer a bunch more questions about what it would feel like, what you can do. You don't know if the day is over yet. You might have to go out and play some more golf.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do is go inside. You want to because you're just freezing. Go inside, get warm, and then all of a sudden you go back and that cold weather can be a shock. So she's staying outside in case there is a playoff. Here's Moria Jutanugarn with a long birdie try coming up here at 16.
A little bit uphill the entire way, hurting Grain. Grain tends to follow the slope. So she'll have to give this a good hit to get it all the way there. Shouldn't be a whole lot of break in it. You could just see the grain eating that one up.
At a certain point, it just turns into Velcro real quick. And that is the difference in playing grainy greens, is that the downhill are not only downhill or down grain, the uphill not only uphill but into the grain. So it's just a little more severe in both directions.
So a big putt coming up for Amy Olsen.
Dan, I got to think this is one of, if not the biggest putt of her career. I mean, certainly to go potentially 2 down with 2 to play is a tough task, certainly doable, but my goodness, this would be a great one to have to go down. And it'll be very interesting to talk to her after the round should this not work out for her, to see if she got caught in between clubs here on the 16th again. She hit such a wonderful looking shot for the tee, and maybe she's just a little jacked up and she's got some adrenaline flowing considering how big this moment is.
This to stay 1 back. Just never had the speed.
She's left a couple short in the last couple of holes.
So Amy's first bogey since the string she put together on holes 2 through 4 is a costly one. It means she's going to have to play 2 under golf in the last 2 holes to catch A-Lim Kim.
And not an impossible feat, but one that you really should know and need to know your position on the leaderboard in order to try to be aggressive in the final 2 holes.
You know what? That's a great point, Paige. I mean, certainly Amy may have told her caddy, hey, don't say a word to me about what's going on scoreboard-wise now, but, you know, if you've got to birdie the last 2 holes to ultimately get into a playoff, I'm guessing you need to know it, especially as tough as 17 and 18 are here.
Well, Shibuno has a chance to get within 1 here, Bones. Give herself an even better chance of catching the leader right now.
Yeah, great tee shot. This young lady's future is incredibly bright. My goodness, she is some player. Boy, and I think she liked that one. It just did not do what she thought it was going to do in the last 4 or 5 feet.
So Shibuno is in the exact position that Olsen is in. Going to have to figure out a way to get 2 under in the last 2 holes.
I have a sense that she knows where she stands, given that reaction. And knows it's going to be a difficult task to get in the clubhouse at 3.
Up to 17.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for this penultimate group, which includes Lydia Ko, who is 5 over par for the day. Birdie putt just coming up shy, so this for par. And so she remains at 5 over, but was looking to go in the other direction in this final round, playing alongside Yulimi No and Ji Young Kim too. Both are really struggling with their days. Back over to 16.
And a par attempt here for Moria. Trying to avoid her 4th bogey of the day. Did a great job of staying very close with Shibuno, especially on that front 9, and hanging around. Got a rough spot there at the end of her front 9 and early in this back 9, but has been able to make all pars after that last bogey at 11. And a nice save here at 16 to stay at +1.
Yeah, and even though it doesn't look like it's going to be her championship, a huge learning experience of being in this position, figuring out how her body reacts when she's in the heat, when she's going for a national championship.
Yulimi No mentioned the struggle. She's 9 over for this final round, but saves par at 17. Not a birdie on the card. All bogeys, so 9 bogeys today for the 19-year-old. Let's go down to Cara Banks again.
Tom, thank you. Pleased to say I'm here with the low amateur Caitlin Papp here at the US Women's Open in your home state of Texas. You have finished as the low amateur. How proud of your performance this week?
I'm just really honored. I played really great golf this week, and to be low am this week amongst a really great group of amateurs in the field this year really means a lot.
How much did you learn from your experience at this championship last year where you didn't make it to the weekend that time around?
I learned a lot. I really learned that conserving your energy is really important. So the practice rounds here, I tried not to push myself too hard, and I think it saved me enough energy heading into the weekend.
Well, it paid off. Congratulations on a wonderful week. Let's get straight back out to 17.
Hanako Shibuno on the tee. Needs to go birdie, birdie.
And the fact that they've moved this tee up to some degree makes the hole harder because it brings the penalty area left of this fairway more into play. Everybody can reach it today. But no worries for Shibuno. She cranks one right down the pipe here. Beautiful tee shot.
And getting some run on it as the golf course has dried out after all the rain we had yesterday, forcing this Monday finish. Mario Jutanagan, who is 4 shots back, so she would have to hold both of her second shots, which seems unlikely, doesn't it? It's second hardest hole on the course today. Lim Kim made birdie here.
Well, Paige made a great point a little while ago when on a day where pars were such good scores, for these young ladies to make birdies, you know, down the stretch, if you will, certainly in Lim Kim's case, is incredibly impressive. These holes are hard.
Yeah, I did not see that happening. I think she was a little bit in surprise during the interview with Cara, and I'm a little bit in surprise at how quickly that leaderboard changed.
It's a good one.
Yeah, right side. And now the all-important tee shot for Amy Olsen.
Well, the good news is, Bones, she's made birdie here on the previous 2 occasions she's played this hole. So she has good memories of 17.
Certainly, as you guys mentioned, she's got the good mojo here on this golf course. And, you know, if you're caddying for her, you might certainly not tell her where she is on the leaderboard, but it wouldn't hurt to say, let's play these last 2 holes aggressively here.
It's down the left.
That's down the left, flirting with it.
It's going to be close. Well, it's okay.
Okay. Good angle into a right hole location, too.
Yeah, the first part of the job is done. She says that her goal is when her coach walks up to her on the golf course, she doesn't want them to know how she's playing. That has always been her attitude. You can see her expression doesn't really change on the golf course. Obviously, today she's got a lot on her mind with what we've talked about, the passing of her father-in-law a couple of days ago. Lim Kim keeping an eye on the scores, maybe some messages coming in from home. So maybe she's lost something in the bottom of her golf bag. It's probably a banana down there.
You don't want a banana to get down there for too long.
She is...
yeah, they've got the flashlight on the phone.
They've obviously lost something in there. Big tour bags. I think everything's going to come out and they're going to turn it upside down.
Here we go.
It's the only way to deal with it. Just give it a good shake and whatever it is will come out. She thinks it's funny anyway. Oh, it's a phone.
Oh, it's the phone.
Where's my phone? I've lost my phone. It's at the bottom of the golf bag.
I might be ready to win the U.S. Women's Open. I got to follow the text coming my way.
And I'd be smiling in the clubhouse at this number at 3 under as well.
Yeah, the caddy's going to turn around to see it on the screen and realize.
Well, while we have a moment, once again, we'll even go back to the front 9. We already showed you earlier the finish of 3 in a row to end the round. This started at the 5th, the par 5, which got her to even after 4 straight pars to begin the day. Again, she began the day at +1, a full 5 off the pace, and hit some really nice putts early, Paige. This one up on at the 6th.
Had such beautiful touch. These are not all 5-foot birdie putts. They have some length to them.
And even that one for par. 3 big putts in a row there she made. And another one at the 8th to make it 4 good putts in a row here. What a string this was to save par at 7 and get to 2 under with that birdie there at the 8th. And one more time, it's worth a look at how you finish off the championship.
Well, and the American fan may not know much about her, but she was making noise on the KLPGA prior to coming here for this championship. Finished 4 straight top 10s on the KLPGA before she teed it up this week.
Made birdie there at 16, zeroing in with the mask on at 17.
And didn't appear to like it, but check out exactly how perfect that landing was to get the release right up next to the hole.
So that was 2 in a row to get to 2 under. She was tied for the lead at that point, and this was the one that got her to 3 under.
After hitting that approach shot, there was no doubt she was going to finish it off with another birdie. What a finish.
This is just her 3rd LPGA event. The previous 2 LPGA events came in Asia at the BMW Ladies Championship, a tie for 50th last year, and then she played another one a year earlier, tied for 67th, and here she is. Maybe 3 is the charm to go all the way to the top. We'll see. Almost all of the events she has played have been exclusively on the Korean LPGA Tour.
Back out at the 17th. Moria needs to hold this.
And Tom, I'm going to give a lot of credit to Moria. This may not turn out to be her week in terms of winning, but on a golf course that really doesn't fit her game, she's not the longest hitter. She flights it down a little bit, so the damp fairways hurt her cause too. She's been a factor and you know, played with a lot of grit. Really enjoyed watching her do her thing.
Yeah, surprising, Bones, that she's only won once on the LPGA Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I think she needs some firmer, faster conditions to have her best chances. But, you know, she's just got so much intestinal fortitude. She fights tooth and nail, doesn't leave anything in the bag, and you got to admire that.
Only one pair of sisters have ever won a USGA championship, the same championship. That was the US Women's Amateur. Harriet and Margaret Curtis. The Jutanagans are trying to do it today, with Aria winning a couple of years ago. Moria trying to get her hands on the same USGA trophy as her sister. It doesn't look like it's going to be this time around.
Back right hole location. This is going to need a bounce. Get over that ridge. Doesn't quite do it.
It's going to leave her a birdie try coming back down the hill. Biggest purse on the LPGA Tour, so even if you don't win here, it's still a very lucrative week. And Shibuno just getting a little bit of help from the caddy there for a clean club face.
All right, 150. You know what you got to do. Take that aim.
2 behind, 2 to play, needs a birdie.
On a good line, but looks a little short. It hits into the grain, and that kills it immediately. So she just needed to fly that a little further.
Great angle here, Bones, for Olsen.
No question, and watching Shibuno's second shot check up as quickly as it did is a reminder for Amy, you've got to get this ball over that final ridge so it can hit down grain somewhat and release a little bit.
Crucial that Olsen gives herself a look at birdie.
The strike sounded good, but this is to the right.
And it's a massive mistake.
Boy, and that's probably her worst swing of the day and a bad time for it.
Olsen's chances slipping away. She's going to have to come up with some magic from the bunker.
Well, Elam Kim is looking stronger by the moment as Shibuno and Olsen desperately try to catch her. You know, and you think of winning major championships through the year, Paige, and getting it done in style. I mean, you think back to, you know, Charles Schwartzel at the Masters with a 4 birdie in a row finish. I mean, this is right up there. That was back in 2011 when Schwartzel was able to pull it off. She's the only golfer to birdie 16, 17, and 18 here at Cyprus all week long, and did it with a heat on.
And we've seen these dramatic finishes of this championship, whether it's Birdie Kim holing out on the last hole for birdie to ultimately win, whether it was Hillary Lunke making that birdie putt on the 18th to win. It manages to produce the best golf because players are pushed to the limit. And when players are pushed, oftentimes you get the best player coming out when their back's against the wall or when they feel like they need to perform. And in this case, she needed to perform to pick up ground, and that she did.
Well, Lydia Ko still is chasing another major, but you have to admire what she has done in the major championship season as she finishes up here at 18.
Yeah, in 2020, it's been just a resurgence of a different Lydia. She has a different level of confidence because she's stripping away some of the things that have cluttered her mind. And I haven't heard her speak with such confidence about her own game in a very, very long time.
Lydia working on a +5 round today. Started the day with hope. She was just 4 off the lead at even par as we shift back over to 17.
And Amy Olsen looking at this bunker shot, which seems to be lying in a flat part of this bunker, Bones.
It certainly is. And it's going to land on a downslope. So she'll have the grain going with her. In other words, this ball should run out. She's not going to want to fly this ball too far in the air. Just get it on the ground and let gravity do its thing.
Only a third bunker shot of the week. And it is not going to be a birdie. So she is going to need to make a par putt there and then add her name to US Women's Open history by holing her second.
Yealimi Know had designs of becoming the youngest champion in history at the age of 19, but it has been a nightmarish final round for her. It's just has not come together. 9 bogeys on the card, and it just seemingly came out of nowhere.
No,
so
and
solid coming in.
As talented as she is, as many times she's put herself in great position in other LPGA Tour events or in this championships, she's just failed to get through, and I just expect that the perseverance is going to be a big factor in her career moving forward.
Yeah, she's only 19. A lot of golf ahead of her to 17.
And Shibuno.
Boy, this is a tough task in terms of making it downhill pretty severely last 30 feet.
Has to make it. And has it got the pace to get there? And that's been the issue for players coming down that slope today. Just thinking the ball is going to gather more pace than it does. So now they are going to need to hold their second shots if they make those par putts on that 72nd hole. And A. Lim Kim, the only player who made 3 birdies in a row today, and they were the last 3 holes. And she's at 3 under par and a 1-shot lead. Let's go to 18.
Well, Kim, too, certainly made some noise, especially coming into this final round. We documented it earlier, how she made the cut on the number with 3 consecutive birdies and was only 3 off the pace today when the final round resumed, but she has made 2 doubles and a slew of bogeys, and just like Yealimi Know, just wasn't the player today that she has been.
The magic ran out after what was an extraordinary stretch of holes in the middle of her championship. And fatigue has to be a factor at a certain point as well. This has been a very, very long championship.
Maria Jutanugarn working on her birdie putt here.
Certainly taking her time. Seemed like she was a little confused by the read initially, but backed off, reset.
Good pace. She'll remain at 1 over. And we'll go to 18.
And Lydia Ko trying to coax 1 more par in to end it. Not a single birdie for Lydia today. A prolific winner at such a young age. Good for her. That's a par at the last, and go in, get warm.
I think the clouds are starting to break. We're seeing a little sunshine with that smile.
Back at 17.
Well, in order to be able to have a chance on the 72nd hole, even though it's a very slim chance, this has to go in for a par.
And being the absolute warrior that Amy has been this week, you can't help but hope that this goes in and that she has that chance.
saw the digital leaderboard right behind the green, so if she wants to know where she stands, it's not difficult to find it.
It's a good 4.
Wow. She's a tough competitor, you know. She's carried herself so amazingly well today. It would just be so fascinating to know if she does indeed know where she stands in the tournament right now.
And you got to look back at that tee shot at 16, which from the tee looked all over the flag and ended up in that rough behind the green, and she didn't get it up and down. Shibuno now, same situation as Olsen. If this goes in, she can still tie by holding her second at the 18th. Oh, it stays out. Well, A-Lim Kim has one hand on the trophy and the other hand just about to grab it, but she can't grab it all the way just yet, because there's still a chance that Olsen could tie, but Shibuno is out of the running, having played so well this week here at Champions Golf Club. And they found the phone, it's out of the bag, and it's very much in use. I'm sure it's very busy.
It's blowing up.
And Maria Jutanagan just going to tap this one in and head to that 72nd tee, short walk away behind the 17th green.
When we start the show, we talked about how the scores were dwindling, those remaining under par. And I think that makes it all the more impressive what A-Lim Kim was able to do today, shooting such a tremendous round under par, starting the day actually over par for the tournament, and kind of highlights again the difficulty of this championship and how the player that plays the toughest conditions best will prevail, and the toughest conditions were that of today.
Well, the last U.S. Women's Open winner to birdie the 72nd hole was So-Yeon Yu 9 years ago at the Broadmoor in 2011. She then won a playoff with Hee Kyung-so, but A-Lim Kim did her fellow South Korean a little better today, going the last 3 in a row. And now it's down to the only other player in the field who could magically somehow tie her, and that would be Amy Olsen with a hole out at the last, as the final grouping has arrived at the 18th.
Should just be straight down if it's done.
Well, we heard the caddy say right there, straight down, so there's some helping wind, which is certainly good for everybody, including Amy Olsen, that would love to bash one down the center and get a short iron in her hand and get after the approach shot, which of course she needs to hole.
You know, it looks like 67 is going to be the real magic number of this championship. There was 167 shot on each day, and the last 67 of the championship shot belongs to A-Lim Kim, and it looks like it's going to be a winning final round score.
Up the right center, and Dan, you know, so much credit to these ladies. When we were sitting around this morning, you know, knowing what kind of awful weather awaited these players, you know, we were speculating that, you know, probably even par would win this tournament. But some of these golfers, some of these young women, they really stepped it up today when it mattered most. Amy now, with this flag tucked over a greenside bunker, you would think she has to hit this fairway to have any chance. Striped it.
Okay.
And long.
Yep, that helps as well. Stay out of a divot. All right, maybe one last swing of the club for Amy Olsen to see if there's a little more magic left at Champions. Shibuno just ran out of gas.
Up the left side, just needs a good first bounce and appears to get it. Sees
the lead with that 67 that she shot on Friday. It was 36-hole leader, held on to the lead after a third round 74, although the lead had dwindled to just one over Amy Olsen, who came into the day one back. And here is how they stack up right now. There's that 67. Looming large at the top, Alim Kim. Looks like she's the latest South Korean to win the United States Women's Open in her first try. And it appears the wait is going to continue for Amy Olsen's elusive first win on the LPGA Tour. Now 147 LPGA Tour starts without a victory. But what a tough weekend for her. It's pretty amazing she's played the way she has on this tough Monday final round.
Truly is remarkable.
There's Christy Kerr. Talk about remarkable.
Yeah.
I know +7 in a final round 77 doesn't look all that good, but
she didn't know if she was going to tee up, not only at the beginning of the week, but after the first couple of rounds, had a lot of pain in her ribs.
how about the amateur play this week? 6 making the cut, and not only just making the cut, but finishing pretty high up there with the best women's players in the world. Stacey Lewis wishes it could have been a better week for her in her home state of Texas here where she lives.
This championship has inspired so many professionals to play this game as a professional. Jessica Korda talked about it. Nelly Korda talked about it, that their exposure to this championship as an amateur is what inspired them to want to do this for a living. And you never know, those amateurs that we saw this week, how many we're going to see on a week in and week out basis in the future.
66 players made the cut at +3, and one at the top, warming up there with a little cup of coffee, Alim Kim. Whoa, she's already dropped her phone in the bottom of her golf bag. You don't want to spill hot coffee on yourself or the phone.
The phone's going to be through a lot.
Yeah, you know, we just don't know Alim Kim that well. I mean, just so few LPGA Tour appearances and really has not won, you know, of any kind of significance. And then here we go again, Paige. You know, you just marvel at the way South Korea continues to send quality players over here that don't just come over here and play the tour, but they win big titles.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that a U.S. Open champion would have come as a non-member from South Korea, and that is true, Dan. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. They have developmental tours, multiple tiers that they develop players starting at 16 years old, playing professional golf on those different tours and work their way up and have been groomed at a young age to play this game for a living.
All right, Moria to play first here, Bones, at 18.
155 for Moria.
156.
Just a little bit of help. Can play probably in the high 140s. Sneaking those mittens on whenever she can. It's still chilly out here.
Should be a little bit of help.
Like this?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a good one of those.
So last one, actually the number one.
Yeah, mine are pretty close to the number one. Yeah. I think so. That should be perfect.
I like go straight at it.
Yeah, you can go straight at it. That's fine.
Room both sides.
Plenty of room, yeah. Plenty of room behind you.
And in case you were wondering, there is a huge leaderboard behind this 18th green, so it will be interesting to see if possibly Amy Olsen, after she plays her second, takes a peek and maybe finds out for the first time all day where she stands. Moria ready to roll?
Or is she?
That would be a balking baseball, but it's fine in golf.
Runners advance.
Take your base. Boy, it's on a good line. It's the right stick.
Well, that should wrap up Lodju Tanagarn for the championship. Area in a +3. Tanagarn aboard in regulation at +1. Now, Shibuno, 3 back.
Not messing around. Playing the shot very quickly from 144. Left of the flag.
Solid strike.
That's a big bounce and release.
Okay, one final swing of the club to officially decide this championship, Bones, and she's done everything she can to give it a little bit of a chance.
She really has. I admire this young lady a lot for the way she's conducted herself today and how well she's played. Beautiful golf swing. She needs one right here from 122 after a huge drive.
That scoreboard tells it all. 2 back. This needs to drop to tie.
It's right of the flag.
That's a good shot, but not quite enough at 18 for Amy Olson. And A. Lim Kim is officially the winner of the 75th U.S. Women's Open with 3 straight birdies down the stretch to seal it.
It's a meaningful championship all around the world. I know a lot of young girls and boys watch and look up to the winner and the champion of this event, and it means a lot to those that are in America, but it means a lot to those in South Korea as well.
And you bet her life is about to change. Whoa! Different kind of championship, different kind of feel, different kind of week, month of December. But the U.S. Women's Open Championship remains the biggest they play, and A. Lim Kim is just beginning to literally soak it all in.
I'm joined by Zhang Eun Lee 6, the winner of last year's championship. She was leading the charge with the champagne.
And what could have been for Amy Olson. And I know I speak for everybody here. It's amazing that she was even able to conjure up the spirit to get out here and play. We were all wondering, is she going to play? And it certainly would not have been surprising if she had elected not to. She was in a great position, and I'm sure she probably adopted the attitude, there's nothing I can do. Her husband, Grant, probably encouraged her to play. You would think. Football star from the same university at North Dakota State. And I tell you what, she did a great job this week in the most difficult, trying circumstance.
She should certainly be proud of the effort that she put in today. And I know the family is supporting her the way that she is also supporting the family.
You know, Grant, her husband, was a captain and leader of those Bison football teams that won 3 straight Division I FCS national titles. And in a newspaper article a few years back in Fargo, Grant credited his dad, Lee, a West Point graduate, for instilling discipline in him. And Grant, Amy's husband, has said, I guess that's who I am and how I was raised. And it is going to be a very, very tough period of time for the family. But our condolences go out to the entire family. Grant, his family, Amy, her family. And once again, congratulations on a job well done. Shibuno from back of this green for birdie, Bones.
Yeah, just up and over a little ridge initially. It's actually downgrained the last 2/3, so that makes the speed that much tougher to judge. It's going to work decently to her right in the first half.
Oh, is that going in? Oh, what could have been? And it's appropriate that the golfer nicknamed Smiling Cinderella has one more smile for the last hole. Little too late. But nice way to end the week for Hanako Shibuno. We all got to know her a little bit better, and so did the rest of this country. Finish birdie for Japan's Hanako Shibuno.
It was a struggle for her a lot of the day, so it's nice to see that smile back out. Didn't have her best stuff today.
Yeah, really the last couple of rounds, she said she just, I don't know what she'll say after today's round, but I know what she said after the 3rd round. She said, I felt like I was just kind of floating around out there, like an out-of-body experience, feeling the nerves. And they asked her why, or, what happened. She said, I was in the lead. That's what
happens.
You've got all those cameras documenting every single shot, every step of the way. It's not easy.
No, nothing about this. Trying to win a U.S. Open is easy.
Okay, Moria Jatanagarn now for a birdie. This to get to even.
On virtually the exact line that Shibuno had. So she should know pretty much down to the inch what this does.
Oops, a little strong.
Yeah. Just a little tough finish. Bones had commented about how strong she looked in the beginning. Really just put herself in good position. She was solid. She wasn't making a lot of mistakes and just couldn't get enough of the positive momentum moving in her direction. But with every single experience, she'll get stronger and stronger and more used to being in this position, this final group.
And you would think it'll be the same if you look at A-Lim Kim for Amy Olsen.
Yeah.
Who continues this quest for a win.
We talked about the loss at Evian, and that was a loss. That was an event that she very well should have won. Today was not a loss. She put herself in good position the whole day, and Kim won it.
Oh, end for Amy Olsen's week.
Still coming up short, but at least coming through strong. And that is pretty much the theme of the day.
And you know, so oftentimes you're in the cocoon of this game, and then it's over, and everything else sets in.
Certainly a greater sense of purpose today for Amy Olsen.
Moria for par. Which she hopes is the last stroke of this 75th edition of the U.S. Women's Open. No. So an unfortunate three-putt bogey for Jatanagarn at the last, but still, as we've talked about all week, a player who took on the challenge of this course and did very, very well. Along with all of the women here, Amy Olsen will leave with a tie for second with Jin Young Ko with that closing birdie. Just one back again in a major championship. Jackie Burke, who will turn 98 years old next month, oldest living Masters champion, a major champion. He and his wife, Robin, welcoming this championship to champions. Talking about a guy that's done a lot for the game.
He's been omnipresent all week. Telling stories, a lot of the women soaking in those stories.
And A-Lim Kim is a champion at his Champions Golf Club, which was his vision back in the late 1950s. He and fellow Texan Jimmy Demaret. So we think that A-Lim Kim is making her way over to see her family on the video board, much in the same way that Bryson DeChambeau did at Wingfoot after he completed his round there in September. So we're waiting to see if that moment is indeed able to happen here. Get no spectators at these USGA championships, so it was pretty cool to see Bryson DeChambeau talk to his parents after, just a few moments after winning that championship, his first major. And I know we all miss the spectators, but it was really kind of cool to see that intimate conversation happen in real time just after he won. So Ae Lim Kim going over to the board to share a moment.
They can hear you. They can hear you. You can talk to them. Hey, Anthony.
안녕.
수고했어. Back these guys up.
날랐어.
잘했어. 자랑스러워.
아빠 영혼 좀 담아봐.
응?
영혼 좀 담아봐. 영혼을 담아봐. 소울 가득하게.
그래. 너가 자랑스러워. 와.
띵띵.
아니
I can hear Doug.
98년도에 박세희 프로 그때 그런 생각 했었거든. 박세희 프로님 이후에
Okay, ready, Anthony. Come on.
어떤 이런 어려운 시기에 네가 계속 있었으면 좋겠다는 생각을 했거든.
All right, so a wave to the family. The top 4 on the leaderboard, the only players to finish under par, all birdied the last hole, starting with Ae Lim Kim, who birdied the last 3. That was the winning stroke, and then Lydia Ko, or Jin Young Ko, I should say, birdied 2 of the last 3, 16, par 17, and then world number 1 dropped this one down. And then Hinaka Shibuno was the third of the players to knock it in for birdie at the last, which set the stage for Amy Olsen to make it another one. 4 for 4 at the top of the leaderboard. So again, just 4 players finished the week at under par. Jin Young Ko, Amy Olsen tie for second, and Naka Shibuno at 1 under. And we talked about it earlier. We've got another golfer that ties the largest final round comeback in U.S. Women's Open history. She becomes the 7th to come back from 5 to win this championship. The last Annika Sorenstam back in the mid-90s in her first of 2. So we send you back down to Cara Banks for the trophy presentation. Cara, take it away.
Dan, thank you, and welcome everybody as we begin this trophy presentation here at Champions Golf Club. To kick things off, I'd like to introduce the CEO of the USGA, that is Mike Davis.
Kara, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of the 75th playing of the United States Open Championship. What a memorable championship this indeed was. Our host this week, Champions Golf Club, simply did a marvelous job, and especially when you consider that we had to move the championship back roughly 6 months because of COVID, and also what Mother Nature presented to us yesterday and today. So to the club's leadership, staff, and committee members, a hearty congratulations. To the ground staff, wonderful job. You presented a true championship test. And a special thanks goes out to Jack Burke and to Robin Burke. I think it goes without saying, but Jack Burke won the 1956 Masters and the 1956 PGA Championship. And Robin, you played in 46 USGA Championships, was a Curtis Cup player and a Curtis Cup captain. The two of you couldn't have been a better host, and you keep giving back to golf, and we can't thank you enough, so thank you for being such friends of the game. You know, this championship was founded roughly 3/4 of a century ago. It's had 51 different champions who've hoisted the beautiful trophy, many of whom are joining us here today virtually. One past champion, unfortunately, is no longer with us. Earlier this year, the great Mickey Wright, who was a 4-time U.S. Open champion, and truly one of golf's greatest players, male or female, passed away. And to honor Mickey, the champion's solid gold medal henceforth will be known as the Mickey Wright Medal. We can't think of a better way to celebrate or honor Mickey's achievements and her contributions to the game. She will be forever remembered as a champion. Now I'd like to introduce Martha Lang, who chairs the USGA Championship Committee. I'll also note that Martha has been giving her time and support to the USGA for well over 30 years. She's a past USGA champion. She's a past USGA Curtis Cup player and captain. And Martha, you're going off the board this year, and just thank you for everything you've done for the game of golf. So with that, Martha Lang.
Thank you, Mike. This year's U.S. Open featured 24 amateurs in the field, and with the score of 287, the silver medal for low amateur goes to Caitlin Papp from Austin, Texas. Congratulations. You can place Congratulations, Caitlin. Now it's my honor to welcome the champion of the 75th United States Open. With a score of 281, the Mickey Wright gold medal winner for the women's 75th U.S. Open goes to Alim Kim from the Republic of Korea. Place the gold medal. Place the gold. We're thrilled to present the historic Harton S. Simple Trophy to every U.S. Open champion since 1953. So you may now raise the trophy. So Cara, we'll turn it over to you.
Congratulations, Alim, and we're joined by your translator here, Anthony Kim, with us to help out in this winner's interview. What a wonderful round of 67 it was today. You began 5 back. What was your mindset entering this final round?
오늘 5타 차이로 이제 마지막 라운드를 들어오게 됐는데 오늘 티오프 하기 전에 소감 준비 소감이 어땠는지 한번 설명해 주세요.
일단 너무 어제 아쉬운 플레이를 했기 때문에 오늘은 웬만하면 핀 보고 써야 되겠다. 오늘은 웬만하면 공격적으로 플레이를 해야 되겠다라고 각오를 하고 나왔었고요. 그 플레이 생각대로 잘 됐던 것 같아요, 오늘은.
To be honest, it was a little bit disappointing round. Third round on Saturday. So I decided to come out today and try to be aggressive player that I was. Try to attack the pin and gladly actually worked out today.
This was your championship debut. How did you prepare for your first ever performance here at the United States Women's Open?
이번이 처음 US 여자 오픈 출전인데 어떻게 준비를 했는지 한번 설명해 주세요.
사실 저는 미국이라고 해서 굉장히 넓을 줄 알았고, 그리고 러프도 굉장히 길 줄 알았고, 되게 광활할 줄 알았는데 생각보다 너무 좁았고요. 그리고 나무도 생각보다 너무 높아서 여기 도착해서 많이 당황했는데 일찍 도착한 만큼 준비하는 시간이 많아서 잘 준비할 수 있는 시간적 여유가 많았던 것 같습니다.
A lot of people around me told me that if I come to States, a lot of golf courses they're pretty wide open, wide fairways. So I kind of would have expected that when I was out in this golf course, but realized that how the rough was and narrow fairways, a lot of tall trees. But I'm glad that I got here a little bit, few days earlier than the week, so I had enough time to prepare for this tournament.
Not such wide fairways at a US Open. You've become the 10th winner from South Korea to become a US Women's Open champion in the last 16 years. What does that say about the state of golf in your home country?
지난 16년 US 여자 오픈 대회에서 이번이 10번째 한국 선수로 이제 우승을 했습니다. 우승 소감이 어떤지?
사실 너무 얼떨떨해요. 왜냐면 기회는 있을 거라고 생각을 했지만 이렇게 막상 오니까 머리가 하얀 것 같아요. 이 시간이 조금 지나고 나면 더 체감할 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
can't really describe in words. Never expected that I was gonna appear in U.S. Women's Open, but with this win, I still can feel how what it's like right now. But I can probably feel when the ceremony and today's tournament wraps up today.
Well, you are the 75th United States Women's Open champion. Congratulations to A-Lim Kim as we get you back to Dan Hicks.
All right, Cara, thank you very much. So not only does the domination continue here for South Korea in this U.S. Women's Open, Paige, they have been absolutely dominant in majors. 14 of the 29 majors now, including this week that they won. So
impressive collection of players, for sure.
All right, let's send you down to Kay Cockrell.
Thank you, Dan. I'm alongside Amy Olsen, who just made a beautiful birdie on the last hole, tie for second in this U.S. Women's Open. You had the lead going into the second 9 today. We all knew that. We're wondering if you were aware of where you stood and knew what A-Lim Kim was doing on the back 9.
I looked at the leaderboard on 13 and saw she was, I think, maybe 2 under going into 17 or 18, and maybe she birdied the last one. And so I knew coming off 14's green, I think it was 14's green or 15's, where I stood and what I needed to do.
Is there anything that you would have done differently?
I don't think so. I honestly, the bogey I made coming down the stretch on 16 was a beautiful shot. And I couldn't have pulled a club less based on what the club less did on the previous hole, and then got a really tough lie behind the green. So wouldn't have done anything different, and she obviously played extremely well today.
What was the day like for you emotionally, trying to win for the first time and also dealing with the tragedy of the recent passing of your father-in-law?
Yeah, it's been a long 2 days. That's for sure. The Lord kind of carried me through today. I definitely didn't have a lot of strength of my own. It's been really tough.
Yeah, well, you have a lot of people pulling for you, and we can give you our condolences and congratulations on your great play this week.
Thanks,
and the best
Kay.
to you and your family.
Thank you, Kay.
I know she came up one shot short, but everybody, I think you included, Paige, gained even more respect for Amy Olsen, what she was able to do today amidst these incredibly trying circumstances. It's been a tough 2020, and this happened 2 days ago, and again, wondering if she would play, and she got the job done today. Didn't win, but I think incredible performance.
It was an incredible performance, and like I said, the difference between her runner-up finish at Evian and that here is that she didn't lose the event. A-Lim Kim played tremendous coming down the stretch. She went out and won it, and that should be celebrated, and Amy Olsen should be proud of the performance that she put on, and she knew exactly where she stood, and she hit the shot that she felt like she needed on 16 that ended up costing her the bogey in the end. So a lot to be proud of today.
Paige, pleasure being with you here
Likewise.
this week at Champions Golf Club. And the major championship season has indeed come to a close in 2020, and A-Lim Kim wins it. She's the 5th player to win the U.S. Women's Open in her first appearance, joining NG Chung, Kathy Cornelius back in 1956, Birdie Kim, who had that incredible ending at Cherry Hills 15 years ago, and Patty Berg. So that is some pretty big company as well for A-Lim Kim, the U.S. Women's Open champion of 2020. Uninterrupted coverage of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship has been presented by Rolex. And coming up next on Golf Channel, it is Golf Central. So for our entire Golf Channel crew, Dan Hicks saying so long from Champions Golf Club in Houston. Another South Korean has won the biggest championship in the world. A-Lim Kim celebrating the title here at Champions.